Greens family, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And Greens family, this is Bomani Tyehimba, and you're here with Kala Genesis also, and we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood.
Bar none.
Bar none, undisputed. Yes, brother, got a wonderful topic for us today because, when we're talking about Pan-Africanism and nation building or nationhood, we have to stick to the subject, stick to the flow, stick to the things at hand. Sitting around talking about Tariq and Umar Johnson or making shows of them, it's that's not Pan-Africanism.
I can't talk about Moist Twatkins and Roland Farton and all.
Oh, absolutely, brother. We can talk about them, but we can't be making our show topics and titles, hashtagging them and putting them in there.
No more Al Sharpton bashing and whatnot. God, man.
Oh, no, all of that is good. But I mean, when people are creating, like, I looked at a few people, it was like several YouTubers, and it's like every single video they make is about Tariq. And I mean, I'm telling people, Tariq Nasheed is irrelevant to our movement. And even somebody is saying that I'm trying to, I'm a Tariq Nasheed supporter. And that is very far from the truth.
Tariq's a comedian.
I respect people in certain aspects where I explain, hey, I respect this person because they're doing this. Or like example, I'll be honest with people. I respect the man because he know how to crowd fund and raise money. And that's been a challenge for me. The best I've been able to do is create business and create profits and reinvest profits and flip it. But I'm not going to be
in that regard right there. I have to admire Umar Johnson. Because how you get people to send you money for some school and that's amazing. So you got to admire these hustlers, the Umar Johnson, Creflo Dollars, the TD Jakes. I've been sitting there and I get my hate on. I be like, how the fuck they can send this nigga money, man? How the hell does that happen? I say, well, Kala, you never asked. I'm not gonna beg nobody for the money. I got too much pride, But these motherfuckers going out there doing it, man. So you got to give even Umar and Tariq some respect. They can get the money that all the rest of us can't do, So let's give them that. Just give them that respect in that regard. They can make money. Because I do respect Tariq and I do respect Umar as far as them able to get money out of Black folks, But it seems like when you do the right thing, right? When you're honest and everything, nobody respects your ass. Let me give you an example. 50 Cent is an honored guest on MSNBC right now, Right. And they're up there like he's some tycoon. He's contributing. You got a new he brings all the dirt and garbage to our community. We're not new Power series, new Black Mafia series. He's on MSNBC, and they're asking him about what his thoughts on the presidential thing. 50 Cent, a goon from South Jamaica, Queens. But does anybody care what the Kala Genesis thinks? No. And so the bottom line is, I'm angry tonight. I'm freaking angry tonight. I'm angry. Let's spread the anger around a little bit. It ain't just Tariq. It ain't just Umar. I'm just angry at the whole goddamn world. And tonight, man, I'm gonna set the world on fire. Because this was Pan-African fight back. We fight back. Not that we don't strike back. That means we strike back at the people that support us.
Absolutely. We're fighting back. We're not doing like Pan-Africanism strike out.
We're not striking back. At people that's supposed to be supporting us.
Well, I don't think that person's striking back. He's just striking out. And it's kind of like playing baseball. You're swinging and missing.
No, I think what my good brother Brandon, I love him. I think what he's doing is, the people he's supposed to be supporting, right? He's striking back at us. Boom, boom, boom. Like he's on a Pan-African show. He's going at everybody on the panel. I'm like, goddamn, he's on a dinosaur going after everybody. I'm like, dude, these are the people you're supposed to be with. They'll be building with,
Yeah, some of these clowns just literally think they just got into a movement and they just think that they all of that. They just think that they're the supreme being of things. But what I want people to do, family, if you're really about the life that you claim to be about, show us what you're doing for our people and things like that. Show us what you're building. Show us how you're changing and impacting lives. You know what I mean? And things like that. So that's why I give Tariq Nasheed some level of credit because some of those films that he created, it did change the dynamics. People went from knowing nothing about Africa, nothing about anything about this Black folks.
I have never watched the cheap film.
That's unfortunate, brother. You're missing out.
No, why? Because I watched.
Well, not you, because you know this stuff already. You know,
I know this stuff already. Yeah.
But like the average guys, like some of my neighbors down the street,
Oh yeah, right. I get that.
Them, they wouldn't know, but if they saw the film, it will open their mind up. So that's some level of impact and things like that. The family, what we're doing is we have a full connection in Ghana and Liberia to connect you to real connections and real operations. And that's what we're doing. That's why we're connecting together so we can at least bring you two African countries that we can work in. But I'm also telling you, family, the way we're pushing it is for us to, literally just move as a unit, and like I tell people, we're building our Black Star Pan-African community, and that's the only way I will literally live in Ghana. I would not live there for any other way other than being a part of our community, that we can change the momentum of things, and we can literally put things in place so we can be self-sufficient, so we can have our own ecosystem, and we can just literally live in a community where, not only Ghanaians are there, but, I have my folks in Jamaica, my folks in America, my folks in different parts of the Caribbean and different parts of the Black world. For me, that's true Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism for me is not for me just to go somewhere randomly in a random part of Africa and just living amongst a village or living amongst the people. If that's what some people want to do, you do that and handle your business. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into those things. What I'm into is literally for us to have an impact on the African continent. And an impact means that you're creating real opportunities. You're putting your money together. You're creating factories. You're setting the tone for where our children could compete. I was having a real conversation with my son today, and I was explaining to him. I was like, the school system is what it is, but in order for us to evolve, we have to get on something else and educate ourselves. And the things that I'm showing you and the things that we're building, is for you to learn business, learn entrepreneurship, learn about our roots, our culture, and learn about how we can, evolve and basically put our people in a position to where, we're creating the opportunities for them. Because after a while, the Asians, the Europeans, and the other nations out there are going to say, hey, we don't have enough jobs for our own people, so you guys can't keep on pushing this racism on us. You know what I'm saying? We're fine with employing brothers and sisters, but it's like we don't have it like that. And how about all of your own Black people who talk all this stuff? Why can't they create opportunities? Like example, in a country like Ghana, or other parts of Africa, what you see as far as the investments in the country is foreign investments. Now, like I talk about in West Africa, the most successful people are the Lebanese. Lebanon, one of the worst and most failed countries that you've ever seen. Half of the country has been bombed, but they didn't let that stop them. Then you go to India, Idi Amin kicked out a certain population or percentage of them, and they ran to other countries, but they made something of themselves. Now they run West Africa. They're the dominant force in West Africa for investments and things like that. So, but when I'm talking about our people who have, who have financial resources, do our people in Ghana, Tanzania, South Africa, or wherever, or Gambia, do we really put our money together to create opportunities for our own people? I don't really see it that way, and then we have someone like Akon, who's literally telling people, and I'll play the Akon clip, it won't be just a few minutes, telling people that you can just go to Africa and be rich. Now, I'm telling people, I know a lot of brothers and sisters that have moved from America and moved to Africa, and none of them are rich like that. Some people have been able to do okay, been able to pay the bills and make sure payroll is going, make some profits,
and pay the light bill.
But as far as that, so we have to really put this thing in perspective. 100%, I'm all about Black power and African nation building. I'm all about us building what we need to build on the African continent. But we have to put things in perspective. Like I talk about some of the crooked lawyers I've dealt with in Ghana, and that made me wonder, is the majority of the country crooked? So it's like, if you don't come up with a solid game plan and have your unit of brothers and sisters from the diaspora behind you, and find the few quality people that you have in that specific country to work with you, that's not going to be corrupted. You may be able to get somewhere, but you have to really process this thing, and it's not something where you're just going to be able to just get up. So when I hear people saying these things, I was saying they have to stop the foolishness. I'm all about us going to Africa. That's why I have 8 countries on my schedule, 8 countries, and I'm going to put the link at the bottom so you can see the list of the 8 countries, and you can see what we're talking about. And and that the purpose of that is to introduce you to Africa so you can open your mind. And then when you're trying to make a move for the future, now you have to be on a whole different level. Doing tourism is beautiful. but trying to live, do business, and invest in a country is a whole different entity. Number one, the laws don't work the same as America, and that's why I always love what you talk about with Liberia, and the same thing with the sisters that came on. And I feel like, when I analyze the whole situation based on my 20 years of just studying, traveling to Africa, I realized that we literally forgot about the most incredible country that our ancestors put together. And some of us have been distracted because some of us have been told that, oh, our people came over there on some, on some stuff to where we just treated the local people bad and things like that. The thing of it is, if you're coming from somewhere where you know better and you go somewhere and you're seeing people not doing what they could be doing, so for us to build something, you have to step in and try to encourage that energy. And I felt like that's what our ancestors did. And the fact that they built that constitution and built energy for us, and even though the last 2 decades may not been the most, because other African countries have just come up over the years, and even though it has not been this great operation, it's also a situation where we need to put the work in to build it up, because we need to understand that if we're going to make moves in the African continent, we need to have some level of things that's put in place for us. So when I meet with investors and business people, the first thing they tell me is like, Bomani, I love what you're doing. I want to support you, but I can't get myself involved in Africa because governments change, things change, and there's no laws in place to protect me and my business people and everything. So a lot of these things are happening to where, we're losing momentum, and it's putting us in a situation where, where when people are going to Africa and being victimized, which I've seen it a whole lot from, I've been going to Ghana from 2006, specifically in Ghana and other countries. But what I don't hear about certain things happening in countries like Liberia. So we have to also just think about these things. And even though Ghana may have a better infrastructure than Liberia, what does that really mean? We need to really have it to where we're dealing with a country that have things in place. So I'd love to see, the government in Ghana put more things in place other than saying this, come for the year return, come, spend your money, come invest your money and things like that. Where are the laws on the book that's going to protect us? And why, when things happen to us, we have to go back and forth in court cases and things like that, and the people in the country knows what they're doing. So whether you're a lawyer that you hired and he decided he's going to work with the people that he's supposed to be protecting you from, these things go on. And I'm not here just to say a bunch of bad things, but family, everything that I'll always tell you and share with you is based on our experience. So I'm telling people, if you're going to just get up and say you want to move to Africa, holla at somebody like myself and Kala Genesis, and we can just have an incredible discussion with you and get you prepared and clear. And if you're trying to make these moves as individuals, it's not going to work. Like example, I remember when Tanzania was open, and some of my business people, they say that they're not going to do this project with me because they're going to go to Tanzania. Tanzania is a better country. I was like, are you sure? I do tours to Tanzania. I love it, beautiful country, but we don't have anything on the books to really welcome us as someone, as an African returning. Nothing is in place to really support what we're looking to do. So you go there, you're having issues with papers, trying to stay there for a long time, whether it's resident permit, work permit, whether it's you getting just any kind of the support on the books to where you're going to be protected. So what we're doing is our people are making these moves and they're becoming victims. Like a few days ago, or the last few shows, we talk about that degenerate Lou Major, that savage Lou Major, and we talk about that con artist, Taiwo. Even though people want to defend her and things like that, I'm not into all these emotional things. What I'm saying to people is these people are literally putting themselves in a position where they're destroying our movement, where we're working hard to try to build an energy, and then next thing you know, our people are just being taken advantage of. And next you're trying to put together a good project to help your people from the African diaspora to connect to the African continent. And next thing you know, you have crooked people in the country destroying the energy. I mean, I don't know if they think that we just got energy like that to be sending people to Africa where, they just get caught up into these things. But it's a big problem that we're having. And then we're having our struggles in America dealing with the same old foolishness. It's like we're wondering, do we really have a nation to really, to be a part of? We're kind of in the middle of situations, we're between America and Africa. And it's like, I don't feel like, whether it's America or the African continent have our back and have our best interest. And if it does, then we need to, see these things. So I'm telling you, family, let's rethink all of this and think about what Kala Genesis have always talked about, why we need an Afrikstan. My brother. And also, Kala, before you get on, we have one person. This is his name right here. Is there any way I can join? He just want to join to talk. This is the person that's
you gotta put your camera, you gotta put your camera on.
And you gotta put your camera on, and you gotta be able to just have a good connection, because
good connection and
excited and everything. Like I tell people, I don't have any mercy for these people, because trust me, if things was supposed to move like it moved in Africa, people like myself would have a greater level of success. I'll be 2 years ahead instead of 2 years behind. But when you deal with the village idiot stupidity that goes on in the country, whether the people call themselves professionals or not, or whether they call themselves the average people, the stupidity has to stop. We're gonna get to the point where we're gonna have people in America say, I'm done. I don't want to have nothing to do with Africa. I don't want that to be ruined, because we work so hard for us to build this energy in countries like Ghana, South Africa, Tanzania, and other places. But I'm telling people, if you really care about what we're bringing to the table, you have to get the government to represent us. You have to help us have things on the books to protect us. Other than that, we're not going to be able to do much of anything. You know what I mean? And this person who want to defend Tyrell, whoever the hell he is, I don't care about your feelings and your emotions, or you saying them.
Let him on.
The most important thing is, like when Negro P was talking all that trash about me, what did I do? I make my own videos. I make my own presentation. I said, family, this is my part of the story, whether you want to believe it or not. You know what I mean? But you have to put your own media out and represent yourself. So, but what I know from these con artists, what they do is they literally put these trolls out there to defend them, and pay them off. Like Negro P used to be against these people. How many videos Negro P made of Lou Major and people like Taiwo, and then all of a sudden they're gone.
Lots of them.
And then now he's working with them, and and that's another degenerate piece of trash. What I'm saying? He called himself Tun, the unapologetic Negropean. What I mean? Before he used to be scared to show his white, but after we blast him, now he's making these little cute little relationship videos. These are sick, twisted, demented people. That's not for you. So I'm telling everyone, if you feel like you for us, show me your track record of being down with us. Show me what you're standing for, and show me what you're fighting for. You know what I mean? Family, just like we have our Africa for the Africans website, Africa Tours Investment Connections, things like consultation, and it's showing you my whole time in Africa. You can even go back and see my Egypt documentary from 2004, us being in Africa, building an energy. And, a lot of us gave up our careers. We gave up many things for us to have a full energy to do things in Africa. And I feel like I'm telling people the game is over. The gloves is off. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You step into a ring, you step into the ring with Mike Tyson, and what do Mike Tyson do when you step in the ring with you? Knock you
out. Fuck out.
So if you're gonna bring it, bring it. I don't have time to play games on this little emotional stuff. Talk about, well, she saved people and did this. The reality of it is, I trust my people and I trust our research that we do. And I've seen from the beginning, and I couldn't speak for a country like Ghana because I've been there so many times. I've seen so many Black people from America been ripped off by Ghanaian business people, Ghanaian just average people. I'm not just calling Ghana out directly. I'm talking about all of the content, but this is serious. This is my experience. So what am I not going to say that, hey, I have people that, people con and play games with, and Taiwo and Lou Major is not the first set of people, even though Lou Major is not from the African continent, but he's just another degenerate savage that plague on off our people. Now I can understand if you're doing business and sometimes things go wrong or go off because other people are doing certain things, but none of these people have ever came out and say, hey, I apologize for misrepresentation, or we didn't handle business right, or didn't do certain things. But you don't hear that from them. You just literally they just play games with people and go on to the next set of people. So family, what we're talking about is Pan-Africanism Fight Back, to keep the vision of Black African nation building strong for our future. And this is the future of our children. So people like myself, is only so much I'm going to be able to take. And if you want us to see us bring more people, because right now the next set of people that I bring anywhere on the continent, the only thing I can tell people that come with Ghana with me and want to invest, I said, hey family, let's work together and build this incredible, wonderful town called Jahadzi, where we have beach resorts, where we have all the things we need, our own wonderful ecosystem, and put things in place so we can protect ourselves, enjoy life, and also help the children in that town where their own parents have abandoned them, to where they have to have an orphanage there, to where the chief literally gave the orphanage, he gave them a bunch of acres of land, which is wonderful of him, our chief that we work with, and they were able to just build an energy. And then I told them we're all there to support, because myself, with my technical business background, I want to share that knowledge and information with our children that we're taking to Africa, and our children that are there, so we can build something together incredible. That's what I think about. I think about the future of our children, the future of our race, and the future of our people. So these people that are getting in our way and messing up the flow of what we're building, we must make sure we protect our people from them. And we should not be sheltering them, and should not be making it seem like, oh, they're innocent. These people are not innocent. They know what they're doing. And the fact of the matter is, if they literally did the right thing and we work together as a people, we could just, we could be competing with the likes of the Indians, the Lebanese, and other nations of people that are there in the African continent, taking advantage of opportunities that we should be taking advantage of. But instead, we're scrambling and we're trying to find out why is our people doing these things. So family, these are real conversations, family. And I literally want you to know, I'm going to let this one person in, and I'm going to get a few more people. Kala Genesis definitely have to share his information.
Let me before you get this go.
Oh no, I won't do it right now. Just
we'll tell him put his camera on.
Brother, if you want to defend, you want to defend your black witch Taiwo, you can defend her. You can defend her, but at the same time too, you got to wait a minute, because we have a show we're presenting.
And also, I'm going to ask her about. I'm going to ask him, since he's defending her, whatever like that. Does he know about what I'm about to read now? The stuff, information that we're privy to, that we got. You know what I'm saying? So if he can't come up here and say, no, that's not what happened. All he's going to say, oh, that's all a bunch of lies. No, that's how these people are. They're primitive. They don't have any freaking real. They don't know what documentation, records, and all that stuff like that is. This ain't friggin', we don't go out oral tradition. Oral tradition means you make it up as you go along, you lie, and you exaggerate everything in your history and whatnot. But this ain't going away, because we have people that lost a lot of money in this, I'll say, so I'm gonna read this thing that was sent to us, right? It says, you keep seeing the trigger word whistleblower. Well, this way, really a plan to divide the shareholders into groups, right? That's what happened. The shareholders went into groups. They never got their land, anything like that. Let's not mock the shareholders. They actually believe these people, because they came on Diane Samir's show, and because Diane Samir hosts these people, they basically trusted them, So let's see. They thought this was about. So let's not be get on the people who invested their money and stuff like that. That's not them. They were their victims. They're victims. And some had become tired of Lie Major, so I guess another group, this division, and his bullshit, and then him and Tayo started the circus. So in other words, they con people into, I'm gonna go this side, I'm gonna go this side, which I believe Taiwo and Lie Major were working together the whole time, but do this fake ass split. It started with a meeting called after the people sent in tons of money for their land. In this meeting, the storyline began with the announcement that Ken Hinde, Taiwo's twin, could be Taiwo. Have you ever seen them together? How do you know they're twins? They could be the same person, Yeah, Bomani, you're muted. They could be the same person for all we know.
Yeah,
check this out. Conveniently, she had passed away, right? Taiwo's twin. So Ty will be talking like this. Oh, that's not me. It's like it's something out of a cartoon and whatnot, And had just passed away. Shareholders have not seen one obituary to support this. No obituary, nothing. Supposedly, Tyrell had a twin that popped out of nowhere, and then she passed away. This is almost stupid. This guy's gonna get on here and defend this crap. Ken Hinde had a bank account, and it was announced she passed Taiwo, took control of those accounts. Wow, okay. Shortly afterwards, her and Lie Major, aka Lou Major, got into a so-called whistleblower show. She was stating that he was harassing her to release the money to the account, and so she could control it into a fake bank, and then he let the cat out of the bag about the land being changed, right? And that the shareholders had paid for and spent 10 million naira of the shareholders' money on new land. He announced that she was also getting a 60 million naira refund and insisted that the shareholders pay a new set of monies for the new land on top of the refund. I remember this. I remember this. No one was told this, or it was discussed until this meeting. This led to the shareholders split into two groups. Taiwo took people, and Lai Major took people. Ironically, it was equal split of the 80 shareholders. Here's the deal with the refunds. Taiwo and her team are real selective. Some people, they may have given monetary refunds. However, those people were either close or had information that would be damaged if they weren't paid. Sister Mari says she got a refund. She was one of the few ones that got a refund. I guess anybody close to Dinah Samir got a refund. Of course, no proof has been provided to show the entire shareholder body who got paid and who decided to keep the refund money from the Sweet Estate 60 million Naira refund. Many of the shareholders paid their money directly to Sweet Estates, of which Tyro and her now partner from Before You Pay got a new deal and got 400 acres for less without informing the shareholders. So the shareholders paid for their land in full, and Taiwo switched the land on them and got the refund from Sweet Estate and controlled that money in the bank account that she had taken over. As in the shared video, let me stop right here for a second before I finish, right? Do you think in a million years this would have happened in the United States? These people have been arrested so fast, right? So fast. You got people going to jail for spending too much of campaign contributions, and oversight and stuff like that. I'm in the healthcare field. Oversight and stuff like that with public money or donated money is a very strict thing. But Phil Scott told us, right, that, oh, yeah, like that would happen to you here. You go buy some land and you can get your money jacked and whatnot, like it happens every day in America. That's what I'm saying. I'm sick of black people in America, in their delusion, in their hatred for America, right? Basically boost Africa up to their own peril. Africa has its good points. America has its good points. But we have a bunch of people who are selling Africa, and these people like this and these criminals come in and try to take advantage of it. They would never do something like this in the United States. Never in a million years. It's only because they know they're in a place where they can get away. And not only that, Taiwo is in the UK the whole time. So she can't be pressed by Nigerian authorities. And then when it comes down to it, does anybody even know that's a real thing?
She have people doing her dirty work in Ghana.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't really touch her. You can't really touch her. Like this fool is going to get on the show.
She's slick, man. She's that good. I mean, family, these people are mastermind, literally scammers.
Yeah. So let me finish this. As shared in the video titled Sweet Estate Refund, right? She led shareholders that she would use the refund towards the purchase of the land, which her former Sweet Estate seller who started Before You Pay brokered. Now, what I'm going to ask you is this. Now, the question we will ask tonight is, did any of this happen? Did any of this happen? So if this happened, right, how do you explain it? How do you explain it? How do you justify it? Now, people say, oh, you're explaining it on land. This is what happened. This is what happens when you deal with criminal sociopaths, right? They'll tell you, they'll rob you in the daytime, right? And say, don't believe your lying eyes. I just seen you take money out of my pocket, right? I seen you with my same money over there buying food and groceries and everything. And I seen you all on camera. I saw it with my own eyes. No, you don't see what you saw. Could it be that I was just borrowing your money for a second, and by next week, the person that you said stole from is going to put it back and whatnot, Oh, yeah. Well, when is he going to pay it back? Well, who knows? It could be next week. It could be next month. It could be next year. It could be 10 years from now. But the purpose is that he basically or she is going to put it back. So you can't call them a thief. Don't believe your lying eyes. This is exactly what you're dealing with, right? And the reason why you're dealing with this, folks, is because let me tell you something, folks, right? Beneath this nice, educated Kala Genesis exterior, right, is a boy born in the South Jamaica, Queens, one of the toughest neighborhoods in New York City, right? I was fighting my whole entire life. This is a man, you're looking at a man that will go there with you. So thinking that you're gonna freaking come up here because we're Pan-African. People have this idea that Pan-Africans are weak, they're suckers, they're stupid, they're dreamers, they're ideologues and everything. I'm a realist, you know. And the bottom line is this: my people, Black America, African America, come first with me. So when somebody comes in here, first of all, Lou Major started introducing himself to us, telling us Black America is nothing to be proud of. Black America should be exterminated. And this guy basically got on there and basically became a leading figure in the Pan-African movement. You know, this fool
overnight without any credentials,
without no credentials or nothing. Right now, this guy, this is what I'm talking about.
For our people, and that's the part that throws me off.
I'm sick and tired of everybody coming around here waving a Pan-African flag and whatnot, doing their freaking dirt. This guy made it clear what he felt about Black America. Just like Akon made it clear what he felt about us. What the hell are you? And then he had the nerve to come back to us and talk about we like this. And we just, oh, Akon really means this. No, I'm sorry, man. I can't roll with punks. I'm sorry. I can't roll with suckers and punks. And it's time to start, all y'all dudes that came from the streets and everything, it's time to start showing that side of us. When we talk about that, that's what's going to have to happen. These motherfuckers got to start fearing us and respecting us. This motherfucker going to get up here and talk, oh, this lady is an evil witch. Her and Lou Major. And now that Negro P's joined them, anybody else that joined them, God damn them. So I'm sick and tired of people coming in, oh, well, this, that, and the other. Africa doesn't belong to them. It doesn't belong to anybody. Well, it belongs to all of us. So why do we got to be the suckers? We're the victims. Africa is supposed to be taking care of us. Africa's a mother. Africa's a mother that let their children go. Africa should be providing a place for their children overseas. But Africa is like a freaking, what do we call, what kind of parents? A derelict parent? What do we call it?
I'm trying to think of the word myself.
What's the word, man? What's the word? A derelict parent, incompetent parent, or whatever. I don't know what the hell it is. It'll come to me, you know.
I mean, it still means the same thing, but you were looking for that.
Yeah, but that's what that mother country is supposed to be like. No, the only country in Africa where the laws somewhat were made for with the idea of Black people in the diaspora and its children coming home is Liberia. That's the only country.
Brother, you are right on point in what you've been saying about Liberia, because our ancestors had a vision over 200 years ago that Bomani and Kala Genesis would have struggles in Africa, and they need a country that we can bring more of our people to where they'll feel safe with investment, and they'll also be able to really have the laws on the books for them.
Built institutions.
Like you mentioned to me, the Constitution was built for us as a people.
Yeah, no other country in Africa is at that. The Constitution says a Black man come here. It's an immigrant. It's a country for immigrants and returnees in the Constitution. Now, some people may make it seem like, oh, well, Liberia will not. No, if you want to change that Constitution, there will be war. There's some people, there's white people, Lebanese, everybody who are trying to get in there so they can change it. They want that country so bad, They're British. Everybody had their island because the country's so freaking beautiful, And everybody and his mother wants to colonize and take over Liberia, And Black
people know that Liberia was the only country literally never colonized and never occupied. The only country on the African continent, family. That's big.
No flag, no European flag has ever flown on Liberian soil.
And the whole time, family, when you're talking about the transatlantic European slave trade, that whole time that was going on, Liberia was there in place. Well, not so much. Well, I guess I would say after that situation, but even though all that situation was going on, it's an amazing.
It's like this. Liberia was formed right at the height of the transatlantic slave trade. It had to fight off the slave trade because they had to defend themselves against slave traders who were trying to raid the coast and take the settlers back into slavery.
Because slavery was still going on at that time, family.
The slave trade was still going on, and it was at the height. It was 1820, 1830. The slave trade was at its height. There was steamships even now going across the Atlantic, you know. And the bottom line was slave boats and everything, you know. So the bottom line is that they built their own navy, they built everything, Coast Guard, everything, and basically captured slave ships, executed slave captains and whatnot, and returned the captors and made them part of Liberia. A lot of Liberians that you see are descendants of the people from the Congo, Nigeria, everything that were resettled and they got educated. They say, you know something? Now ask yourself this question: when just like in Sierra Leone, when the people that were recaptured, right? They said, look, they said they saw the people, the black people from the West walking freely, women free and everything. They said, we want to be part of those people. They didn't go say, we want to go and be like the hinterland people. And they said, we came from that. That's why we got enslaved. We want to be like these people. They're building something great. I like their buildings, I like their roads, I like their education, I like their freedom, you know? I like the fact that I'm black. All I have to do is be black and I can be part of the society, you know?
There you go.
That's a part of Liberia that people don't talk about. I had a dude the other day talk about, yeah, it's unfortunate that the American, I said, there's no such thing as American Liberia. Some bum from the Ivory Coast. I said, after I educated him, I said, he pulled some wiki. I said, I don't care what some white racist devil word on Wikipedia, you know? And then I said like this, let me ask you a question. You're in the Ivory Coast, probably living in the West, right? What part of talking about Liberia is going to improve your freaking life? You know? We was a picture up about Liberia when everybody's like, oh, Black history. Like, no, but you got to understand what they did to the indigenous people. That's a complete lie, you know, fabrication of history, you know. And that's how I said, that's what we said. Liberia was the birthplace of Black Pan-Africanism. Every last single leader, from Julius Nyerere to Kenneth Kaunda and all these leaders of Africa and whatnot, went to Liberia to learn and wrote their constitutions and everything, learn what a Black state ought to look like, what a state ought to look like with many different ethnic backgrounds and everything. Liberia was a model for Africa, but that was written out of history. You know, all they would say, American Liberians, the indigenous people. There was no such people as called American Liberians. So this is why we say Pan-African Fight Back. Liberia was a prototype of a Pan-African state.
And absolutely,
and we're going to defend that tonight. We're going to defend that.
And family, let's add one thing in Colin, and I got we start adding people in that way. We just start fresh by adding people in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Family, this is why me and Kala is working together with a whole lot of Liberians for us to literally work together to reclaim that energy, to make sure Liberia is one of those countries that we have in Africa where we have that leverage and that connection. And so basically, we're looking at Liberia being our Pan-African capital of the world, you know. And it's worth it, family. We have to expand beyond ourselves. And I know we started doing in Ghana, but our goal is to build that community we have and build the energy in Liberia and work together. Because you have to look at it, family. Ghana and Liberia is two of those countries that are special to where, you know, the special connection for, you know, we already talk about Liberia, but the special connection for Ghana comes with Kwame Nkrumah. Where was Kwame Nkrumah educated? On this
Liberia and America.
Yeah. So that's why we have that energy going, because I'm telling you, family, go try to do some of the things that we want to do in countries like Tanzania. I love Tanzania, but it's not going to happen. So family, let me bring on our good brother Diallo, and also our brother Prince. I sent the link, Prince, so you can join us and we can talk. And so perfect. So I'm adding both of these brothers in, and then me and Kala is gonna be light on the talking. Because we want to make sure that these brothers you hear from both of these brothers, and it's and we talk about these two right here, family. So we have representation from both sides. All right, greetings, my two brothers. Greetings. How both of you doing? Diallo and our brother Prince.
What's good? What's good?
Yes, my good brother, man. Diallo, what I want to do is just let Prince talk, because he's been telling me that I'm basically slandering a good woman's name. So I want to respectfully just make sure he just shares what he has to share and things like that, because she wasn't able to make it because, you know, what she does is send her people to represent her. So our good brother, Tafor Prince, welcome to the call, brother. Appreciate you joining us. Go ahead, the floor is yours. I'm going to mute myself and you can just share what you want to share. because you heard what we said earlier and what we said in the last show. So just let us know if we are wrong, and tell us how and everything. Build that community gap.
Yeah, yes, sir. Brother, once again, I don't know if it's good morning or good evening. In Ghana, it's 4:50 a.m.
11:48 p.m.
So,
here on this
that
wonderful East here.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So I did just need to make this clear. I'm not necessarily here to defend Sister Tayo. I don't have her permission to do that. I'm not a spokesperson for her, but I think I have the responsibility to. I have the responsibility to at least speak to some of the things you said earlier because I'm privy to some of the stuff that.
All right, well, brother, the floor is yours. Speak.
I'll start with Kendi because my brother actually said something that I feel so bad about because I know this sister is late. Kendi is the twin sister of Taiwo Orishayomi. And I think when all these issues started, the issue about backlash for Taiwo started. That's when exactly she lost her sister as well. And there are a lot of proof from the group that you complaining that they've lost money because they've had several meetings that Sister Kande was part of it. She was the CFO, the first CFO of the group. So I'm sure if actually you speak to any of the people who are complaining now, they are definitely going to tell you this person is a real person. It was unfortunate that my brother was talking about this somehow another surrogate of Taiwo, but it's very painful because I know she lost a sister at the time that things were even tougher for her. So if brothers can limit yourself and like you said, no emotions. If you can limit emotions, it will be very, 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 very good for everybody. This is what I know. Like I said, I want to state it again. This is not a defense for Taiwo because I'm not a spokesperson for her because I don't have a permission to do this. What I know is that whatever money that has been contributed towards the Kala project, if anybody says that they have been shortchanged because they paid for a land they don't have, I have a site plan, certified site plan here with me in my office because actually my office is in front of my house. I built my office in front of my house. So anybody that even do business with me knows I can't run. My office is right in front of my house. And it's fortunate that I have a copy of this because I personally was involved with the survey and everything. So what I know is that in the beginning, the group wanted to buy 5,000 acres of land when Lou was still part of the group. And somewhere along the line, I mean, there was an information that this person was actually involved. And it was the same Sister Taiwo who actually did a private investigation about him, got all the information she needed, and then called a meeting of the same investment group she was handling and told them that this is the problem we had. And that was, can you hear me?
Yes, brother, we can hear you loud and clear. We're just listening to you.
I seem to be having a bad network. If you can hear me, please let me know.
Yes, we can hear you. Keep on with your presentation.
The first business, if I remember correctly, it was called Enio Farms. So that was when Lou Major was involved. Now, when Sister Taiwo found out all that was going on, he called a meeting, as I've said before, to brief these people that this is what is going on. So this is the private investigation that I've done on my own account, and then
All right. Unfortunately, it seems like he's not prepared. His camera is freezing.
Yeah. So it was 5,000, but divided into 3,000 and 2,000 acres. So they were going to pay the 3,000 into 2,000 after. Now, when Sister Tayo briefed the group, yeah, my network is bad. Please, guys, forgive me. So if I know why my line went back, I was saying that when Sister Tayo briefed the group about what was going on in a meeting, some of them believed her and then went along with her. So they broke away from the NEO farms and now they resolved that in honor of her late sister, they were going to honor the CFO my brother was talking about, Kende. So a new group was formed and was called Omo Kainde Farms. And that Omo Kainde Farm is what Taiwo used to fight Blue Major and secure the investment in Ghana. And that's what I have, a site plan. If my laptop can show it well, it's on the table here.
I mean, brother, what is the site plan going to prove?
This is the whole site plan.
What is the site plan going to prove?
This one, the first one on top is the 2,000 acres, the land. Unfortunately, I'm not able to log in with my phone, so it permits me. This right here states the acres of the land, which is 2,000, approximately 2,000 something. You look at the name on it. If you see where, that's the name on it, Omo Kainde Farms, Ghana, right? That was for the 2,000 acres. Now you come to the 3,000 acres land. It has the same name, Omo Kainde Farms. And approximately, how many acres? 3,000 acres of land. So, after the trials secured all this stuff for the group, this is why I feel that nobody wants to listen to her and just want to go with the propaganda. Because I believe that Blue Major wanted to fight back against her. So even in a new group, Blue Major still had most in the group. While I was part of the meeting several times, and most of the times, whatever he said there, it got leaked to him. So I feel like this is the only way he could fight back at the sister for disgracing him. And that's why some of these things are going on. So those even people in the new group that call Homo Kainde, the same people who are hiding behind, or Lou is hiding behind, gang up against this Sister Tayo and pushed her from her own investment. That's why I was referring to in the comment section that why is she the one fighting them to get an investment contribution of the investment in Ghana? Why haven't they sue her if anybody claims that he has defrauded them? They know where she is. This person we are talking about, that's why it pains me so much. It's a very successful real estate businesswoman in the UK. Her records are there to show. Written very successful 2 books about real estate in the UK. If she was a bad person, I'm sure it's easy to Google in the UK and look at Tayo or Shayomi. If you like, go to the Google and type Tayo or Shayomi, and you'll be surprised some of the things that comes up. So having known it on a personal level, and especially being involved in the Ghana project, I feel so bad when I hear you guys talk like this, especially when probably you are listening to only one side of the whole issue. It's very painful. And I was telling you about Bomani that I know some of the people who actually bought land from you at your project site at Jahazi. I have been there personally with somebody there before to look for their land, palace. You understand? I didn't know even how long that I was gonna meet you. Office, some of them have come here. I've looked at the site plan, I've advised them what they need to do to authenticate it. Took nothing from them. I myself, I finished junior in Ghana, University of Ghana. I did my National Survey and Lands Commission. That was 2011. I traveled to the UK for 5 years, and I decided to come back home. That's 3 years ago, just to be part of the building as well, building of Africa as well. So it's very painful when you definitely don't know me or don't know Sister Tayo on a personal level, but you can say some very hurtful words. I've just tried to restrain myself, not to go that again with you, because probably when you get to know the truth behind all that is going on, you probably take back some of the words you speak to someone else. And so, like I said, I don't speak for Sister Tayo, but if anything I need to say about the Ghana project, I'm telling you, as part of the people who went to the Chief's Palace to secure this land, I know where the land is. Sister Tayo planted 80 acres of cassava before she was forced out of the second. 80 acres of cassava. I don't know if it's still there, they've managed to put it up. You understand? So it's very painful. If you come to Ghana, Brother Bomani, and you really want to go there, it's just about 8 hours from the capital. I can personally go take you there, show you all the 3,000 acres where the land is. So if there's anyone out there who thinks they've paid some money towards the land they don't have, especially those who still stayed with Lou Major and didn't listen to Sister Tayo, and if they go around and say they haven't got the land, I'm not sure they can blame Sister Tayo when he was telling everybody that this person was a problem and they needed to cut him off. And even now, if they still see the sense in what she was saying, if they want to come, if they can prove that they paid anything towards the land, I personally am willing to show where the land is. Like I said, I have a copy of the site plan as I'm shown here with you. It's my office.
All right, brother. Appreciate it.
It's very sad that, I mean, everything that I was trying to say in the comment section wasn't enough to even tone down how you were describing some of us. If you come to Ghana, and I'm lucky to meet you, probably see that I'm not established. I'm not somebody who is begging diasporans to eat. I have my own business, brother.
Yes, brother.
It's just the same thing that most of the diasporans think, that they don't have truly good people down here to help them settle down. If you know Sister Marcia, talk to Sister Marcia. She knows personally my house.
Okay, perfect. Marcia knows you. Okay, that will work.
She's one person I can ask you to speak to. She's one of those people who even bought the land for me for money. So please, I may not have everything to satisfy you, but I believe I've shown you the site plan that covers the 3,000 acres the group are able to pay for here right here in my office. And then I don't know if there's anything else I can speak, not necessarily defending or speaking for Sister Tayo, but anything in the Ghana project anybody wants to know, I'm willing to actually show them where the land is. And if they find where the land is and they can speak to the new leaders of the investment, I'm sure they're able to prove that they paid in the first group, they can get the land from them. For now, Sister Tayo doesn't have any supervision at all in the group, because she was forced out again, saying from the same people who was using to pay her back for exposing him. And she's in the court, so I can't speak to some of the details, but she's in court fighting to get her own contribution, because the investment wasn't that she was taking people's money. It was a contribution everyone was making. So it was clear what everyone was paying towards the land. So if he's been kicked out, this is why he's in the court to take her back her own contribution. So I don't know if there's anything else. This is all I have to say about that.
All right, brother. Appreciate you sharing that. I am open to meeting you, but I'm not open to go and see the line. I just don't have time like that. You may be, I'm sure you're a wonderful person, because as I tell people, as corrupted as some of the countries that we have, as far as Black countries, including my own country, Jamaica, we do have good people that want to do the right thing, and sometimes we're caught up into corrupted people. So I don't know her situation of what she's doing with you. I do feel your sincerity, and I do appreciate it, brother. But let me let our brother Diallo come on in. Diallo, you there, brother? If you want to unmute yourself.
Yo, what's good? You hear me?
Yes, my brother, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm not sure if you was able to hear what Tafor Prince was saying, but you've been involved in this, and if you want to introduce yourself and share your part, and let us so we can analyze everything.
First of all, that lecture reminded me of being in high school when they tell you about how great George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were, and you sitting there and you like, I know that's not the truth, but yeah, I was basically in the group. It sound like a echo somewhere.
Yeah, somebody may be having their show playing at the same time too. So if you have your show playing at the same time, too, you have to unmute it. You have to mute it or turn it off.
I don't have anything on personally.
All right, let me there we go. There we go. It was Prince. Something was playing. So you're clear now. If you want to start over.
That was Taiwo in the background. She didn't want the truth to come out, so she was. But nah, yeah, I was in the group since the beginning with Lou Major and Taiwo. As you know, nice as Prince may have presented his case, the people who are really involved know that that Taiwo, there's no innocence with Taiwo. I think you described it, Bomani, the other day when you said, something like two people get caught, and then the first one tries to make a deal with the detective to snitch on the other one. So basically, they both got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and you just had to decide, like U.S. politics, who's the lesser of two evils. Taiwo was one of the first people in the group to know that Lou Major wasn't in Ghana and that he never went to Ghana. She never told us that, right? And then unfortunately, when her sister passed, it was more than a month before we were told that. And mind you, her sister was the CFO, right? Also, when there was a apparent land change from where we were supposed to originally purchase land in Nigeria, for whatever reason, we weren't told that either. We just learned all this stuff when Lou created this fictitious bank and wanted Taiwo to transfer the funds to his bank in his control. So that's kind of when everything collapsed. So there's no innocence of Taiwo. There's no damsel in distress, and she just had to stand up to the big bad Lou Major. Nah, that's nonsense. But I got a question for Prince, because he just painted Taiwo as this innocent victim. So if Taiwo was so great and cared so much about the shareholders, then why did she take the remaining group to court in an attempt to prevent the signing of the deed of the land that we paid for? Prince, why would she do that? Why would Taiwo do that if she really was committed to the organization? Can you answer that question, Prince?
All right, there you go, brother. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Hey, Prince, we cannot hear you. And remember, you have to make sure that you turn off if you're playing our video at the same time. But we cannot hear you, so talk, and then as soon as I can hear you, I'll let you know. And brother Kala Genesis, this is what I'm talking about. Bad infrastructure. We have to just do better with our infrastructure.
Yeah, man. You know, imagine trying to do a conference like this.
Brother, this is why I can't move on the continent because my business fall apart.
Is it better?
Prince, I can hear you now. Can you answer Diallo's question? And hopefully you heard Diallo loud and clear. This is unbelievable. We can't hear you now. Prince, we cannot hear you. This is ridiculous. Prince, we cannot hear you. We heard your mic moving earlier, and then your mic is off. Your mic is on, but we cannot hear you. Hey, Kyle, am I going crazy, or is this a joke?
Yeah, man. This is what happens. This is what happens when, like I said, exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. He's a Taiwo enthusiast. Now, everything I've been preaching for the last few years, now you see us all coming to pass.
Kala, he's much more than enthusiast. Let me tell you that much.
Yeah, he seems like he's involved. I can't expect what he's corrupt, but I think he's just naive. He wants to believe in something because it's a shame that our continent, Africans and Black America, feel so hopeless. You know what I'm saying? So desperate. We don't have real investment coming after.
Hey, Kala.
Yeah.
You ever seen how Stella got her groove back?
You know, I gotta see that. Everybody keeps talking about, you know.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I just thought about that. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Go. Tell me about Stella got her groove back. You know. I know it's funny, man. I feel like laughing. Okay.
Well, I'll just say this. You know, with Taiwo and Lou Major, there was, we suspect that there was a lot of pillow talk going on.
Yeah.
So, because that's what Lou Major is good at. He finds weak women and he exploits them. And I mean that's another thing. I mean, Lou Major was asking Taiwo to send some girl in Dubai money. You know what I mean? Like, is that not a red flag? Why this big Harvard trained former Wall Street Goldman Sachs exec would need you to send some chick in Dubai a couple $100?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess to Taiwo that wasn't a red flag, or the fact that he wasn't ever in Ghana, that wasn't a red flag either. But the point of the matter is that go ahead.
I'm gonna cut you off, brother. Do you remember one time we were doing a show on Dynasty Show, and he said he was in Ghana, right? But yeah, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, but he was on his patio, it was bright outside. And I was saying something was not quite right. Isn't it supposed to be nighttime over there? You know, this is before I went to the continent. I realized that, time zones are real, And so I did think about a couple that said something's not right about
Hello, Brother Bomani.
Okay.
Brother Bomani, please, can you hear me?
Yes, brother, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm not doing this, please. I'm not doing this on purpose. Please, stop doing this.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Diallo was asking you a question after he did his presentation. I'm not sure if you heard him.
What I was saying is that there's an issue with some of the former. There's an issue with some of the former executives. So there are people who are trying to take their investment out of this new Omo Kainde. And perhaps that was the reason why they will try to stop the signing of the indenture. Because what I understand is the new leaders did not want to have anything to do with Aru. The new leaders will not even invite her for the meeting, because remember, she's still part of the investment. Remember, she still pays, she paid dues, she has money in the investment. Why would they prevent her to be involved in a meeting? Do you, Brother Diallo, do you understand the constitution of companies act in Ghana, that a shareholder and contributor is never invited for a meeting?
Diallo, I think he was trying to say something as far as meetings and things like that.
So I would feel that this is the reason why any of the past executives wanted to stop the signing, because they wanted their portion out of your group, because you don't consider them to be members. You don't call them for meeting.
Unfortunately, he came unprepared. Diallo, I don't know if you want to continue because his mic keep freezing.
Personally, the new leader sent a message to me because he knows I've been involved in the past in the land process, and tells me that, oh, the group has been advised not to talk with Mr. Taiwo. Bomani, I don't know if this answers the question. I don't know if this answers the question or if you got anything out of it. What I'm trying to say is that they basically have taken this.
Diallo, he want to know if what he said makes sense or clear.
He done?
Yes, he's done. I'm not sure if he was able to understand anything he was saying.
Nah, I didn't really hear what he was saying, but the
Brother,
point of the matter is this is.
Please let me put it quickly. Maybe if my mic is good now. What I'm saying is that the only reason why I see them doing this is if they are not being invited for a meeting, if they are not being shared the progress of the project, why would they still want to keep their portion of the land? Why would they still keep their money there?
Are you done? I don't want to cut you off.
It seemed like he's done because he keep on freezing, but
okay, so let me just kind of tell you what really happened. No, they weren't kicked out. They weren't not invited to meetings. What essentially happened was after the split, basically Taiwo and then like 4 or 5 other people volunteered. Can you hear me, by the way?
Oh, yes, brother. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. So Taiwo and 4 or 5 other people volunteered to be directors, marketing, CFO, legal, whatever, right? So they volunteered. So at some point they were like, okay, we need to be. Could you mute Prince again? I think I'm hearing the echo. Yo.
All right, he's muted now.
Okay. Yeah, so basically you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I got him on mute now.
Okay. Yeah, so basically they were like, we need to be compensated. Okay, cool. So the shareholders elected I think it was 5 of us to negotiate on the shareholders' behalf with those executives, right? So we had a team of us. So we talked to the shareholders and we said, decided on what we wanted to offer them. So we went and we had 2, 3, 4, probably like 3 or 4 meetings with them. And essentially what they told us was they're not negotiating, right? And really the main one was Taiwo, because I was cool. I was cool with some of them. I used to talk to some of them behind the scenes and stuff, and I actually really like some of them. And we would talk. We'd be like, okay, like come on, we need to negotiate. And Taiwo's holding this up, and they always be like, nah, we'll work it out. We'll talk to Taiwo. We'll get it to negotiate. They'll tell you that one-on-one, but then when it gets to the negotiation, they're like, we're not moving. Right. So there was no negotiation. And after the first negotiation, the first negotiation basically was talking about like percentages of profits. After the first negotiation, Taiwo comes back with what she calls her golden parachute, which is essentially a ransom note. Pay me this, or I'm gonna leave. You guys aren't gonna be able to do anything. And essentially, that ransom note said she gets 20 or 30 or 10% of profits for 20 years. The other person gets 5% of profits for 20 years, and it's I think Taiwo was supposed to be chairman of the board for life or something, and just a bunch of other nonsense. I mean, short of violin lessons for her cat or manicures and pedicures for her pet monkey Blanket. You know what I'm saying? Just like ridiculous, not even really feasible. And so it just got really complicated to where we were gonna have negotiators come in. And at one point, Taiwo gave this impassioned speech. I don't know if it was on Dinah's channel or to us, but she was like, yeah, we got to invest in Africa. We can't feed the beast and blah, blah, blah. And what they wanted to do was spend $10,000 to hire this white British man to negotiate on their behalf. They wanted to use $10,000 of our funds to pay a white guy to tell us how much we should be paying them. So a white guy is going to come into a so-called Pan-African organization. We're going to pay him, and he's going to tell one group of black people what they're going to pay the other group of black people. The same person who's saying we can't feed the beast is feeding the beast $10,000. The beast is apparently telling her that they should get 85% of profits or whatever. I don't know. I think the guy's her mentor or something like that. So these people, let me not say that. Taiwo was not really married to the cause. Like, she was like a new Pan-Africanist. From what I heard, she was an integrationist, not what I would call a militant integrationist, meaning, and I don't say this to get personal, but I think you have to say this. She's into white men. So, not to say that you can't come out of that, but if that's your track record, me personally, I'm always going to look at you a little funny because I can't trust you unless and it proved itself right. She's bringing this white man in, wants to pay him 5 or 10,000, whatever it is, to, negotiate on their behalf. And she's just not married to the cause. So essentially, they always kept threatening to resign. If you don't do what we say, we're going to resign. Well, they thought that they were the only ones with the keys to the car. They didn't realize that we had our own car. We ain't need to ride with them. You feel me? We didn't need to ride with them. And the thing is, and this is the sad part, bro. We had like 80 people paying $250 a month, $20,000 a month to capitalize these projects, right? $20,000 a month. Now, in the grand scheme of things, in big corporate America, that's not a lot. But for the African continent, that is a lot of money to be capitalized, $20,000 a month with 80 complete strangers. Now, these strangers are from Nigeria, they're from Ghana, they're from Sierra Leone, they're from Guinea, they're from America, they're from the Caribbean, Rwanda, all different types of places. And most of these people never even met each other. It's like we handed these motherfuckers a key to a brand new Lamborghini. And it's like they just took it out like they never knew how to drive a car before and just drove it up on a fucking curb, drove it through the mud, drove it through the water. They did whatever they could to sabotage it. So eventually, the shareholders got pissed. They were like, we ain't getting bullied by these people. Because, see, here's the thing. Okay, so Taiwo, oh yeah, she saved us from Lou Major. In what world do you start a fire and then get credit for putting it out? Does that make sense? You start a fire, then you put it out, and then you want people to thank you for putting out the fire that you started. Like, seriously? No. So they ended up So basically, the shareholders got pissed. We like I think they wanted 30%. I think we offered them 20 or 25. They were like, no, we're not negotiating. You need us. We're fine. Boom. So eventually, the shareholders voted. We said, okay, we're gonna have unpaid executives. So basically, whoever's an executive, you're just gonna volunteer for now until we, get our feet up under us and we can, kind of right the ship and get things going in the right direction. So when the shareholders did that goes back to what Prince was saying. They're not getting invited to meetings and they're kicked out. No, they were never kicked out. That is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Excuse my language, but it's so disgusting that they paint that picture because they know it's not true. We voted not to have paid executives. They decided that they were going to step down. That they weren't going to run for the paid executive, for the unpaid executive post. They didn't want to run for them. It was going to be open to anybody. They didn't want to run for it, right? So they voluntarily left the organization. We didn't say we're taking your land. You can't have it. You can't come to meetings. We didn't say that. Like these people were so angry that we took control of our investment. Like we funded this shit. It's for you guys and 35 of us. Now you're a part of it. You funded it too, but your voice ain't. And that's another thing. You had this air of I'm better than you, and like it's not like that. Like nobody's better than anybody. And trust me, we got some really talented people in this group. And that's really another sad part. We got some really strong professional people. We got some really strong blue collar people and just good people in general, smart people, dedicated people. So that's what he's talking about. They left on their own. No one kicked them out. So after they left, they were like, oh, we're going to stop them whatever they do. We're not going to let them farm. We're not going to give them, like, you should see these notes they send about paying and all this nonsense. So what happened was, again, we had our own car. They didn't know it. See, in the first group, there were some people, who were very quiet and didn't say much. Those were the smart people. I'm not that smart, so I was loud and obnoxious. Not really obnoxious. I just said what I had to say. That's just me. But we had some very quiet people. And one of those people, our good brother, Dr. Wale, is, a very strong and well-connected Nigerian. And essentially, through him, Brother Frank, and, some other Nigerians, because see, the thing is, somebody like me, I wouldn't know how to move in Nigeria or Ghana, anything like that. I only really know how to move in America and a little bit somewhere else. But Brother Wale, Brother Frank, they know how to move there. So we essentially took what was ours. We removed them as directors or executives on the Ghana paperwork, and they're still pissed about it. I mean, they're, taking us to court and all this stuff. We've never once told them that they can't have their land. Never once. You will never find any communication where any of us have told Taiwo or any of them that they can't have their land. Never would happen. We don't operate that way. So essentially, you know who the real heroes are? The real heroes are Brother Dr. Wale, Brother Frank. Those are the real heroes. Those are the people that saved us. Taiwo didn't save us. She tried to save her reputation. She didn't care about us. That was about her. Because, Taiwo was making other sales. I even bought some other land from Taiwo outside of these investments in, I forgot that area. And she was making a lot of sales on other land and properties outside of these investments. So the Nigerians in the group saved us. Outside of us, continuing to pay, they saved us administratively. Those are the real heroes. And we are the real victims, not Taiwo. I'll let you talk, Prince.
All right, Prince, I hope you're prepared. Our brother Diallo broke down what he broke down based on his personal experience. I'm hoping that he can get himself unmuted so he can reply back, because he was raising his hand ready to interrupt you. So all right, your mic is unmuted now. So, and unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
You said fortunately. That's funny.
Kala, is that similar to the story that you heard?
That's exactly what I heard.
Yeah,
That's
Prince,
exactly.
we still cannot hear you, and I'm trying to get your feedback also.
Hey, Diallo, let me ask you a question. At what point, I remember this clearly, this is like late 2020, you know? At what point did Dinah say, I'm done with Taiwo and Lume? Was it before the split or after? What was this?
I think that was early 2021 when that happened.
Okay.
Because see, the shit didn't hit the fan really. It was January 2021 where the shit hit the fan with that. It was like a container. Lou wanted Taiwo to send money to Colombia or somewhere for a container, and he sent her a picture of some shabby looking containers, apparently.
Yeah.
Fake invoices, and then that's when everything hit the fan.
Yeah, let me ask you a question though. You said about this bank. My friend Michael Jackson, he was in BAIO, right? He was in the BAO. He had
I know Michael Jackson.
You know Michael Jackson, right? So how did he play into this in that bank and everything like that? Because that's when I got on the phone with him and Lou Major, and Lou Major told me he's in Africa and he's on the continent. And I said, I got a call back. He was in, it said Colombia, you know?
Hold up. So you asked me, how did who play a role? Michael Jackson or Lou Major?
Michael Jackson. I know he went to the Ghana part. You know, he said he was going to Ghana. And then Michael Jackson had some investment with some Swedish people who wanted to start an online bank. The guy's a Wall Street whiz, you know? And
no, Mike is a very, very smart guy. I'm cool with Mike. I don't got no problem with him.
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. He called me about a month ago. I never turned his call. I meant to call him back, you know? Evidently, he's still salty about all this, you know?
Well,
you know how he is, man. You know how he is, bro. You know.
But the bank was like, I didn't get involved in the bank because the bank never made sense to me, because with a bank you need volume, and it was supposed to be like this super secret bank that's only exclusive, and I think it was, I forgot how much it was. You're supposed to pay $100 a month to use it, and all the transactions had to go through the bank, and you could only be paid in these imaginary C coins or D coins. Kadar. It was Kadar. Lou came up with these things called Kadar, and so basically it was just another hustle, another scam. But I feel bad because they got one brother, man. They made this dude pay like $35,000 for like a Japanese cow, and they were calling them C coins. They're basically, a C coin represented a cow.
Yeah. I tell you, man. That's why I saw all this, man, and I'm like, yo, I'm listening to these people like, yo, y'all crazy. Y'all nigga crazy, man. Yo, yeah. Crazy.
It was crazy, like, and I'm like, yo, like, anyway, but yeah, Michael Jackson was the CFO of the bank. But yeah, Mike is cool. I don't got no problem with Mike. I mean, he ended up.
He was sincere what he was trying to do. You know.
Yeah. See, the thing is, he's still with Taiwo. Last I heard, the problem with those people are like essentially all those people with Taiwo are good people. They just let her manipulate them. Okay, I'll give you an example. There's a person in her group. I'll call her Lily. She was like the legal person, right? And when we first started a group with Lou Major, there was some of us that tried to put in like checks and balances and internal controls and stuff like that. It was me, it was Lily, Brother Collins, Michael Jackson was there. I think Brother Frank was there. And some other people, I can't remember. It was maybe like 10 of us, because we were like asking a lot of questions and all this stuff. So this person, Lily, used to fight for the people. She'd be like, you know, Lou, this ain't right, or Taiwo, this ain't right. Boom. When the split happens, she ends up being like the legal representative for us, which means she's on Taiwo's team. So when she gets a seat at the table, she changes. She starts telling us, pulling out Nigerian laws out of her ass and comma and all this kind of stuff. It was like these African dictators, like when they're freedom fighters and they're fighting for the people and they're in the opposition, and then as soon as they become president, they start killing people and shit like that and throwing people in jail.
Yeah. That's my problem was. My problem was the fact that you got African Americans, right? This is our posterity we're investing in, You know, we're not desperate to. Well, we're not desperate to get African land. We're not desperate to get African. We're gonna do it at our own pace. And they try to treat us like, oh yeah, you guys don't know. We could go around and we could have did this without Taiwo and Lou Major and all that. That's my point I was trying to make, And when we go on the continent, we have to have our own people, our own everything. We need to have our own banks. We need to have everything, infrastructure, all infrastructure on the continent. That's the way it has to happen. If they start to just, no, well, you can't have. Why not? I refuse to listen to a black man on a black continent tell me no. On a continent that's supposed to be my ancestral homeland, I don't feel like I gotta be second class. You're not a citizen, or all this kind of nonsense. All the stuff they use to manipulate so they can always control the diaspora of what we do on the continent, and take from us, There's enough of that.
Well, the main thing is we got to vet people better, man, because again, like a lot, these people just like, this is a hustle to Taiwo and Lou. They're not married to this.
Yeah.
I mean, if Taiwo's not with Prince 2-4 right now, she's probably in London getting bent over the London Bridge right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like they don't care, bro. Like me, bro, like I grew up like not super pro black, but like enough. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like these people, they saw a couple of YouTube videos. They saw some vulnerable people. I mean, it's not just Black Americans. I mean, they're exploiting, Nigerians or people, who haven't been home in 20 years who are looking for a way back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and like I said, like, bro, we got professional people in this group, man. We got a Ivy League trained doctor in the group, not like a doctor of physical education, like a real life medical doctor. Mm-hmm. Like really smart lawyers, accountants, people that work for the government, just like really talented people. And here's the funny thing. Most of these people, I don't even know what they do, right? Like it might just come up in a conversation, but I don't even know what they do. And it's like, at least since Lou Major and Taiwo have been removed, we don't have the negativity and all the dissension and stuff like that. Like we don't really have that. Like there's not like, oh, you have a master's degree and you just graduated high school, you're a GED, like you can't speak on. It's not like that. Like again, most people I don't even think know what people do for a living. It's just like people coming together for a common cause to make a difference. That's it. That was the goal in the beginning.
Yeah.
But when we just let these people infiltrate and hustle and scam us, we got to just do better background checks, man. Like you, even to this day, bro. Yeah. Bro, to this day, none of these people met Lou Major. None of them. Lou Major done got hundreds of thousands of dollars out of these people. Imaginary Japanese cattle and shit. And he's never met one of these people.
And don't even know
the man's a ghost.
Real name. He was Wilkin Morency. That's his name. He was Lou Major. Everybody, oh, Lou Major. Yeah, because why? Because he came on Dinah's show.
Yeah.
He was a good guy.
You know?
Also, he said when he saw me on Dinah's, right, he comes up there. First thing he did is he calls into a show, trying to challenge me to a debate. I crushed him. You know, Brown, this guy don't know what he's talking about. He calls it about. This guy says, Dinah, you got to vet your. He says, Dinah, you have to vet your guess what? He don't know what he's talking about. You know, he says no shipping lines, and that he didn't know the difference between a shipping company and a shipping line. You know, he know the difference. A shipping company, I could start a shipping company in my garage. You could start with a shipping company in your garage, package it up and put it on a container. A shipping line is when you have the whole freight, everything to the brim, right? And you got a point A, point B, you know, and return, and you got manifest and stuff like that. And you have a bank managing transactions all over the world. That's a shipping line. It's permanent. No African country has a shipping line. Now, you can have a shipping line and not even own a ship. So long as basically you can subcontract and outsource that to move your goods. And if you're doing the trading and moving the goods yourself and everything, a shipping company, a person owns a shipping ship could be on your line. You have 4 or 5 ships on your shipping line. You know, Africa has not built a shipping line yet because they got to come together because there's not enough trade volume with the rest of the world. Japan built its first shipping lines around its islands, around all its port cities, you know, and they outsourced it to European firms, you know. They basically, the Dutch and the British and everything brought their steamboats in. They were carrying goods, and Japan's economy grew like a monster when they was able to trade among the islands and everything, you know, like that. Then in the 1870s, Mitsubishi, Iritaro Yamato, the founder of Mitsubishi, he was 28 years old. The government of Japan purchased 13 steamboats, right, and gave it to him, right? And Mitsubishi began shipping, competing with the other foreign companies around the coast. And then after a decade, they opened up the first shipping line to South Korea and also a shipping line from Nagasaki to Shanghai. That foreshadowed Japan's invasion into Korea and in Manchuria and Asia. You know, so they did it strategically. Africa has never built a shipping line. Right now, Uganda is building a piping line, which is the first time African country is going to pipe oil, right, to its own refineries, right, and then be able to export gas, you know, in a refined process without no European help. The Europeans are now trying to stop that, just like I wanted to play a video, Bomani, where Julius Malema's telling America, we're not paying that money back. If we ever get in power, we're going to restart our coal mines because we're not going to let Joe Biden come here and tell us to shut down our coal industry. So all this stuff is going on that we have to be more educated. But Lou Major comes on the stage trying to, I know more than Kala and whatnot, you know. And eventually he took over the show, and that's what happened, you know. I got pushed to the side. Hey, that's what happened.
All right, well, appreciate you, Kala. Prince, go ahead. And Kala and Diallo have said a lot, and they've been clear about what they're saying. So, I mean, this is your time to communicate back. All right, Prince, you're up, brother. Mike, you know, we'll let you in a minute. Just want to make sure Prince get a chance to communicate back. So, Prince, we're not going to be able to do this all night long. So please, you know, you've been, you know, every time they're talking, you keep on saying let you talk. So there you go, brother. And if your mic is not going to work, we're just going to have to move forward from you because what you're saying is not changing the dynamics of anything. All right, Prince, let me know if you're going to say something, because as soon as we start talking again, then you're going to start saying that, give you a minute. See, this was your message. All right, so we just have to move forward past them. Prince, you can drop off whenever you're ready. But thank you for trying to convince yourself that this person is a good person and this person is here to save us. And since we have another person on, Mike, Mike, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and say what you want to say, Mike.
Hey, how you brothers doing?
We're doing well, brother. Doing well.
I was listening to what the brother was saying, and I traveled through the site that Caleb put up, the BIO, and he's right. There's a lot of intelligent, gifted brothers and sisters on that site.
Also, Mike, can you back away
Talk to him. I'm sorry.
Mike,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can you back away from your mic or turn it down? Your mic is very loud as usual.
I don't know what it is. I'm shucks, man. Hold on. Let me just turn this thing this way, because I don't have a phone number. How is that now?
Or just back away a little bit from the mic.
All right. How about that?
All right, go ahead.
All righty. And so me and this other brother, Caleb, he knows him, Mike Roebuck. And the brother was telling me that he's working on an app. And I think this app is going to be a game changer to all of this type of nonsense when it comes to people talking about using using brothers and sisters to try to do business in Africa, but at the same time stealing money. And so I think that right there, what he's developing, it's going to be a game changer. And I encourage Caleb. Caleb knows him, to reach out to the brother and just listen to what he has, what he's trying to make it do or program it to do. And I think that that right there, I wouldn't necessarily say it would get rid of all of it, but it will have them to rethink their action, because now he has this particular device in motion that everybody can see and use. And then let me ask you some, bro. Did the brother get arrested? Lou Major? Is that his mugshot? Yeah, is that his mugshot?
Oh, this is from a previous case. That's it. But yes, that's his mugshot from Texas.
And he don't look happy at all. Like he pouting.
Well, he learned a lot of his stuff from inside, the jails.
Wow.
But Mike, I appreciate you. So thanks for sharing that. Diallo, I was not able to get Prince. Prince, let's see if you can try again, brother, because I want you to kind of comment back from all the things we've been talking about. So, Kala, you see why I have to operate my business from here?
Yeah.
And while I'm in Africa trying to do my business, trust me, it's painful. Sometimes what would take me 10 minutes would take about 2 hours to get done.
Yeah.
So and that's why you always talk about Black African infrastructure. So we should be organizing ourselves to put our energy together to build these things versus just doing each other wrong.
Kayla, you remember that time? Me and you and Rob, me and you, he on there? He's on?
No, Mike, Prince is Prince. Whenever you can talk, let's talk, and we'll let you know if we can hear you. Other than that, Diallo, you have other things you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say too, Prince is painting this angelic image of Taiwo. And just another thing, with those refunds that Kala read about in that statement that he read, you got to realize, this land was bought like 3 years ago.
Diallo, it seemed like his mic is working. If you could just pause for a little bit, let me just hear what he has to say. Go ahead, Prince, so we can, we're muted. You can talk. Your Prince, if this keeps up, we're gonna have to just remove you from the stream. But go ahead, Prince, because you keep on cutting us off, and we keep on trying to let you talk. Let me see if he can log back. Let me see if he's back on now. All right, you're back up. See if you can talk now. All right, the same thing going on. Diallo, finish saying what you're saying, and Prince is gonna have to just either do this another time or. Go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. All right, so Prince, you want me to add your other stream on? So Prince, let me remove it from the stream.
Yeah, can you hear me now, brother?
I can hear you, but you have something else playing in the background where we see.
Hey, Bomani, tell him he has too many pages open. He need to close some of his pages. He has too many pages on.
So probably you can check.
There you go. This one works. Let me just remove the other one. That one works.
All right.
I have.
All right, go ahead, Prince.
Yeah.
So now.
I wanted to say that when Brother Diallo was talking, he said the fire has been put out. So Taiwo doesn't deserve a credit. And this is what I've been saying all along with you, that she hasn't scammed anyone concerning Ghana. This is what I know, because Brother Diallo confirmed the fire has been put out. The investment has been saved. Brother Diallo again confirms that there is a land prepared for them, which they have a lease, which is 3,000 acres of land at Kentampo, Bono East. So again, why is the scam in this? This is what I was trying to tell you, explain to you, that when it comes to the Ghana project, if there's anyone who claims they haven't received their land, I personally know where the land is. I personally was involved with the land and the chiefs when Taiwo was in Ghana, going to the hinterland to break all these deals in the interest of the group. So if I feel so sad, and this is why I come here without even her permission to say what I know, that when it comes to the Ghana investment, when it comes to the land they are talking about, I can take anyone that claims they've paid money for the land and they don't know where the land is. I personally can take them and show the person that this is the 3,000 acres of land. If you can prove that you paid money for the group, you need to contact the new leaders of the group, and then when they authenticate it, you have your land. Now, if these concerns are coming from the new group, then I think it's just a mere defamation, because they know that they have 3,000 acres of the land down there. They have a lease signed by the chief, the chief of Abase. They have the lease signed, which I've shown you a copy of the indenture.
Yeah, the
because they were able to pay for only 3,000 acres. But the initial plan was the 5,000 acres, which is 3,000 and 2,000. And now they've paid for the 3,000, which they have their land. So it is sad that if somebody can refer to this project and say she's a scam, if they can say anything apart from that, administrative errors or whatever, I'm not going to challenge anyone. But if you say the person is a scam and hasn't delivered, hasn't gotten their land, what they paid for in Ghana, that I will defend that every time, because I know personally where the land is.
Well, Prince, let me be real with you, brother. This goes way beyond what's going on in Ghana. Okay, so maybe things worked out in Ghana, but this goes way beyond that. Like I'm told you, I have personal business people I've taken to Africa, and I'm building that relationship with them to do things with us. And then they go through these situations and they tell me, yo, they can't do anything with anybody else, because they just, if this is what is going to go on in doing business and investments in Africa, they're done. And all it takes is one chance, one time. So you may be right about what's going on in Ghana, but you have to think about everything that Diallo has explained.
Yeah, but I
shadow what he has said and let's talk about the Ghana project.
But I understand perfectly. But you see, all along, I was arguing from the point of Ghana, which I'm involved. If anybody can specifically say that, oh, I paid for land in Nigeria and that's what I haven't received, that's a different ballgame altogether. If anybody can say that I have been scammed of $10,000 and I haven't received anything out of it, and it doesn't involve Ghana, I'll stop talking. But for what I know and for what people, because like I said, from Enion Farms to Omo Kayinde, I've been part of the meeting up and down. I'll tell you this. I was the first Ghanaian director of Omo Kayinde. It does nothing to me when the new leaders decided to clandestinely remove me without my notice. I have nothing to do, because I go, because I don't know any of them to work with. If you can say the truth, on their last meeting, in the Zoom meeting, I raised my hands and I said, for all that I've helped Sister Taiwo to achieve in Ghana, if Sister Taiwo they are pushing her out, I raised my hand, I can't work anymore. This is what I said in my last meeting. I did not tell them I'm going to resign as a director. It's unfortunate that I didn't even add it because I think it's irrelevant. In the Ghanaian company law, before you remove a Ghanaian director, because you need to have one Ghanaian director, and I was the only Ghanaian director. Nobody consulted me. They used fraudulent means to remove me. That's not the problem because I have nothing, because I just wanted the hot air to go away. But for anybody to come back and hit at Sister Taiwo when he fought Lou to secure $60,000 of their money, down payment for the land in Ghana, worked and convinced the seller to push the money and the land back to the Omo Kainde group, which they have now. Tell them which of them did all this. Tell them when they were about to lose the $60,000 as a down payment, Lou saying to the seller, how many of them could even stand up and say that we'll go and fight for this money? We'll convince the seller to credit us this money. You understand? It's Sister Taiwo who stood up, convinced the seller, went to the seller's place, Teshiman, convinced him to say, hey, you need to credit this group, this 60,000. If you go to the village now where they have the land, the chiefs will tell you that the only person we know who has been here, I don't know if after they've gone there, who was there first, be with us, visit us, brought us gift, is Sister Taiwo. You understand? And all these journeys have been with her up and down, going down. So, like I said, Brother Bomani, if there's anything apart from that, and if there's anyone who can raise their hands and say that I've paid into the investment $10,000, $5,000, and I don't have my land, and it has to do with Ghana, I would say that one, I will stand for it. And if it's Nigeria or anything else, they have to be specific. But where you brand everything together and make her seem like she's a devil, make her seem like she's a fraudster. No, brother. If you bring the emotions down and look at the sister you are all denigrating, you understand that she's a successful businesswoman in the UK. You understand that she's a millionaire in the UK. She doesn't speak much. So it's very painful. Even where at the point you bring her late sister in to ridicule her, she's still taking care of the late sister's son. You understand? So please, she's more passionate or even equally passionate about African progress, Pan-Africanism, like most of you. So please, let's speak to the matter. Let's have a specific issue against him instead of just branding everything together. Instead of branding everything together and hate at her.
Prince, hold on. Kala want to say something, and then after Kala, I want Diallo to just chime in on that. Go ahead, Kala.
Now, let me ask you a question. When is Taiwo in? How many times during all these transactions was she in Nigeria present, or was she in the UK?
Brother, I'm not speaking to Nigeria. Like I said, I'm speaking to Ghana specific. Taiwo has been in Ghana several times. Taiwo has lived in Ghana for 1 good year.
She was doing these transactions in Ghana, right?
Yes, she was in Ghana for several times. Even when her sister died, she was in Ghana. She had to fly. Her sister died. No, her sister was unconscious at, I think it was Thursday. Friday, she had to fly back to the UK, and the sister died on Saturday.
Let me ask you a question. Why, if you're handling people's money, right, like this, right? Why isn't the money going into like a local African bank? Why isn't it on the ground?
Okay, so the thing is, for you to open a bank in Ghana, right? You need a work permit. You need a work permit, a residential permit. You understand? And all these things will be worked on because I alone as a local
so she doesn't have a work permit.
Can I please finish?
She's selling land to people who don't have residence, who don't have a
No. It's a different conversation. You can own the land without residency in Ghana. You are talking about bank account.
But in her video of before you buy and all that stuff, oversight, it said nothing about owning the land. It says you lease the land and you can renew the lease. When I went here in America, you buy land, you own it. It's yours. You know, there's no lease or no.
So Ghana is different. In Ghana's law, you can't. It used to be like 10 years ago. The law has been changed. Now you can buy a freehold. Now you cannot buy a freehold anymore. You have two options. If you are buying the land for residential, it's 99 years of lease. This is just basic. It doesn't mean 99 years. It goes back to the owner. No, that's not what it means. But even in an indenture, it will state that after the 99 years.
Oh, let me ask you a question.
Can I finish, please? I want to come there. When I finish, maybe you can follow up. After the 99 years, you still have a minimum of 45 years to follow up. Now, when it comes to farmlands, you have maximum of 50 years lease. Nobody sells farmland outright. It's a lease. It's according to the law. But that does not mean after the 50 years, you have no right to the land. Because again, in the indenture, it's going to be stated that after the 50 years, you still have 25 years to renew. The reason why land is not sold in Ghana is based on our history, because land is owned, large amount of land is owned by family, chiefs, stools, and government have a little of them. So it's understanding that if a current generation of chiefs sell all the land to people, the next generation will have nothing to hold on to.
That's a lot of crap. Ghana is like so empty, and there's land out there. And my whole thing is, there's so much land. What gives a person the right to own? Doesn't land a natural from the earth? Doesn't God own the land? God owns the land and everything like that. Why does somebody say they own land that they're not on? Possession is 9/10 of the law in every situation. So if you have land that's sitting there, miles and miles of land, right, and you're not developing, you're not doing anything with it, right? You're not building anything on it, right? Somebody wants to come. Why does that person have to give you a freehold or a lease or whatever like that? Why can't you just sell the land outright? Africa is so undeveloped, you know.
Brother, I will speak to Ghana specific. Again, I've explained to you the history behind that. If we can acknowledge history and culture differentials,
but you understand? So hold on.
Let's not superimpose what the West do.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you said that, right, are you talking about Europeans, Lebanese, and everybody else? Or are you talking about potential Black people who coming back to
everybody?
How do you know that land didn't belong to the people who was trying to buy the land back?
No, brother, it's for everybody, even a Ghanaian. It applies to us. But for the only difference is that as a foreigner, the residential is limited to 50 years. Even the residential.
Well, I'm saying is this: you buy a land, right? You're gonna be dead in 50 years. What good is that?
Yeah, brother, does this work the same as Liberia? Because
no. I'm not here to defend. I'm not here to defend the Ghana laws, but I'm trying to explain to you. If we want to go to that side, maybe we can do that later. But I'm trying to explain to you how it's done here. Wherever you want to move to do business, you need to understand how things work, brother. If it favors you, you go. If it doesn't, you put your money somewhere else. You understand? This is why Brother Bomani probably is touring a different African countries, look for which is the best option to invest. You understand my point? I do not want to maybe go to the law because it has history. It has history. It has history behind it. There's a reason why maybe the laws are done the way it is. I don't agree with the law. Like I'm saying, with you, I don't agree with the law. But this is what is done in Ghana. This is what, if you want to buy a land, you need to understand. This is how the land tenure system works in Ghana. You understand? So I go back to say that for where they have their 3,000 acres, the chief of Abasi, the one who signed their indenture for them, they know that they have the land there. They know that they even had 3,000 acres and 2,000. But the 2,000, the group strength could not capture the 2,000, which is there now. But they have 3,000 acres of land to work for. And it was all due to Sister Taiwo's effort to grab this land from Lou, who was going to take it, because Lou had already transferred $60,000 to the seller or the broker. And it took Sister Taiwo, when they broke away from Enion Farms and formed Omo Kainde, it took Sister Taiwo to convince the broker to say that, hey, you know that I'm the only one who has been on the ground. You know that I'm the only one, you know. If they bring Lou, you can't say that this is Lou. And you have to credit my people with the 60,000. Other than that, I will take you home. Other than that, I will sue you. And we've been to the broker's lawyer's office personally before she got this done. And she got this done, convinced the group to keep paying towards it. She exits, or they kick him out. And now they've gone ahead to pay for the land. They've had their land. They have their document. But how can this to be said as a scam? This is my problem. I'm speaking to Ghana specific.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Brother Kala, let me just get Diallo feedback.
Okay.
He was involved in all of this. Brother Diallo, you want to address what Prince has been saying? Let me. There you go.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, brother, I can hear you. Perfect. So Diallo, Prince is muted. Diallo, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, you can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. Again, I mean, it's like these women, right? When they say, "Oh, I'm independent, I got a job, I got a car, I pay my own bills." Yeah, you're supposed to. You're an adult. Taiwo, you were the leader of the group. You were supposed to secure everybody's investment. You don't get credit for that. That's your fucking job. Like, does the bus driver get credit for opening the door and putting down the wheelchair lift for the disabled person? That's his fucking job. Does the airline pilot get credit for safely landing the plane? That's his job. So you don't see, he doesn't want to have him speak on all the obstacles that Taiwo has tried to put in our place, the good, well-meaning people who, by the way, invested in her own country. Like, these people invested in her country. You know how big that is? When somebody invests in your home country, you're supposed to take care of them. Anything they need, you're supposed to take care of them. Taiwo hasn't done that. She's done everything to hurt us. People who have damn near no connections on the ground, most of us. Taking us to court, trying to take our workers, trying to move us off land that we've already been on and encroaching on our land that we've been working for the past 3 years. This is what she does. This is what Prince isn't telling you. This is the Taiwo Prince isn't telling you about. The angry, the bitter person, the one who has to be in control, the selfish person. This investment is all about Taiwo. It wasn't about Black people or Pan-Africanism or Nigerians or Yorubas, Igbos. It was about Taiwo and her pockets and her profile. She's a millionaire? Okay. I don't believe it. Because if Taiwo was really a millionaire, she wouldn't be that concerned with us few people throwing our little dollars together to try to farm in these two countries. She wouldn't have the time. She'd have so much other stuff to be doing than to worrying about us if she was really a millionaire. Will millionaires go to the farm and try to buy people's farm workers and threaten their workers? That's what millionaires do. Millionaires got time to do that? I don't know no millionaires that got no time to do that. So she's not who she says she is. And here's another thing. If she's so, tied to the cause, we bought that land 3 years ago. I forget what the Naira was at, 40,000 or 400, whatever you call it. The Naira has been devalued greatly since that time. So from what I heard, she's giving refunds back at that price, right? In Naira, and taking a 20% cut off it as, I don't know, a transaction fee or some bullshit. Meanwhile, we also know that in Africa and Nigeria specifically, that the value of the land goes up crazy in 3 years. So there's no this innocent Taiwo and Taiwo's for the people, and this impassioned Prince 2-4 with all this energy for Taiwo. It means nothing because the facts state otherwise, Prince. We know that. You know that too. The people
No,
on her
brother,
team know that.
I don't know that. I've said what I know about Ghana. So far, you haven't said anything contrary to my Ghana position. You are speaking to Nigeria.
Brother, this is more than just.
Prince.
Prince, stop.
Prince.
Bomani.
Go ahead.
Bomani, you remember I was only engaging you on
Ghana.
Ghana.
You know, so you have to speak to the overall things that we're talking about. So if you're not here to talk about everything else in general, I mean,
but people, other people watching and listening deserve to know what I know in Ghana. They deserve to know what I also know in Ghana.
Well, tell them about Taiwo blocking us. Tell them about that.
Nigeria.
No, let's talk about Ghana. Let's talk about Taiwo taking us to court. Has Taiwo taken us to court?
Yes, but I have explained
for what?
To Bomani
for what?
That because
we didn't invite her to a meeting. That's what you said.
He feels he has been kicked out. He's not been summoned for meeting. And however,
she hasn't. First of all, no one's been kicked out.
No, can I answer your question, please? Now, when you're talking, you said that the group had no challenge giving out their land or her land or even her money. But I will send Bomani the court documents, the lawyer and your lawyer's response to her request. And I'm wondering, who gave that lawyer authority to respond? If you are willing to give her land, this will even land in court. It will not even land in court. If now you are telling me something different, if you are willing to give out the land, if it's paid for, according to your contribution, if it's paid for 10 acres, she wants her 10 acres. This will not even land in court. You understand? But if I send a document and what you have instructed your lawyers to even do, at a point when you even want to, your lawyer is, when the case is in court, we are not allowed to speak to it. But because of this fact, I'm saying all this because I personally have been in court. I don't know if any of you have been in court. You understand? Your lawyers are even trying to take her lawyer off it because her lawyer doesn't deserve to be there. You are not even speaking to the matter. You are not even consenting that, if they want their land, then this is easy. We'll give them their land. This is what you are contesting in court.
Why did Taiwo leave? Why did Taiwo leave the group?
According to Taiwo, he didn't leave. She didn't leave. She was kicked out. No, I don't speak for her. Remember, please. No, it's not funny. It's not funny because I'm speaking to. That's why in the beginning, Brother Bomani, I said I don't have the permission to speak for her. I'm only speaking about what I know in Ghana. I'm not speaking for Sister Taiwo. I'm not her spokesperson, brother. Let's be fair.
Okay.
Because your platform has over 27,000 people listening. It is not fair that you do this to somebody, or I know something contrary to what you are saying, and I shut my mouth down. It's Sister Taiwo today, but if tomorrow it could be you, Bomani, somebody give you a frivolous accusation and not give you opportunity to even answer.
Hey, Bomani,
it could be any of you.
Brother, what I do when people accuse me of things, I go on my own platform and I tell my people this is my side of the story.
Brother, can you?
Hey, Bomani.
Brother, can you acknowledge that it's not everybody who have that platform that you have. It's not everybody.
Prince, let's be fair about this. Whether she has her own platform or not, she can go on your platform or somebody else's platform.
But I don't have a platform. I don't do this.
Brother, let's stop making excuses. Whether the thing of it is, there's a whole bunch of people. Anybody can make a video and put it out and say, this is my side of the story. She have not done that. There's no video. I looked up all of her videos, and the last set of videos she came out with was about a year ago. So, I mean, you have to stand up for yourself. I've been accused of many things also, and I have to stand up for myself. This thing is rough. But the issue that we have is when people do things and they don't represent themselves. She should be here talking. As a matter of fact, she don't have to come on here because she may feel uncomfortable, but she can go on someone else's platform or just have someone else, since she's a millionaire, have somebody else do a nice professional video for her and then explain what she's really doing and all the things that people are saying about her and defend herself. So that's what.
But can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, because I do need to add MC and also Diallo want to also reply back.
Okay, just a quick one. Just a quick one. That's the question. But would it take anything from you as a community leader? Most people listen to you to get this huge allegation. Would it take anything from you to reach out to the sister and say, hey, sister, this is what I've heard. Do you have a say? If she didn't say anything,
Prince, I have Diallo on here. Diallo has done that. I mean, I don't have to run around and do this. I got things to do, but I got my people here. As a matter of fact, Diallo, say what you have to say, brother, and then let me just add in MC Africa Love, because that person also have their information to share.
You know what? I'm gonna say this because can you hear me?
Oh yes, brother.
Yeah, this next guy, MC, that's the OG, and I forgot to mention him, but this, I mean, Mr. Clark. That's the man right there. That's the chairman. He's been well respected since day one by everybody. And that man works just as hard as anybody to make sure the group stays together and makes progress despite all the roadblocks that Taiwo puts in place. This guy loves the organization, shows up every week, every meeting, prepares the agenda. You know, like Mr. Clark, I take Mr. Clark, I never told you this. You remind me of my neighbor. I got a neighbor named Dexter, man. You remind me of Dex. You like my uncle, man. Mr. Clark, man. Go ahead, Mr. Clark. I'm talking too much.
Thank you for allowing me to get on to speak, Bomani. I appreciate that.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. I'm sure you have a lot to share. We'll meet ourselves, and so you can share, and then Prince, you can respond back to MC Africa Love.
Okay, so here's the thing. Unfortunately for Prince 24, he is only getting a part of the picture because as he continues to repeat, he is speaking to Ghana only. And he's right. We did get the land there, but there was never a time, and I said it in a comment, and I want to make this very clear. I've been involved in this investment from the inception of it. I went through the Lou, Wilton, Moronse, Bishop, that whole dynamic fiasco. And there was a group of us, including Taiwo, that left that group willingly. We were not forced out, although Lou has that mentality. You know, he kicked us off a certain, if you were talking too loud and he didn't like what you were saying, he just removed you from the WhatsApp group. That was his way of controlling things if he felt like you were a threat to him. But when we left that group, we continued with this group with Taiwo, and we had certain people that were designated. Taiwo was one of them as the CEO, COO, and these were all temporary positions. Because I want to give you a full picture of the entire organization. And they worked in our behalf. I was one of the executives then. And we were working on behalf of the shareholders. We were already investors ourselves. But let me tell you where things began to go awry when it came to Taiwo, especially Taiwo. Now, there were others of that were in the executive team. And they decided they felt like they should get a 30% payment of the overall net profit, in addition to the money that they invested. Whatever it is that they invested, their percentage of that, plus they wanted 30%. Well, the investors as a whole felt that was too much. So we decided, we got a group, and we said, okay, well, what we'll do, even though I was an executive, I kind of took myself out of the loop and I said, look, I don't want part of that 30%. I just want to work for the group. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to get several of the investors and create a negotiation team with the existing executives, and to give them a little bit more and to negotiate this price down from 30% to maybe something that's more reasonable. So we went through different iterations of that, back and forth, back and forth. And let me tell you where it turned. In a meeting that all of the people were there for, all the shareholders. Prince 24 was not there because he wasn't a shareholder. He was just he was working for the organization in Ghana. So he wasn't even invited to this meeting. In this meeting, Taiwo said, for everyone to hear, after months of negotiations, that this, in fact, in her opinion, was never a negotiation. She was never going to back down from the 30%. Well, at that point, she turned the investors. They was like, okay, well, no, we're not going to go this route. So it was voted on by the group of investors. The vote was that moving forward, anyone who wanted to be an executive, who was willing to serve in the role as an executive, whether it be acting CEO, COO, CLO, CMO, no matter what position, it was all going to be volunteer. The current team, Taiwo and her team, got wind of that, and they turned in their resignations. They tendered their resignations as executives. That was it. It was even said to them, to the whole group, anyone, even those, if they wanted to then put their name in to be a executive moving forward in a volunteer basis, they had the opportunity to do that. None of them took that opportunity. So subsequent to that, those individuals then decided that they were leaving the investment altogether of their own accord. So we keep hearing this narrative that from Prince 24 and maybe some others who were in support of her, that we forced her out. No investor was ever forced out. Now, people have left the investment, and we have bylaws on how they can get their land that they want, or what their refund for their investment. There are bylaws that are in place that are being followed. But the idea that she was forced out, that was never the case. She communicated that through her attorneys that she no longer wanted to be a part of the investment, as did the others. And they have others, not just them, others have gotten out of it because it was a struggle. It was a struggle. So this idea that we pushed her out, she couldn't go to the meetings, that's a complete falsehood. But if you say, I no longer want to be a part of the organization, and that's your stance, then okay, you're not going to no longer have access now to meetings, because now you've removed yourself from it. No one was ever forced out. Lou didn't force us out. We chose to leave Lou. So this idea that she was forced out, it's just a bunch of, it's such a lie. And the goal is to drum up some emotional, where you feel sorry for somebody and you want to get this No, that's not how it was. Additionally, I want to give you some insight where she's being the most aggressive, where her workers have been most aggressive is in Nigeria. Well, why would she be more aggressive in Nigeria? Well, Prince 24 just really laid it out for us. Because in Ghana, there is no freehold in Ghana. It's all leasehold. In Nigeria, it's freehold. So you're going to have more that you can do. You have more flexibility in Nigeria. So that's where she is being most aggressive. Again, to no fault of his, Prince 24 is not aware of all of this. Because what he's being told, and as he said clearly just a few minutes ago, he's going by what Taiwo tells him. That's all he can go by, is what Taiwo tells him. But the bottom line is there's not been one single investor that has been forced out of the investment. Those who have left, they have left on their own accord. It has been of their own accord. And so the legal wranglings there in Ghana that are going on right now have to do with trying to stop us from doing some of the work that we're doing to make it hard for us to move forward. And yet we've made some great leaps and bounds of activity there despite that. And if her ask is that she get her property that she paid for, then you know what she needs to do? She needs to provide receipts to show what she paid for. And we would be more than glad to make arrangements for her to get the land based on our bylaws that she signed off on when the bylaws were created. And we will follow that process as we will with any other investor who chooses no longer to be a part of the investment. They have to provide proof of payment of whatever lands. And if she does that, we can move forward. We're not here to fight Taiwo. We don't want to fight Lou. We're doing it out of necessity. What we want to do is farm. We have the land. We have some land in Nigeria. We have some land in Ghana. We want to just farm. That's what we're here to do. So Prince 24 is talking about all of the goings on in Ghana. Yes, we did it. And I am in complete agreement with what Brother Mamadou said. I'm not going to use the colorful language that he used, but I'll say it to everybody. What she did was what she was supposed to do because she took the mantle up. And frankly, many people joined the investment not because of Lou, but because of Dynast and Taiwo. It was because of Dynast and Taiwo that people really joined. Lou kind of just turned on the fluorescent lights. You know, he was like Las Vegas. But the reason why people really joined was because of the trust in Dynast, people who were following Dynast, and then Taiwo just seemed so professional. She had written her books. She had her organization Gaia there in Nigeria, seemed very legitimate. And even some of our members have said that they had done business with Taiwo prior to this, and they were able to get it. It was a successful arrangement. But to me, what it came down to was power and greed. She wanted that power. She wanted the influence. She felt like, and I think they thought that they had the investors over the barrel and that they would never move against her because she felt she was indispensable and could not be replaced. But there were enough people in the organization that believed in it and moved forward without her and the team that she had. Just like we moved away from Lou because Lou thought he had everybody by the nose, and I think at this point he may have 2 or 3 people left over there with him that are still following him. I can't explain that, but that's what I'm hearing. So I'm willing to answer any questions that Prince 24 may have, and if he wants to address what I've just said. But really, what it came down to, the crux of it was she overplayed her hand. She thought she had a stronger hand, and when the investor says no, we just want volunteers until we get the people on the ground that we're gonna hire for these positions.
Okay, Brother MC, I think throughout this conversation, you are the only one who have probably come close to diagnosing the problem here. And if anybody listening to what you just said, I'm not sure they're able to deduce any fraud intention out of what Sister Tayo was done. And this is what I have been trying to draw Brother Bomani attention to, that if something went wrong, it is not fraudulent because everything that the group has paid for, they have it. This is my concern. This is what I've been trying to tell you. And at a point you bring me in as even a scammer, but I let it go. So, Brother MC, you talk about the bylaws. I don't have the right to speak to this because I know even that is a subject of the law, what is in the court. The bylaws is even part of the issues in the court. And I feel that you haven't even seen a copy of the court document, to be honest. I feel you haven't, because if you've seen it, their affidavit of claim has all their receipts in attached. Your lawyers have it in Ghana. So please, if you haven't seen it, maybe you should contact the lawyers or your leader to share with you, because they have all their receipts. All those who are asking for their investment, they have their receipt attached to the affidavit. So for that part that you said, they need to provide a receipt. I feel like you haven't seen the court document. That's the other side of it. So again, that's what I would say. So
let me just speak to that real quick, Prince.
Yes, go ahead.
The receipts, you're saying they're with the court documents. The receipts should have been forwarded to our financial group. That's where they should have been forwarded, and they haven't been. You see what I'm saying? There was never an effort to provide the receipts to the organization. You keep saying, well, if they just gave them the land, it doesn't need to go to court. All they needed to do was to provide the organization with the receipts, which they never did. So now we're in court and you're saying, well, I don't see the court documents. The bottom line is, if all they wanted was their land, it didn't need to go to court. All they had to do was provide the receipts to our financial team so that we can reconcile them with what we have. That was never done. So it's disingenuous on the part of Taiwo and whomever else is in that group to say, oh, well, we did our best, now we're going to take you to court. They never did their best. They never took the steps to, as many others have done, to contact the organization and say, look, I'm out, here's my receipts, this is what, I want to make this move. That was never done.
Okay, but
so to bypass, to bypass that part and then go to court, it's disingenuous. Now, I don't know if you want to use the word fraudulent, but it speaks to someone because here's the thing, when you go to court, and this is the case in any land, it is with the assumption that you've tried to, that the legal or the orderly way of doing things did not work, which means that you put some effort into doing it the right way. It did not work. So therefore, you're going to take this organization or this person and you're going to take them to court. But when you don't even attempt to do it that way and you take them to court, then why are you taking them to court? You're not taking them to court because you tried it the right way and it didn't work. That's not why you're taking them to court. So what is the other reason for you to take them to court?
Okay.
It's to cause difficulties.
No, but
it's not just so your argument, while it sounds good.
Explain that to you. I'll explain that to you. I'm feeling like I'm going to details of what is in court, which I'm not supposed to do, because in Ghana's law,
and so don't do that. Don't do it then. Don't do it.
Because for the emphasis of what you are saying, I need to push that in. So maybe if you haven't thought about that dimension, probably you think about it. Okay, the point is, if a group is perpetuating an illegality, right, you don't go ahead to reinforce that. And I'm saying this because in the Ghanaian Company Act, if you want to remove a director, no matter who it is, you give them 31 days in written, plus the reasons you want to remove them. They respond to it, and the final day their response, the shareholders vote on it. Whether they accept or not, they can be removed. And you and I know that was never done. That was never done. So
let me ask you this. What does the law in Ghana say when a person resigns their position?
They have to tender in a written letter signed.
So written notification, correct? So then,
yes.
So then a email with an attachment from an attorney, would that suffice as written notification?
No, they have to draft the letter, sign and scan.
That's what I'm saying. If a company gets an email from a person's attorney that is signed by them that they no longer want to be in a certain position, does that suffice?
Okay, this one.
Does that suffice?
Brother, what I'm saying is that this one is
No,
for
no,
the
no,
court.
no, no. Let's act like we're in court.
Okay.
What I want you to do is
No,
answer the
brother, what I'm
question,
saying is that
because you were quoting, you were quoting, you were explaining to us, what the Ghanaian private law says, the company law says. So I'm asking you if, in fact, a person has resigned of their own accord in written notification to a company, does that suffice?
Yes, definitely
Okay.
they resign.
All right.
No,
okay.
Definitely they resign. But what I'm trying to say, yes, I agree.
So
I agree with you. If there's
and here's the thing, Prince. If that occurred, guess what? You wouldn't know, because you're not part of the organization.
No, brother.
So you're working again. You're making comments on supposition of information that you're not aware of.
No, I'm speaking to what I've seen in the court. Your lawyers hadn't even produced any of this. The document they produced was not signed. Like you're saying, it's an email. You understand my point?
It was an email with a letter attached. It wasn't just an email. It was an email with a letter attached.
I'm not a lawyer, and I don't want to go into details because the case is in the Supreme Court. I could be called for contempt.
Then I suggest that you shouldn't have even started that conversation then.
Yes,
if you knew that the things that you're saying now were inappropriate, then I don't understand why you would even start that line of conversation, because the people on the platform right now, including Mamadou and myself, as you said, we are not in the court. We haven't been there. So for you then to start speaking to a court, now you're saying there's things that you're saying that you shouldn't be saying, then why are you saying that? You could be sullying that. So then you shouldn't. What I'm saying, in Prince, is that you shouldn't speak to things that you ought not to.
Okay.
That's a very simple thing. You should not speak to things that you, just like I can understand that, as you said earlier, you can only speak to what happened in Ghana. And I completely understand that. You would not be able to speak to all the goings on, because there were things that happened in Nigeria involving Taiwo that were fraudulent in nature, that were deceptive in nature, that you have no knowledge of. So you're only speaking to what you've experienced with her in Ghana. And let me just say this. I'm not one to say that Taiwo is this horrible, terrible person. She did some good work for our organization at certain time frames, but there were some deceptions that took place by Taiwo to the organization that hurt the organization as well. Okay. And in the end, this idea that they were forced out is not true. I've been in the organization from the beginning, and I can tell you that everyone who left of their own accord. Now, if they want to turn around and say, and they're trying to use technicalities of, well, I didn't do this, right, then that's fine. They can do that. And we let it go to court, and we're going to work it out in court. And I would say to you that if there's things that you shouldn't be saying, then my suggestion to you at this point is that you shouldn't say them.
That's why I try to restrain myself. But where I think I cross the line, there are a lot of things I could say, yeah. But then I restrain myself from saying it because I know it's a subject of matter in court.
And I understand.
I only pick the ones that I think, in my layman's view, it doesn't contradict anything in the court. But from beginning, when I saw the first video of Brother Bomani, I felt I had the responsibility to speak to something they haven't heard. You understand? And this is all that I was doing. I was trying to alert brother that if something has gone on, please don't describe this person as evil, as monster. Because like you are saying now, Brother MC, she at least done something good that you know. No matter how you disagree with her, she's done something.
That's what scammers do. They do good stuff, and then they also do bad stuff that override.
But Brother Bonamani, I'm speaking to Ghana. They are all saying that she hasn't stolen anything from Ghana.
But that's my point. Even if she did something good in Ghana, it doesn't overshadow everything else that's going on. So, brother, let me just let my brother Kala Genesis in, because Kala Genesis is also, you know, a co-host with me, and I don't want to keep him out too long. Kala, let me know if you're up. You have heard everybody talk.
Thank you again, Bomani, for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Anyone want to stay on, you can stay on. I definitely want to make sure I get some feedback from Kala Genesis. Hopefully we didn't put him to put him to sleep. Kala, you up, brother? All right.
Yeah. 1 second.
Yes, brother. You've heard Prince talk. You've heard my brother MC. You've heard Diallo. What do you think of all of this?
Really, MC, Africa Love. That's the type of people we need. You know, so how thorough he is. Knows the courts and knows the litigations, knows the affidavit and stuff like that. And like the point that we're trying to make is this, right? There's a lot of people who lost money, right? A lot of people turned against the movement. That people still were outland without money and stuff like this in Nigeria. Like I said, now we can't pivot to just, okay, it worked out in Ghana, so all the other stuff is doesn't matter. It doesn't work like that in the real world. We as Black people love to doing that. We let leaders come in our community, rob us, take from us, misrepresent us, mislead us, and they go do one good thing. And the people rally around that. Oh, you understand? He did this. He did this thing where he saved the children. Remember when Tookie Williams, that piece of garbage that founded the Crips? Remember that? And I'm trying
yes, brother. He did do some good, but look at all the hurt that he did to our people.
Right. He killed people, murdered people, and everything. Raped a boy in prison, whatever. But yet they started talking about the children's books he wrote. 3 children's books he wrote that was co-wrote for him. You know, somebody wrote it for him. But he said, yeah. So basically, he's trying to save his neck from the death penalty. And he said, oh, he's a changed man. He redeemed himself and everything. He wrote children's books. He tried to talk to gang members and all this kind of stuff like this. This is what we do. And then what they do is they bully us into silence. And like I said, tonight is Pan-African Fights Back. In other words, basically, we're not going to let grifters and everything come into our movement, take over, do what they want to do, and we're just going to sit back and be silent because they did a couple of those good things. Oh, in the spirit of love and them days are over. Them days are over. Everybody has to be held accountable for everything they do. And when you mess up, you have to pay the price. You know, and that's the way it is. If Prince says, okay, that she's doing good work, that's fine. But that doesn't excuse the fact that all the stuff that happened in Nigeria and the things that happened over time and everything, when people lost a lot of money, lost their life savings, and basically discrediting of the Pan-African investment movement and everything. So therefore, it doesn't matter. You know, her affiliation with Lou Major, you know, a known criminal, and basically a thug and everything. So the bottom line is this: we can't just go and wipe the slate clean and start all over again. Now, some people say that we don't trust Taiwo and she has to be held accountable. That's the way we should feel. And let me tell you something about white people. If you do something against them, you could spend the rest of your life trying to make it up. They'll always bring back, oh, well, you did this. Well, you did this. I don't trust them. Remember when Jane Fonda in the 80s tried to make up her workout tapes? Remember that? Jane Fonda workout. Well, people remembered when Jane Fonda was called Hanoi Jane, and she was basically siding with the Viet Cong against the thing, and they basically said, no, we don't accept you. Remember when Dixie Chicks, right, up and coming rock band and everything, they said George Bush was a racist or whatever against the Iraq War. The Dixie Chicks disappeared within 5 months. They took
Brother, they were gone. They were popular and they were gone.
They were gone, you know. But black people, it seems that you could do whatever. And this is the message we're sending. Watch your steps before you do anything. You know, there's going to be people like Bomani and myself are going to come after you. And we don't care who you are. We don't care if you like, we love you and like you. Because this movement is so big. Black people in America, we have a hard time convincing Black America to go to African investment, which is going to be vital in the future of our people. We need to be a global people. And so therefore, and the enemies of Pan-Africanism, enemies of us investing, That's why we took this. Bomani and I took this as our. We took this on ourselves, right, to get a hold of it. So our enemies can't use this to say, look, we're dealing with this. So that doesn't seem like all Pan-Africans are party to scams and all stuff like this. This is why we're doing this. We're saying this is not us, because we want real attractive investors in Africa. We're distancing ourselves from this foolishness. I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, Tyler, and people say, oh, these guys are all the same. They're all a bunch of scammers. They all don't know what they're doing. They all don't know business and everything. So therefore, you people that dealt with Taiwo and Lou, you got to hold this L. Y'all got to hold that L. I sure the hell not going to hold an L for y'all, because I wasn't involved in it. You know, so that's what I want to say about that.
Well, appreciate it, brother. Diallo, we don't want to leave you out, brother. How you feel about all these things? Because Prince have said a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, Prince is saying what Prince is supposed to say. I mean, Taiwo was his people. I mean, I don't know what he knows. You know, I don't think he's that naive to really think that that Taiwo was forced out and we're these terrible people. I mean, bro, we like in all these investments, it has to be over $1 million, right? And you heard Mr. Clark, the OG. It was about greed and power. We can't control it. It's like Guinea in West Africa. When the French left, when the Guineans wanted independence, they destroyed all the infrastructure that they had built up to spite the Guineans. And that's what Taiwo is. And it's actually fitting because Taiwo grew up in France, I believe. So that's probably where she learned it from. The French people. She tried to destroy everything. Court cases, sabotage, hiring workers, delays, trying to take our land, move us off our land, give us fucked up land in Nigeria. That's who she is. You know what I mean? So this pity party and all this nonsense is nonsense. And I don't really think Prince believes that. Like, I mean, I'm kind of straightforward and, I can be a dick or whatever. But you heard Mr. Clark. He's very polished. He's very professional. I mean, that man is the most respected person in the group, or one of the most respected people in the group. He don't have nothing to lie about. Not that I do, but he just, says it in a nicer way than I do. You know what I mean? Like, we over $1 million. And then this lady talking about we kicked her out. A millionaire is crying about getting kicked out. A millionaire, really? Like, it just like when you think about it, it just doesn't make sense. Kala, does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't make sense at all.
This self-proclaimed.
But Diallo, she's not crying foul of being kicked out. It's just how the matters are. I mean, I've stated my position, right? If she's not crying, it's just that she.
Prince, crying is crying is sabotaging everything we do, taking us to court, trying to take our land, trying to buy our workers, trying to harass our workers. That's fucking crying because you got removed because we didn't want your stinking ass no more. You got bitter. You wanted to take your ball home, but we kept the ball and we sent you away. That's what happened. You got punked. You thought you had power. No, we had the power. The shareholders had the power. You ain't have nothing. You was nothing without us. That's why you bounced. We got you up out of there. We extracted you.
Great, brother. This is exactly you're saying. You kicked her out.
We hit the eject button.
Yes.
She's out of there.
Definitely. You kicked her out. And it's not different from what I'm saying.
She kicked herself out. She kicked herself out. Kala, you hear this stuff, Kala?
Yeah. The whole thing of what I'm saying is this. I'm trying to be partial here. It just seems to me that people don't really want to respect the diaspora. I see this handicap stuff. You're like, well, you need us, whatever. If she's in the UK, right, and probably not even a citizen of Ghana or whatever like that, then what Prince, what does she actually bring to the table as far as like this investment group that wanted to invest? She pivoted to Ghana. I remember when it happened. They pivoted to Ghana, because they worked. They also pivot off the original land in Nigeria, right? That wasn't land. Then they said, okay, well, that was wasn't the land they were talking about. Then after that didn't work out. Then they went to Ghana, and then Lou Major said on a voice recording that they were going to surprise everybody with this Ghana thing, and the COVID situation was going to give them buy them some time to get the things worked out in Ghana, and then basically just spring on people, the investors. Oh, we got land in Ghana right now, you know. And so evidently this group just basically said, you know something, we don't need Lou, we don't need Taiwo, we're gonna do it ourselves and everything like that. So it is what it is. That's what it seems like what happened to me.
Respectfully too, we look, Kala, we tried to negotiate. The lady wouldn't negotiate. She's on camera saying that, bro. That means you have no good intentions. That means you're running a dictatorship to people who are funding you.
Yeah.
This ain't the land of make believe.
Yeah, they seem.
I mean, you have people picking up second and third jobs to pay for this land, bro. $250 a month dues. I don't know how many times brother Dr. Wale's been out there on his own dime to Ghana and Nigeria.
Yeah, all that's cost. All that's cost.
That's cost. You know? That's time.
That's
you
time.
Think people got time to run around chasing this land when it shouldn't even be an issue when we trusted these people?
Right. Right.
Like, bro, like this could have been a crazy story. 80 people from the diaspora, African Americans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Sierra Leoneans, all putting their money together to start a farm, and like they're so fucking short-sighted of what this could have been because they needed power. They had their own greed. They wanted to be that person and have this status online, and I'm the person that's doing this. I'm calling the shot. If you saw her in those videos, like in those meetings, she was so disgusting. Her attitude was so pissy. Like she's just this person. Like we're lucky that she's sitting there even talking to us. Like this for people
like
that
I told
people
are gonna start seeing a side to us that they don't like, you know. And like I said, bros like Bomani, myself, and everything like that. We're not going for that, you know. None of this. Well, you're in Africa right now. You got to hold my. I got to hold your hand. I got to guide you around like a blind puppy and whatever like that. No, you know, we're gonna do this. We're determined to do this, and we're not gonna let anybody discourage us. And if people want to get in on us, right, they got to come to the table with respect. You know, a mutual respect. You know, it's like, you know, you're not doing us any favor. You know, we're the ones coming with the money. The diaspora got billions of dollars to put in Africa if we were organized. You know, this is only 80 people. Imagine if you had a few thousand people doing this.
Kala, let me let me ask you this. How do you feel about integrationists, how they these different organizations rose to the top of power, people who weren't really, you know,
that's the problem.
Do you see that a lot? Have you seen that a lot recently?
Not with me, and not in the BAIO and stuff like this. You know, I vet everybody. You know, I know. Let me tell you something. I know for a fact. You know, no offense to my brother Michael Jackson. There's nefarious people that love invading Pan-Africanist spaces. You know, because there's power there. There's power and influence. It's the most powerful thing you could be in Black America is a African nationalist, Pan-African investor, something like that. Someone who try to build in Africa, right? So therefore, people who people feel like they want to be left out. So they want to be in on it, right? So they want to be able to say, you know something, I'm in on this investment, everything like that. You can't say I'm not pro-Black and everything. Look at me, look at me, look at me. You know, look at me. And so those are the type of people that these organizations attract. You know, people don't have the pan. We're doing this because we're trying to nation build. We believe in the Black family, Black future, you know, Black man, woman, and child, and the Black nation. You know, there's people that basically coming here for an opportunity. They're bored, they're nosy, you know, and they like invading our spaces and finding out what we're doing and getting involved.
So Kala.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that she wanted to hire a white firm? I think it was $5,000 to $10,000. This guy's fee was a white firm to negotiate on, I'll say mediate between two African parties doing business with each other. What does that say to you about her state of mind that she would do that, and the fact that she thought she would be able to get away with it?
Oh, just look at the video that she put out. You know, she had white hands doing the before you pay and stuff like that. White hands. They know the psychology of black people. Even people call themselves Pan-African. If it's white, it's legitimate. That's what it means. White means legitimacy. And she thought that, okay, there's a white firm. We get white people. That's the mentality. This is why Africa is so backwards right now. You know, white means legitimacy. You know, not two groups of black people sitting down and arguing and debating and discussing and conversating on how we can move forward. Everything. We bring a white person in, right? That's going to solve our problems. That's the mentality we have. You know, white means legitimacy. And the bottom of us black people in America, we don't see things like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, she was
Go ahead, bro.
Pay this white man this money to negotiate. You must be fucking crazy. You know?
So white people knowing about our business and started our business and everything like that. And also, let me ask you a question. The farming, right? Were you guys going to do like farming, like agriculture, like what were you guys going to grow? Were you guys going to do husbandry, like cattle, chicken, and stuff like that? Right now, West Africa, fish farming, all stuff like that is in grave demand. And one thing Africa needs too is a good electrical system, which can operate independent, right? Things like that, solar panel farms, wind farms, micro hydro dams, and also Africa really needs to invest in refrigeration.
Yeah.
Refrigeration is a key, right? And also manufacturing. If you grow something, right, it should go to 80% of it should go to a manufacturer to be processed and put in cans and stuff like that and distribute. You know,
that was the goal.
You know,
yeah.
And then the surplus goes to the local market and stuff like that. You know, and whatever, because it only have a certain shelf life. You grow tomatoes, you only got 5 days before they go bad. So the tomatoes should go right immediately to a tomato ketchup the tomato sauce and everything. Right now, Chinese firm and Italian firms are producing most of Ghana's tomato sauce. You know, people don't realize is that jollof rice is not indigenous to Africa. It's actually comes from tomato paste introduced by foreigners. Jollof rice. People jollof rice. There's no tomatoes indigenous to West Africa. We can grow them. You know, so there's lots people don't even know about. You know, we like the taste of tomatoes and our sandwiches and our soup and everything. We have to make our own version of Campbell's and all these other or pasta sauce and whatever like that. You know, and then basically next thing you know, the demand for tomatoes will grow. You got to create demand. Demand means the manufacturers are processing it, making it into jars, and shipping it to local places, shipping it to restaurants in huge bulk, right? In huge bulk. Restaurants that make restaurants in places that use 10 crates of canned tomatoes a day, right? That's a demand. So therefore, you got to set up all that situation. But you know that could, right? If you have land and everything, you could farm and you could do all this stuff like that. That's a possibility. But one thing you don't need is arguing over the land. Everything you should be basically trying to get the capital and everything going. We're not arguing over nickels and dimes and whatnot. That don't sound like somebody that's rich to me.
Exactly, bro. We had all that. We had that, bro. We had fun. 20 grand a month. Like I said, it's not a great amount of money, but you know, it's enough to get to do. I mean. The farm in Nigeria.
You could get a line of credit. What I would have done, right? What I would have done is this, right? If you could raise 20 grand a month, you should have put it in a let's say a portfolio, right?
A fictitious bank started by Lou Major.
This is what I'm talking about. Just basic stuff, man. Just basic stuff. How to be a millionaire? Millionaire went up. Put it in a portfolio, right? And 20 grand a month. And you could do at least 10 months, right? You could show that you can do it in 10 months. You could do a projection, right? The portfolio return 11% a month, right? you could borrow against that, right? That right there for like 5 years and get lines of credit, which
Okay,
is 10
brother.
times. What?
Oh, sorry for cutting you. I don't know if I'm allowed to say my last words and maybe head on, hit the road and go get something done.
Brother, go ahead and share what you have to share.
Okay, so I would say, Brother Bomani and Kala, I'm very grateful for allowing me to join this feed. From the beginning, I just wanted to speak to what I know. I wanted to, several times in the comment section, you've called me scammer. I felt so bad, but
well, I didn't call you.
Feel,
I didn't call you that.
Oh no, Brother Bomani, I'm talking about. So, and I forgive you, brother, because you don't know me. You haven't met me before.
Well, you sound. Let me tell you something, brother. Listen to you, right? You don't sound like a bad person. You know, you don't sound like a bad person. You sound like somebody that wants something done for your country, and I agree with that. Let me tell you something, brother. This is African to African, right? We are all suffering because the wealth that's been robbed from the black race, right, is not in our hands, right? We have a chance to bring that wealth back to the African continent. Black America have a disposable income every year of like over $1 trillion, you know? And the whole thing is this: we have the richest black, we have black billionaires in America, right? It's hard to be a billionaire in America. It's easy to be a billionaire in Africa because you got monopoly. We got people that basically, despite racism, every barrier, we produce billionaires and millionaires in America. If Africa looks like an investment where our millionaires class and our upper class, middle class, and can invest in Africa, their 401ks, their pensions and stuff like that to build farms and industries and everything long term, they will literally, Ghana would not need people like Taiwo and Luke Major and everything, you know? We would have legitimate people. There's legitimate people that want to invest in your country and do good things, you know? Good things.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you.
But the issue that we have with when a lot of us are trying to do business in Ghana, a lot of crooks, literally, I've been going there since 2006, and I've had a lot of my tour members who wanted to do business and do things on their own get ripped off. And maybe, brother, you're innocent and a wonderful person and an honest person, but the majority of my people who try to do some things in your country have been messed over bad. So we're going to continue to fight against what we're doing and keep on building what we're building in Ghana. But our goal ultimately is to make Liberia the Pan-African capital of our operation, because it has laws in the books to protect us and laws in the books that represent us as Africans in the diaspora returning to our continent. That's what I love about what our ancestors did, leaving here from the Caribbean, from America, and going to build what we know as Liberia, our first African republic and the only country that was never colonized or occupied. You know, so that's where we at. So based on what all of your people have done to our people, you're losing the momentum to where now people are looking at many other African countries. Because when I first started going to Ghana, it wasn't a bunch of other countries available to do things in. So unfortunately, the good has to go down with the bad.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you.
So what we need our people to do on the ground is to represent us in your government, represent us, especially if they're honorable and they want to see things happen. Because we have all the talents and all the skills and a whole lot of things here in America that we can make work in Africa. But if we keep on getting treated like second-class citizens and people keep on playing games with us, especially the lawyers in Ghana, all the ones I've dealt with, they didn't do their job. I've dealt with about 4 or 5 attorneys, and they were all piece of trash. Now, I've dealt with many attorneys here in America, and I can all say they bring, even the worst ones are bringing a level of professionalism. Like we have one attorney there in Ghana, Barrister Charles Juana. He works in Accra, and he has taken so much money from our people to do residency and also money to represent court cases that don't show up, don't represent it. And it makes your people, the ones that are doing good and want to see good, it makes them look bad. So I'm telling people, if they don't want to work to protect us and work to look out for us, then they're all going to go down. And then your country and other countries in Africa are going to lose out. Because right now, I'm going to build our community. And that's the only thing I'm focused in Ghana is building our community, get a lot of my people from Jamaica and America to come there and be a part of the future, because I'm not I'm not being around a bunch of vulnerable situations where people are going to take advantage of me. At least I know if I have my people from America and Jamaica with me, I feel good and I can actually live in Africa. But as of now, that is not the situation. And I have to wait till we build our community for me to feel comfortable moving because of all of the things I've gone. I've had people being poisoned, people taking advantage of people, get their house taken, many terrible things that I don't want to say because I don't want the people of Ghana to think, Bomani, you're against us, because I love my people in Ghana. And that's why I've been to Ghana 22 times and brought over 500 people there. And, you know, but it's at the point now where I'm like, okay, I did enough I can do. And I'll keep on working on my project and working on my tours there, but I'm not literally looking to do anything else. And anybody that called me for consultation, I would tell them, if you want to do any investments in Ghana, work with, whether it's my group or a few other established groups there that I know that I can vouch for. Like I got a good brother in Prom. He's building a nice community, and I'm always trying to get people to connect there. Outside of these projects, we're not looking to do much of anything. We're going to look to just build our connection from there and work it in Liberia. And a lot of people are going to lose out. And that's because, you know, I mean, since over the last 20 years, I mean, even before I went to Ghana, I've had people who, you know, I had meetings with because I told them I want to go to Ghana, interested in Ghana. And they explained to me about how much money they have lost, how much the people have deceived them, how much people have played the games. So when people are making moves to Africa, I'm telling them, you can't go and then you be around a bunch of local people because they're going to work you over. And that's what we usually see. We see people be nice to you and play the game for, you know, for 1 to 2 years. Next, you know, all they were doing was setting you up. And these are the things that go on, unfortunately. And so that momentum I could have brought to a country like Ghana, I'm now using that momentum to only work on our own projects that we're doing, that we know we're going to take care of. And then also the next set of energy we have is just to connect that project to work with Liberia and any other countries that we're working with. You know, so at the end of the day, your people lose, and our people in Africa lose because of the terrible people that's out there doing us wrong. You know, my project has been 4 years way ahead, but, you know, dealing with crooked lawyers and crooked surveyors and people who literally just want to take advantage of the situation because they know that we're not there every day. And I'm like, I can't be there every day. So you have to hire people. And then when you hire an attorney and then you realize he's playing little games and stretching things out, you know what I mean? These things don't work good. And what we supposed to do? So to keep on coming to Africa and getting ripped off and taken advantage of. You know, so, you know, I appreciate you trying to be an honest man and trying to represent certain things, but this thing is bigger than individuals. And we're going to keep on saying what we're saying and keep on doing what we need to do. Because my goal is to save lives and protect our people, because I've had personal friends come back homeless with nothing back to America. I had to go to the American embassy, as embarrassing it is, and beg them for a plane ticket and explain to them that everything they have lost and they just want to go back home to, you know, even if it's a homeless shelter. Because I've had people even leave from Africa and come back, and the only thing they can go to is a homeless shelter. Because when you sell everything that you have, your house, your car, all for this beautiful Africa dream that, you know, we know that can happen. But then when we have people railroading us, it just put us back. And then, you know, it's like once these things happen once or twice, it's hard for us to move forward. You know, me, as you can see, I'm always coming to Ghana. So, you know, but little as affect me, but it does affect a lot of the people because I move in a unit and I have people there that got my back. But even the people who got my back, they can only do so much because they still have to deal with the corruption in the system. So if the governments in Africa don't start changing things to protect us, you know, one thing I could say, if those things don't work out good, we have Liberia, and we're going to make Liberia the Pan-African capital, because at least we know us here in America who have American passport, we're entitled to that connection. And so far, I don't hear these things going on in Liberia. I've been doing my deep research.
Yeah.
And I've been connecting.
Brother, can I say something?
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Okay. So I have if I can state it quickly, 2 things. This is what I would say. First, I feel like for what I've known from diasporans coming to Ghana and perhaps some part of Africa, there's a little mistake most of the people do. And I'm putting this across.
What's a mistake they made? Trusting their own black people?
I'm trying to say something, brother.
Okay, go ahead and say what I'm saying. Is that the mistake they made, trusting you? Because I don't want you to blame. I'm sick and tired of our people.
No, brother, you listen to me. This is a bigger picture.
Blaming the victim.
No, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not blaming anyone.
Well, you're saying the mistake
I'm
they
giving
made.
I'm giving a tip.
Trusting our own people.
No. I'm giving a tip. I'm giving a tip to survive. No, I know the system is damaged. Brother, listen, if you listen to me, you understand me. What I'm trying to say is that if we have passion to change what is back home, especially in Africa, right? Then we should invest a lot more to see how our people behave. I'll give you an example. And this is how the white people got us so quickly. Because they studied the African, they came to me. They knew how to get them to understand them. They knew how to get them to do what they want to do. You understand? But the reason I'm saying this is because most people come from a different, well-structured economy, well-structured society, where everything works perfectly. So we have the mentality that, oh, probably it's the same in Africa. No, Africa is a mess. So if we have passion, to be honest, to make this work for the good of our generation, I think we should invest a little bit more in knowing how we can handle these people. So of all the things your people have experienced in Ghana, I apologize for it, because I know this happens. It will take a lot more than people with different mentality, especially most people who have stayed outside before, knew what it takes to even welcome somebody to your country with an investment. It takes special people like that to even do genuinely business with you, to even look beyond what they will gain and work with you. You understand? Like I said, there was a sister, you probably know. I welcomed her in Ghana through Taiwo, my spare room. I collected all her stuff from America, kept in my room for almost a month. Found a house for them. Used my personal account, sent more than $20,000. Not a penny, because I know what it takes for somebody to even bring $1 into your economy. I know what it takes. And it is my responsibility to protect that money so that a lot more can come. Because what I understand what we need to do for our people is to give them opportunity. For what is it now? Most people lack opportunity. Most people have wider dreams, like in America, but they have no opportunity to reach there. You understand? So they become greedy. Imagine a Chinese come to open a business, pays about 100 of Ghanaians or Africans. The Chinese is feeding them. I can't come back and just give them a sweet talk. Sweet talk doesn't put food on their table. So
we understand that.
I'm saying that's why it's my responsibility to make sure. It's my responsibility to make sure if an investor comes in, especially diaspora comes in with money, that money should work, and so that a lot more will come. But unfortunately, not everyone have the same mindset. Probably I have.
Well, let me say something, brother.
So
Let me say something, brother. The Chinese come in because they got billions of dollars backing by the government. We currently right now, Black America, we're look at what we're going through right now with our own grassroots investment, right? How are we gonna go to our states and pension funds and government for OPEC loans and everything like that, and show them that what we're doing in Africa is on the up and up when we're going through this right now ourselves? If Taiwo was a credible investor, right, connections. I said she's in the UK, she has connections, she speaks English very well. Why couldn't she basically get the sort of loans from NGOs, stuff like that, to do these farming projects and so like that? Was she serious about farming projects, or was she just trying to get money? You know, that's the question I want to ask, because there are money out there. If you're a legitimate person that have land, that got a project, that got it down on paper, you got a feasibility study, all stuff like that, and you got a market, you got buyers, like here in Liberia, right? I'm advising my investors. I didn't know this, right? To invest in cocoa, and I said, well, I don't like. He said, no, Kala, we got buyers. Okay, that said it for me. You got buyers. And when the cocoa's grown, you got people who are going to buy the stuff and process it and buy it like that as soon as it's harvested, right? So it's cut and harvest. Now, if you have that in Ghana and these countries like that where you have buyers and everything, then it should be easy to go into any sort of international lending institution, whatever, and say, look, I need such and such $1 million and everything. You put up half, we put up half, and everything like that. And also, if we were smart in Africa, right, you would use the land as collateral, you know, for default on any sort of loans. But if you're going to profit, you shouldn't have to worry about that because you got buyers set up. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying is the diaspora is taking all the risks. We can't compare them to the Chinese. The Chinese, when they give you a loan, everything is backed up by the state. Even if they forgive the loan, right? They're not going to lose. They got billions of dollars, right? Because they have a government. They have a nation. We're coming over as private citizens, right? With no backing from our country, no backing for everything. We can't feed everybody and do all the stuff the Chinese do, you know? No, we can't do.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brother Kali. So it was just an example I stated that we knowing the challenges in Africa, maybe we can do extra more to make sure we make our dreams fit in. It's going to be a struggle. It's going to be hard, but you know, if we want to fight for a better future, nobody said it's going to be easy. No one said it's going to be easy for everybody. You understand? But if we take the right step, it might not be us who will reach the dream. It will be people who will build after us. But if we lay the right foundation,
let me ask you, Prince, let me ask you a question about you here. I read something, right? Do you believe, like it was asserted, that Lou Major and Taiwo and this unapologetic Negro P and all these other people are still in cahoots with each other?
Are you saying they still speak to each other?
Do you think Lou Major? You think Lou Major disappeared?
No, I can tell you if Brother Bomani, if you happen to come to this year and I have Sister Taiwo's permission, I can. If you have a permission, I will show you some of the beautiful projects she's done. Even the farming project she's done on her own. After exiting this
I'm not
group.
trying to go to King Tampo. I'm not trying to do all of this stuff, brother.
Oh no, I'm only saying something.
I don't need you to convince me, brother. I've already had.
But it's okay. Brother,
I've had two of my people on here already, and they have explained their position about that woman. I don't want to have nothing to do with her and nothing to do with any of these situations.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm only trying to state the point. Please.
Well, I'm not interested. I'm being honest.
Okay,
with you. I'm not interested.
fine, brother. It's fine. It's fine.
Because that's not gonna change the things that have happened. It's not going to do anything. So somebody do one or two nice things to you, and they do a bunch of bad things to you. It's still irrelevant. So you spend your last 2+ hours trying to convince yourself. It's not convincing me, brother. It's not convincing me. And like I mentioned,
I know you are independent mind.
If the person is really true about who she is, she needs to make her own videos and talk and tell her truth.
Yeah,
so
no, maybe after this she will
down the line because we do have a video that we need to
Brother Bomani, are you going to accept? Are you going to take her word for it? If she does that, you understand? Because you are an independent-minded person. I'm not forcing you to say I want to show you something you don't want to see. It was an example I'm making that he asked me. Kala asked me if they were still talking. I said no. You know how many times even Lou has threatened her.
Know that.
You know how many times he has threatened her. You know how many times, because he saved the investment, he has threatened the broker and threatened Taiwo. And she had to give the broker assurance that if anything, if he comes after him, she personally is going to be helping him fight him.
Like I said, brother, once again, brother, because I can't have you keep on going back and forth. Like I said, you can tell her to make a video and explain herself and represent herself, just like any of us who have been accused of whatever, we stand for ourselves. So she has not done that. So no matter how good you're saying that she did in Ghana and all this other stuff, it does not change the fact. I have customers who I do IT work for, customers who I've taken to Africa. They come right here to my office. And are you going to tell me my people here in Georgia that, that's involved with all of this, they're just coming here lying? These are people who I trust with my life. These are real people. And I already have 2 people on here, right? I have Diallo and MC on here. So you can defend her all you want. I'm done with you trying to convince us.
No problem. No problem. If you let me say my last word, I'll leave. I'll leave you. No problem.
It's not getting anywhere, because what you have to really address is what the brothers talk about based on them being in an organization and their own experience. So none of this thing that you're saying changed those dynamics. And there's a bunch of other people, they're just not going to come on here and say anything because they don't want to put themselves out here. So I appreciate our brothers for being, being who they are.
But brother, throughout what they've said today, it doesn't contradict what I've said in Ghana. And I'm trying to understand your point that this is probably you're speaking beyond Ghana. And I understand. I'm only speaking to Ghana. Like all this is started.
You can speak on Ghana, and like I mentioned to you, if she did miracles in Ghana, that does not change the fact of anything. It does not change anything. And I can't say all of my people here that I've taken Africa and the ones who come here and the ones who call me and things say that, you know, like, yo, these are real people. And these are people who,
and brother Bomani,
as much as they love me, brother, they won't do anything with me because of that witch Tyro and that criminal.
They lost money, brother. They lost money.
Yes, absolutely.
So are they with Diallo or they are still with Lou? These people
brother,
who have
I'm not
lost money.
getting into all of this thing with you because you've been
because if they are with Diallo,
like I don't have time for the stupid stuff from you or anybody. Okay, work on trying to fix the stuff with your government. Like I mentioned, the most scamming ass people that I've ever been around. Let me name the scamming countries: Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia. My top 3 scamming ass country where my people from America, from the Caribbean, from Jamaica and other places have been ripped off, and I'm sick of it because we're trying to build something and I'm tired of us being victims. So now the only consultation I give people is to deal with an African diaspora group that's well organized, that have connections in America and Africa. Other than that, they're rolling the dice and chancing situations. So these conversations is not to throw Taiwo or Lou Major on the bus. They're being used as an example of people that we cannot trust. And also we're talking about different practices on how we can protect ourselves from these savage, primitive, evil, wicked people. You know what I mean? And things like that. So you can keep on talking about the Ghana project. Too many of my own people. I've been messed over so many times in Ghana. People wonder why I still go there. You know, and so we are victims of this, and you don't understand our position because you're not here in America. Like I said, the hardest working Black people, you know, no matter what people say, like I tell people, our parents, both Jamaicans, worked in New York City for over 35 years. We have our friends from America that's been here working. We're hardworking people. And then we're trying to expand our operation because none of us have to go to Africa. None of us have to do anything in Africa. We do it because we love our ancestors. We love our people in Africa and we want to make something of it. But when these things keep on going on, what are we supposed to do? I've already told you about all the crooked lawyers I've dealt with and people who are supposed to work on things for us. And I'm in a situation where people are not doing their jobs. And then now I'm being looked at that as I'm down with the stupidity. You know, so I'm here just to talk to people like your family. You know, these are things that's going on and I don't want y'all to get yourself messed over. And that's why me and Kala Genesis and a bunch of Liberians from America and Liberia, we're going to build the greatest Pan-African state for our people. So we have a headquarters in Africa where we can say, hey, this is our headquarters. The laws favor us and we can do what we need to do because it's not really working out in any of these other countries. You know, so that's where we at. And people like myself, I can make things work in Ghana because I do have good people there that is helping me along and progressing. You know, but like I mentioned to you, even my community project, we should be 2, 3, 4 years ahead of time. But when you're messing with crooked lawyers and crooked surveyors and people who work you over and make it seem like they got your back and they're doing fraudulent stuff, how do you progress? So what we're doing, what we're telling people, like family, come on their tours, travel, enjoy Africa, be clear on what's going on. But when you're trying to invest, live, and do business, then you have to reach out to me and Kala and reach out to people who have unions there in the African continent to make it work for yourself. Other than that, you're just going to be another victim. You know what I mean? And the way the system worked there, everything has to be a Ghanaian director, a Ghanaian person, a Ghanaian this. And then people use that as an advantage to take advantage of us. You know, so these are the things that we're talking about. And it goes way beyond Taiwo and way beyond Lou Major. But these are the savages that we have to use as an example. And this is why Nigeria gets so much bad rep, because they use their smarts to literally defraud people and do bad things. And if Nigerians was all of that, you would have the most incredible, Nigeria should be the superpower Africa, the most incredible country, because you're talking about some of the smartest Black people and some of the smartest people in Africa. You know, we have to figure this thing out. And and we're tearing down all of these idols and all these people. And the two that we just mentioned right here, these two are literally going to be made examples of so other people can learn from them. And so whatever you have to say about Taiwo or anybody else, it does not matter. It does not change the dynamics of what is really going on. Because what these criminals will do, like Lou Major, when he first came on, and I played that video about Taiwo, they were all nice and all, you know, all smooth and everything. You know, she's the mastermind and he's the muscle. He's the hype man, or I should say, he's the muscle / hype man. And they pulled off a great coup, and they worked people over until now. We're like, hey, we're done with this, because now when I'm reaching out to those same people that I built relationship, they're telling me, "Your brother Bomani, I love what you're doing. I love your project and things, but I'm done with Africa." So that's why these conversations came up, you know, and things like that. So, you know, so brother, this thing is bigger than you and whatever is going on in Ghana. And like I mentioned to you, brother, you should work with your government to figure out how to stop losing the momentum from our people coming to Ghana, because a lot of people have just given up. And they're either going to stay in America or they're going to jump on some other projects when we have things fully in place, or some of them are going to join the community once we have everything completed and set up, you know. But I've lost a lot of investors based on these two wicked ass black devils that I'll keep on posting up like the criminals that they are. And so anybody, I don't give a damn about what people feel in their feelings. What I care about is saving lives and making sure we don't lose the momentum of building like our topic here.
Okay, so thank you, brother. I think thank you for the platform you've given me.
Black African nation building strong for our future, because our subtitle topic is always building a global black business pipeline, trying to get us to work in all the different countries where we have our people so we can do better. So these people are being used as an example of what we cannot do, because we're going to lose great investors. Diallo just break it down about all the incredible people that was part of the organization. What do you have to say about those things? You have not spoken to anything other than this Ghana project. And if that's all you hear to vouch for, brother, the best thing for you to do is remove yourself from the chat, because you're not getting anywhere with us, because you have not addressing these matters. And it seems like you don't know a whole bunch of what's really going on, because you're just in love with this Taiwo witch. And this Taiwo witch has either paid you off, or even, you know, like she's done a lot of people to make it seem like even people, you know, she literally give people promotions and pay people off. That's why you don't see a bunch of other videos online, you know, talking about the stuff that she's doing. And Lou Major is wicked ass trying to get people videos removed. Like I tell people, let me see you try to get some of these videos removed. And if they do get removed, they'll be posted somewhere else. But we're literally coming after all of these people, because all of these people have messed up our energy, not just me and Kala, because we have people in our organization that have been victims. And so, you know, so it's not your money that's lost. So so you can just talk all nice and, oh, yeah, Ghana is this, Africa is this. We don't want to hear that stuff. You know what I mean? It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that I should be in a country like Ghana, showing so much love, creating opportunities for people, and then I still get messed over, and I get my project slowed down to where I have my own people turn against me because of what your people in the country are doing. Like I tell people, I have a business office here where we run and we get everything done, but I'm limited to what I can get done because I can't sit around and be in Africa. And the issue that I have in the African continent, especially like Ghana, you have to micromanage everybody to the highest level. That's why I've made sure I have an office right there in Jahadzi, and I have my vice president there, and I have a few other people working with them, because we literally just have to watch everybody over and over. You pay people to do a job, they don't do the job. That's what I told my brother. I was like, we're no longer giving anybody any bunch of upfront money. You do a project for me, I'll give you $10. You get started. Once you keep on showing progress and getting work done, I give you another $10 and another $10. I'm nickel and diamond. I'm no longer doing what I'm doing, because what I've done is paid attorneys, pay this person, pay that person, and then because I need to focus on other things. We do tourism. I'm in different countries. Sometimes I'm in Tanzania, and I have to deal with whatever is going on in Ghana. I want to enjoy myself in Tanzania and South Africa. I don't want to have to deal with these foolishness. It's like so. I'm telling people, the family out there that's listening, I'm warning you, family, be clear about what you say about America. I know certain things are rough here, but some of you are literally better off staying in America, building your house, building your future, and working with a bunch of Black people here that's focused on what they're doing so we can build something here. And then those of us that are literally visionaries, like I tell people, this operation is not for amateurs. So those of us who know what we're doing and can get things done, then we build what we need to build, and we just keep on doing global Black-owned business. But what I'm interested in is only building Black African diaspora community or Pan-African community, where we have a whole lot of people from America and a whole lot of people from Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean with us, because I do not feel safe in Africa around vultures. I've had friends. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you notice that Prince hasn't said, let me tell Taiwo to withdraw her lawsuits. Let me tell Taiwo to stop sabotaging you guys. Let me tell Taiwo to stop encroaching on your land in Nigeria and just leave you alone to farm. Say, remove for self. Prince hasn't said any of that. All he's done is read a script that was obviously written by her to make her look good. Because see, if Taiwo was really this great person, she would just step back. It's not that hard. Just let people be. It's like she's stalking us. Like we broke up with her. We not paying attention to you. And you keep following us. You marking our car up, flattening our tires, talking to our new girlfriend and shit. Just go do something else. We are moving on. We're trying to be productive. Prince, that is your country we're invested in. Those acres are in your country. The hundreds of thousands of dollars of the money we spent was in your area. The local people that we hire, those are your people. But your goddess, Taiwo, obviously doesn't want your people to have jobs, doesn't want there to be a farm to add to the economy in Ghana, because it's all about her. So why don't you go and tell her to leave us alone? Let us do what we do. Let us be productive, and she do what she do. She's a millionaire. She can go on and on. She don't need us. She don't need to, worry about what we're doing. We just want to be left alone and be allowed to move freely and carry out our plans. You know what I mean? We tired of all the games and all the nonsense. She lost, bro. She lost. She played like hold that L, like Mr. Clark said. She played a fucked up hand. She got rolled up out. She gone. But anyway, that's it. I gotta run, but I appreciate everybody. Just be careful.
All right, thank you, brother Diallo. I take your advice. I take your advice.
Join the BAO social network, man. Download the app. We love to have you on, man. Upload some stuff about your project and everything. We love to know about you.
All right, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Brother Bomani and Kala, thank you very much for allowing me to join this one.
You take care, brother. Appreciate both of you for sharing information.
Right. Thank you very much, brother.
Absolutely. You take care, brothers.
Yeah. So
Kala Genesis, I just got an updated post. They say it's about Woody Meyer. Where is this?
He got. I heard about that. I thought it was a joke. His YouTube channel got.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke too until I went on there. I couldn't find his videos.
No, what happened? He was with the girls in Nimba. The naked girls in Nimba. The Himba girls. And I guess was nudity, whatever, like that. Somebody flagged it, and his channel got taken down. Suspended, or whatever.
So he said Nimba. Nimba where?
No, Namibia.
Namibia.
Yeah, the Himba people. Remember the women? The women that had the red hair.
Isn't that an old video that he did?
Yeah, probably. But somebody researched it and pulled it back up and reported it. Probably.
So why didn't they just remove that video and just nothing else?
There's something, I don't know, something going on. Bottom line is this.
That's sad, man. I mean,
those of you who make your living off YouTube, whatnot, this is your bread and butter. I feel sorry for you.
The brother put a lot of work in. I know. I talk about him.
Got start all over again.
I talk about him criticizing Togo and not criticizing the foolishness that goes on in Ghana. But I mean, I got number love and respect for the brother. He's trying to do something special. But man, so only thing I advise people is like, hey, build your agency like our brother Kala Genesis, or build your enterprise like myself, or build what me and Kala is working on.
Don't rely on YouTube.
The Kala got that wonderful network here. Mm-hmm. We posted up again, family.
I got a social network right now that I got. I've done more. You see the people that I have in my network. My brother Mike that comes on, well-established businessman. Another guy, Mike, they trying to hook me back up with. This guy is a computer scientist. Someone that was gonna redo the Angolan government's whole computer system. Whatnot. He's a genius. And these are the type of people I attract in my social network. I don't waste time with nobodies and everything. I want to send you. I sent you a video on in WhatsApp. You got to play this, right? For all those who think of this, remember back in 2014, a white man bought an uncontested part of Africa, it's Sudan, and gave his daughter her own kingdom. Yeah, you muted, Bomani. So all you people, all the shit we're going through to get a little piece of farmland, you're muted, Bomani. Bomani, you're muted. I can't hear you. You're muted. Bomani, you're muted.
Yeah, Kala, yeah, you don't have to, I hear you. I'm trying to get the video loaded.
Oh, okay,
so
okay,
I have to mute because it will just start playing. So I got a bunch of things up. Keep on saying what you're saying. Let me just get the video loaded.
No, I'm saying that we sit there and we're arguing over little plots of land, going to war with each other, everything. And this white man found some uncontested part of Sudan or whatever like that that's unoccupied, right? And made this girl a kingdom. But I heard that several of our people like Nat me, oh, that's going to cause a contestant if you try to build an Afrikstan, you know? This white man went there and bought a piece of land and created a new country for his daughter because she wanted her own kingdom. And the black man in America, right, is getting, oh, man, you guys might get flack for building a community of our own money and our own investment. You know, I'm sick and tired of dealing with people that these naysayers and whatnot, you know?
And perfect, brother. I got it up. So let me just add it in real quick. And then we can talk about that Akon video as we continue on our topic. And then once we start getting too late, let me know, brother.
No, I got time. I got plenty.
It's Saturday, you're off tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out some flyers for you tomorrow. Oh, it was supposed to be raining tomorrow. Dang. I want this go outside and pass out some flyers, but it's supposed to rain tomorrow. If it don't rain tomorrow, I'm going to the House of Consciousness in Norfolk, you know.
There's always great places to put, and that's what I do here in Atlanta.
I'm gonna go to the black
pass out to individuals.
I'm gonna go to Jamaican. I'm gonna go to Jamaican restaurants. This is my boy Bomani. He's from Jamaica, Brooklyn, Jamaica. He does tours and whatnot. You know, I'm gonna go to all my Jamaican spots and whatnot. I'm just gonna hit everybody up, you know, and then get one out the pins, man. You know.
I hope they see that Liberia on there and they join us there in Liberia, family, because we're gonna literally. I mean, family. If you've been listening to what Kala Genesis has been breaking down for the last straight year about Liberia, or if you listen to
we're gonna make a declaration.
Even better. I mean, if you have listened to him on Dynas for years, you know, he's been consistent from what he's done with Dynas and what he's done here. And that's why I wrote my brother, and I tell him, my brother, we're gonna put that time in. And also I sent you I can't call it a conference. There's a Liberia, I don't know what you call it. It's not like an independence celebration, but Dr. Kula has invited me, you know, here in Atlanta. You know, we have a big Liberia celebration connection.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into politics, man. I don't want to show up there and I go to Liberians, I get jumped and whatnot, you know.
Yeah, I did think about that.
Well, you'll be all right, but
I don't want to support any, you know, I'm not going there to support that candidate.
Yeah, I'm also not saying that. Everybody wants you to pick a side. I'm like, yo, look. George Weah was president of the first time I went to Africa. I always have a favor with George Weah because he was the president of the first African country I visited, you know. So I got to rock with Weah, you know.
And you know, we want the best for the country, and you know, I tell people that, you know what I mean. You know, whether, you know, because I notice, you know, we have issues with people who are athletes, you know, because sometimes we feel like athletes are not intelligent, and I'm not saying he is or he's not, but you know, the brother and I like the things he's doing.
He's gonna love, but they love what Bomani's talking about, you know, and stuff like you talk about tourism and putting Liberia on the map and whatnot. We're talking about this. If you're talking about bringing people over, all the money that we wasted in Ghana, man, and a little bit of that, man. The Liberians like, yo, man, come on, you know, they got stuff like they're like, you want to buy land where you want to open a business? Come on over here, man. They don't care, man. You know. You know,
and that's what I'm telling people. I was like, all these other countries that we have tried to do things in, they just basically lost the momentum. Because now, only thing I'm talking about is my tours and my community in Ghana. And I mean, and I want to do a whole lot more, but I don't have the energy to do a whole lot more. I only can focus on two things: my tours and my community that I'm building. And you know, not my community directly, but our investors community, the community that we have building for our people. And I've explained to the brother that was on from Ghana all the things that have happened, and I mean, and he just made it seem like it's nothing. Well, it seemed like it's just okay. These things are bad and they happen, but it's like
that is normal
lives. I've had people, brother, they give up their house, they ship everything over. And I even have one Jamaican family that ship everything over, and then when they're trying to get into the country, all this COVID-19 vaccination card, and they literally, it hurt me because I've been working with them for years trying to get them, and when they finally packed up and moved, I was like, yes. I got my people on the ground ready to make sure you get an apartment, make sure you get your rental, make sure we have people that got your back and move you around. And he ended up going to the Gambia.
Right.
So and he's doing his thing in Gambia. But I'm telling people this is real, especially our Ghanaian. Like you always hear me say there's nothing but beautiful things about Ghana, and I always just try to showcase certain things. And but as after a while, I have to tell people about what really goes on.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying that everyone that goes there, somebody's gonna poison you and take your land or take your house and do certain things, or people are gonna work against you. I'm not saying that always go on, but if I look at the amount of people that have happened to, based on the amount of people that actually try to make that initiative, it's a high percentage. And that's the problem. So when people are saying, oh, this happened in America and this happened, yeah, many things happen in America, but at the same time too, we're trying to make it work. That's why your analysis on why we need an Afrikstan is so important, and people need to be what you're saying and stop talking with this crazy stuff.
Imagine we have a country like Israel that is set up, right, for basically not only that people go over, that it's set up that they have a basic healthcare system set up, basic general welfare, stuff like that, food commissary, if you like that, If we have that, we could build that sort of nation, right? If we could have the wealth about transfer wealth or whatever, that state would be so wealthy, it could give our people a sort of people. Oh, Kala, you're a socialist? No, but I believe there should be a social safety net, I'm not being funding single mothers, but if you got young families, I will fund young families, young families to get proper employment and everything like that. Yeah, we'll help them out, We don't have that, in Africa, because they're struggling themselves and whatnot, you on your own. Somebody asks, like, Liberians are like our first cousins. That's why I see Liberians. They're like our first cousins, You got first cousins and everything, they're like our first cousins in Africa. The Liberian, Black America diasporas, you go over Liberia, you'll find everything. You'll find Jamaicans, you'll find everything. My boy, you got no boy, we got to have one here. Anthony Morgan, he's from Barbados. He lives in Staten Island. He's like a Rasta, like the Jamaican. He likes the herb like you do, man. He likes the herb like you do. Yeah, but he's from Liberia and whatnot. But that's my man right there. He invited me to the Hogarth family reunion in 2021. And we had a ball. I had a ball. The Hogarth family in Virginia Beach, right, founded Arlington. They got a big Hogarth family estate, in Virginia Beach, in Pungo. They left from Pungo, Virginia Beach, Blackwater, and founded the settlement of the city of Arlington in Liberia. And I met the Hogarth family. I met the whole Hogarth family there. They was like, oh, yeah, we heard about you and everything like that. Big family reunion. People come around. Liberians, Hogarths that came as far as California. Then you got Liberians there. When I was like two sides of the family. Some that was stayed in America. Some that went to Liberia. They're all there. Some that moved to Cameroon. One lady, sister, she said she's from her family moved to Cameroon from Liberia, and stuff like that. So she's married to a Cameroonian, but she said, yeah, the Hogarth legacy, and the Hogarth family of Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach used to be a black city. People don't realize that. That was an Afrikstan, that was a black settlement, a black state, before the whites moved in and took it over. People don't know the history.
And absolutely, let me just try to answer these things real quick, because this brother is really serious with this question. All right, Kala Genesis Radio, what do you think about the notion of African Americans working with Zambia to build up Barotse area of Zambia? Also,
okay, well, I was involved in that. I was involved in that in 2018, right? In late 2018, right? And then one of my boys, my Pupwe, said, Kala, don't get involved with Barotse, right? He showed me some pictures of the Barotses, and he said like this, that's not African garb, that's actually Scottish garb. He said the Barotses back in the 60s, right, they wanted to become part of Zambia, right? But now these Negropean types, right, that coming back to Zambia suddenly want their own state, and there's conflict. There's a lot of conflict going on over there. It's another conflict in Rudy. He said, and they invited African Americans over to get international health. So you got a lot of African Americans that live in Baroque that went there, some from the University of Virginia and stuff like that, and they're building stuff and everything. But the idea of Baroque is they want to succeed from Zambia, and that's putting us in danger, you know? And so you got a lot of African, they say, oh, we want African Americans to help build. And there's a lot of people over there, you know, in Baroque in Zambia. But he told me, he said, you should try Eastern Zambia. It's not conflict, you know? And stuff like that. Northern Zambia, there's plenty of land right there on the Lake Tanganyika and stuff like that. But Baroque is beautiful, man. They got abandoned cities there that look like a southern towns, man. I'm like, damn, this is beautiful, man. Why is Southern Africa, all these countries are so developed? I don't understand that. They got whole towns that look like they're developed, you know? And when West Africa, it's like, damn, if you can get a light pole, you're doing something, you know? You know, that's because white folks live there, you know, and the way they built the infrastructure, you know, is, you know, but I have nothing against Baroque and everything like that. They're going to keep reaching out. People want to go there, it's fine. I personally prefer Angola, you know, to tell you the truth. You know, Angola, because it's not conflicted land. You know, I just don't want to get involved in none of this shenanigans. That's another thing. We get invited to, oh, yeah, Bill's, say, well, next thing we get caught up in a freaking, like it happened in Burkina Faso, you know? You know, JT the fingerprint got the hell out of there, you know?
Oh, yeah, JT got up out of there. JT was trying to warn people and everything. I mean, but people came because of him. But these are the situations where it makes it hard for me, brother. Trust me, brother. I'll be here, you know, from my Morehouse people. You know, I have an association of people from Morehouse, and me and them network and connect. And when I do my talk and my skills and everything, it's just hard to sell this up because the first thing they start talking about is all of these bad things that's going on, and it makes it hard. And then you run into another group of investors and people, and then it's just hard to just sell what we're trying to sell. So when I heard about all these people that was down with this movement with Lou Major and Taiwo, I was like, yo, those are the investors that I dream of having. But unfortunately,
oh man, you know I'm dreaming about. I'm drooling. You know, I was like, damn, man. If I could, those are the type of people that we gotta keep calling because when the time doesn't come, when Liberia and Angola, when we're gonna need real serious people, and we gotta let them know that we're real serious people, you know. And we're not gonna be like, oh, we gotta control everything. Hey, look, do what if you're an investor. I don't care if I make a dime. Do what you gotta do. We just need you organize and building and stuff like that. That's all I care about. I don't care about making money off of that. I'll make my own money. You know, your investor is you know what I'm saying? Here it is. Go to it. You know, there's going to be investments coming up in all these countries in Africa. And we want people to trust our word that they got an investment, but maybe we got to start being like Creflo Doll or Creflo Lou Major, I don't know what it is, man. People go to these people.
It's yes, brother, serious business, man. So family, what we're sharing with you is literally things that, we're being real with you and just letting you just process all this. And we definitely recommend, take your trips, whether it's with us, whether it's on your own, or whatever the situation is, and process things. Do not make any hasty decision to make commitments. Like I'm always telling people, come and enjoy, come into our business conference, check out the land, process everything. Don't make any quick decision. If somebody's trying to get you to make a quick decision on anything, like one of the first things I tell people when they call you about the tours and everything, I'll talk with them, but then I also send them the emails and tell them, hey, family, everything is on this website. Everything is documented on Facebook, YouTube. Process it, check it out. And if you want to make it here or want me to meet you in the city, we can connect, sit down and talk and everything. So if people are not willing to just, do that with you, they just draw red flags. And you shouldn't have nothing to hide, and you should have all your information there physically. Like you can come here, all the information is here, but also everything is online, so you have access to it, to where you can look at everything before you even communicate with me. But these people, when they were doing their presentation, Taiwo and Lou Major, there was never anything tangible for them to share. Everything was like little cartoon presentations and stuff. So family, it's what it is. Anyone who's been listening to these last 3 shows, you can just make your own analysis, but we gave good advice. So if you go to the continent and you do the same thing that people have done, or you get caught up with these people, you also have to look at yourself. But I'm not into blaming victims. So what I want to do, brother, I want to play that video we have, and then we get in on Akon, because that's
right.
Akon is this clown fool who literally, Kala Genesis, you can go to Africa tomorrow and be a millionaire overnight.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that.
Let me just play this one video first.
Yeah, good. This is hilarious.
It's not much of a castle, but for now, the local town playground will have to do for Princess Emily and her brother, Prince Caleb. Emily's dad, now technically King Jeremiah, recently claimed one of the few unassigned pieces of land in the world on behalf of his daughter.
With a child, you definitely don't want to ever tell them they can't be something that they desire to be. And at age 6, her frame of reference for the world was to be a princess. And so I told her that she could be.
Most dads would have left it at that. But Jeremiah did some research and found that territory known as Bir Tawil between Egypt and Sudan was unclaimed by either country. He decided to go there, and earlier this year he planted a flag designed by him and his children. He reckons this gives him a better claim than anyone else.
Recently, as the last 5 or 6 years, Russia went to the North Pole area and using a submarine planted a flag on the seafloor to represent their territorial claims for energy rights there. So the process of planting a flag is sort of the defined method of doing that.
Jeremiah seems deadly serious about his plans for the territory. He's hired office space in Washington, D.C. to act as an embassy and says he fully expects Egypt and Sudan to be in touch to discuss official recognition just as soon as Ramadan's over. His daughter Emily is no less ambitious.
We're going to help kids in Africa that don't have food. And we're going to build a garden as big as our land.
Holding royal court at home, Emily explains her new nation's flag.
The star on the top is my mom, and the 3 stars on the bottom are me and my brothers, and the crown represents my dad.
But despite Emily's regal appearance, it might not come as a surprise to learn that experts in international law are less optimistic about the chances of the new nation of North Sudan.
At a basic level, he has to be correct in asserting that this is unclaimed land. That's not obvious to me that he's correct. Beyond that, he has to establish effective occupation of this land beyond simply planting a flag or showing up and taking a selfie.
There might at least be some consolation for Emily, though.
Well, her claim to be a princess, I think, is unassailable. I think any little girl who declares herself to be a princess is such, and that's strictly speaking as a matter of international law.
For now, then, it looks like Emily will remain a princess in exile. But at least that'll give her more time to work on her royal wave.
So what do you think, Bomani? She said she's going to feed the people in Africa who don't have no food. You know?
Yeah, because that's what they that's the propaganda that's always this push around.
But what I'm saying is this: I don't see any of these. I don't see all these Africans that hate us so much up in arms. You know, I'm sitting there talking about building in Afrikstan and Angola. I got Nigerians. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Where's Mike O? Where's
where's the smoke that they got for this guy?
What was that? This is what I'm talking about. This is why I said, man, we got to start smacking some people in the freaking head, you know, because there's nothing but bunch of clowns. There's no smoke for any of these people other than Black America coming to Africa. You know, anybody can come to Africa. He planted a flag. You know, a flag. You know, he said, "Look,
my little princess."
You know, Black people in America can't build an Afrikstan. We can't build a municipality, right? This motherfucker planting a flag. Where's Nakmezi saying, "Oh, you might be some conflict and whatnot"? You know, it might feel some sort of way. You know,
no, they only got smoke for us. But I'm telling people,
they only got smoke for us.
You know, Pan-African community or African Diaspora community,
and we're not apologizing.
That's not how it working. That's not how it working in Ghana. You got to go live with the people. How is that working out? How does that work out for all my people who go there and do that?
Yeah, get robbed.
We need to build have something that we can use as a headquarters to protect the rest of us.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll say so. Bob Cosme says Hellman's Prince of North Sudan. You can miss it. Yeah, bro. That's what they think of the Black race. We're a joke. We're a freaking joke, bro. You think anything gonna stop me from saying that we need an Afrikstan after all the suffering we did for 500 years? Get the fuck out of here. You know, and we will the areas that we occupy and wherever we at, we're gonna have the final say over everything. You know, it's not for negotiation no more. None of this going. None of this going. We're gonna go back and assimilate. Get the fuck out. You know that's gonna fail. That's why they want that. But you got to assimilate the locals. That's why I say to rob and do all that stuff. You're going to have Africa belongs to us too. So Africa has to be partitioned up again. You know, we can't go by the Berlin Conference and whatnot. We're ready to return home. So we got to start. You know, and countries like Angola and Zambia, like like bro said, right? Zambia is like, hey, we got plenty of land. Y'all need to come over and build here. You got countries open their door, bro. Say, yeah, y'all need to build your communities and everything. They know we're going to create a tax base for them. You know.
And that's why I love the vision of us, building Liberia, working with our people in Liberia from America and in Liberia, and then also us working to eventually get that working there in Angola, which is another great opportunity. So family,
that's going to be the mothership. That's going to be the mothership.
We're going to keep on moving and trying to work with different countries, and whatever countries do the best and put the laws on the books to protect us and give us what we need. Those are the countries we're going to work with. And so we're going to be working from communities to communities, out of the towns, whatever we build and develop. And what that's going to do, that's also going to create great opportunities for our people locally. Like I was telling people in Jahadzi, there's an orphanage. I mean, and you ask why there's an orphanage. There's an orphanage because, you have people having lots of children, and then, it's one of those things where, I don't even want to get into this conversation because, what people usually tell me, I sound like a white man. When I tell that, we have to control our population, and instead of quantity,
family planning
of setups to where, because we can have the biggest population in the world, and then it would be 1% of everybody else, and they still dominate us. So right. Having more people doesn't necessarily mean anything. We have to build a quality of education and quality of things. So that's why I look forward to bringing my Bomani technology and Africa for the Africans, tourism investment, and all the other business and technology operation that we're working with in that community, and create opportunities for our children. So everything that we're doing is for the good of the energy. Now, if we were to do something different, next we're in all these problems. Like my brother right here say, even those folks at Jamaica Village in Ghana said when they first landed in Ghana, they got ripped off for land and had to start from scratch. Now, I've heard the same thing from my sister from One Africa Resort. And, some of us are stronger than others. Not all of us are going to be able to deal with the fact that, we're being treated a certain way and keep on going. Some people are going to say, I might as well live in America and stay back in America. So what we're going to do is I want to play that Akon clip, not from anybody's show, but directly from Joe Budden show. And then, we just play the first few minutes of it. And then we can see this goofy ass clown Akon trying to sell stupidity. You know what I mean? So let's play this right here, brother. And, we can just get right into it.
Okay. I'm enlightened today. Like Akon, I'm going to Africa, and I might move over there if the shit he's saying is true.
Nah, I heard.
Yeah.
I don't know for a fact, but got mad people from Ghana and a couple spots over there. My man them was from Sierra Leone,
right?
Liberia. That's all they talk about, fam. Like, what the fuck y'all doing here? I'll be like, pardon me, bro. I was born in DC. My bad. I can't go. I don't got no home, no family there. Like your family.
You're the perfect candidate there.
Watch this.
Get some money when I get there?
Bro, you gonna make money when you get there. Money waiting for you.
See, that's the part.
That's the part.
You talking my language.
That's the part.
You know that's my language.
They sat right up.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but can you explain to them what you're talking about, the way you explained it to me?
All right, so look at Africa as a white slate, empty canvas.
Okay.
Anything that you doing in America, you can do it in Africa. Anything that you can't do in America, you can do it in Africa. Like, I always use China as the perfect example. China 35, 40 years ago was just like Africa. Underdeveloped, clean white slate. They just took a different model. They took the copy and paste model. They came to the United States and Europe, took out everything that worked in America, they got their own version over there. There's more billionaires now made in China on a weekly basis than anywhere in the world. Only because they just taking what worked here and doing it over there.
Applying it over there.
That's it.
With 8 billion people.
And they expanded and maximized and developed the whole China within those 35, 40 years to the point there's nowhere else left to develop. So guess what?
They coming to y'all.
They coming to Africa now.
Yeah.
So y'all gonna let them beat y'all there?
Hell no.
This is in 30 years.
See, now that when he puts it that way, it's like embarrassing.
Yeah, yeah. No, it is. We should be ashamed of ourselves.
And y'all still here struggling, complaining about America not treating y'all right and shit. Y'all can be over there being treated like kings. Everything y'all complain about here, y'all ain't gotta complain about over there.
They shoot niggas over there.
Where?
Africa.
Nigga, they shoot more niggas in America. They shoot more.
You got money.
I ain't really understand that argument, buddy.
No, you got money.
Like niggas here dying every minute, and then celebrities are dying every week.
Getting killed by
like
everybody.
Celebrities, nigga, like celebrities are dying every week. That shit that happens nowhere in the world.
I tell my kid, I'm tired of reporting.
All right, Kala, I'm gonna pause on that one. What do you think about the stuff he said so far?
Yeah, the guy is full of shit. First of all, how you gonna compare Black America to China? China's a government. They got all different types of logistics, banks, everything like that, studies and everything like that, diplomatic relations, everything. You saw what happened with Taiwan, right? The reason why they do that to us because they know we have no diplomatic thing. What I would like to hear from the African brother in Diallo is, did they contact law enforcement and stuff like that? Do they have that, an advocacy group on the ground? Not that association with African American Ghana, which is an old women's club, you know? I'm talking about a real advocacy group on the ground that basically says, we are entity, you know, we are entity, we are interest, Also, let me tell you something. I want everybody to listen to this and listen to this very, very carefully, okay? It's a jewel from the Kala Genesis. Now I got to play my music, I'm sorry, but I got to play my music. My intro to a jewel to the Kala Genesis.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Absolutely.
Okay, man. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. Jewel from the Kala Genesis in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here's a jewel. There's a difference between being interested in something and having an interest in something. Okay? Black people are interested in Africa. What the brothers did with their investment with Taiwan, that was they had an interest in Africa. That means they basically have an interest, something tangible, something they can rally around. I have a stake. That's an interest. We have an interest in Africa. Why? We have something to protect. Too many Black people basically go on an emotion. Oh, I'm interested in Africa. I'm just enthusiastic about Africa. When you have an interest, you have to know how to protect it. Now, how does America protect negotiations? Black people in the diaspora, this is the reason why we formed the BAIO, to form those think tanks and advocacy groups, right? And deal with whatever we have. We have to deal with the local government, and we have to deal with the U.S. Embassy, whoever we have to deal with to secure what? Our interests. Now, America doesn't care about how interested we are in Africa. But once we have a legal interest in something, right, we have the right to petition the United States government for protection. If the United States reneges on that, right, then we have every right to go to a country like Russia, America's enemies, and say, look, we have an interest in this country, right? We have the right to go to South Africa. America's not going to want to do that because they're look embarrassed. How are you not going to protect citizens who have an interest in the country? How are you going to do it? We got to do something. See, this is how you move the needle. So as long as we're sitting in America, we don't have to do nothing. But once we start stepping on Africa, right, we have to declare, look, this is our interest in this country in Africa, right? This is our interest, right? We have land, we have money invested, we have stuff with institutions we're trying to build and everything. We want our interests protected, okay? Now, whoever steps up to the table says, I want to protect your interests, I'll be your ally, they become an alliance. That's why we form our own alliances. Right now, as we go to Africa, we don't know who's going to be our friends and enemies in the future. South Africa could step up, or Angola could step up right there and say, we're going to protect and guard your interests in West Africa and stuff like this. You see how it works? Right now, the Pan-African world is in a tailspin because Black people in America go into Africa on this Pan-African kumbaya stuff and not protecting their interest. You see how that works? You have to protect your interests. Once you decide to invest in whole land or property and everything, something tangible and solid, you have an interest. If the game changes. So it's no longer kumbaya Pan-Africanism. And the problem is we go with that kumbaya Pan-Africanism and we let people walk all over us where our interests are at stake. You see how it works? Because trust me, that's how the Africans go. Trust me, when Africans come to America, right, they're securing loans, they're getting their education, everything. They're looking out for their interests, you know? We don't understand why we see Africans out to lunch with white people and Chinese people, not us, because they're trying to secure an interest, you know? We're the only ones that are interested in Africa. We're interested in Pan-Africa. We don't have an interest in Pan-Africa yet because we don't have nothing tangible that we're willing to protect at all costs. You know, like Fiacre, right? That was an interest. We didn't protect it, you know?
Yeah, that was another. I'm telling you, brother, I gave my heart, my soul, and everything in me, brother.
I talked to those two people
bus loads of people up there for years. I worked for free trying to help them, and brother, it broke my heart to the highest level. But I didn't stop there. I went back. I worked with Garvey Town, and that broke my heart again. I didn't stop there. And then I built our community, and then I've been getting sabotaged from the beginning, you know. And I'm still progressing to the point where we're progressing. But it's like, what if we didn't have to go through all of this? We'd be able to really build. So I'm telling people that, hey, if you see these things going on in your country, you have to think about it. Do you want to lose the momentum in 50-something African countries? And I got 8 countries here on my list that's scrolling down right now. And that which includes Ghana, which includes Liberia, and other countries. But it's like we've had the momentum in Ghana, and it broke my heart that even still today it's too much of a struggle. Like I know several different groups with projects, and all of us could do so much better if we had the support of the country and we had the support of the real people who say, hey, we're gonna protect them and not let our savages take advantage of them. So we have to keep on moving, and and like I say, family, nothing is gonna stop me from building what we need to build in Ghana. Kwame Nkrumah literally invited us and created, and he was the best African president that ever existed. Because you know why, family? Because he was here on this East Coast. When you're here on this East Coast, he was around the energy of the Pan-African energy, the independence movement came from the energy of our people influencing that. And since then, I don't think a lot of African presidents, literally were educated in America. Most of them are educated in somewhere like Oxford or somewhere in Europe, where they like part of the 0.1% of Black people, and they just all surrounded by white devils to influence them. Next thing you know, they're becoming presidents in the country, and their only interest. And then some of them even talk more British than the British people. You know what I mean? So
Taiwan like a Negropean, a British.
Oh man, she's the and instead of her because the woman is a mastermind. We got to get at her. You see how she got people doing what they're doing, and she is nowhere around. You know what I mean? And like anybody want to tell me anything about Taiwan, tell her to make a video and clear her name. Huh?
Couple, her and Lou Major together, man.
Oh, brother, it's kind of like you playing good cop, bad cop. It's like we know how that works.
And how do you know she's not still talking to Lou Major? Oh, I know. You do. You don't know. They could be.
Yeah, this dude is seriously naive, man.
Yeah, he's really naive.
Tell me about, dude. I am not going up to Kintampo. I'm not driving 9 hours up into the country. I got other things to do. I got my community. I got our community, our Black South Pan-African community.
Go up there, brother. You don't know what's
only land I'm going to take people to is our community land, and so they can see that houses are coming up. We have a business office, a real estate business office, and we're only going to get better because I tell people, what don't kill you literally make you stronger. All these things that we have been through, it has only made us stronger. Like I was telling some of my people, I was like, this is how you do land operation, to where you cut out all of the middlemen, because literally a bunch of people will align themselves in your project to where they make it, like the brothers talking about a Ghanaian director and all this other stuff. We're not doing all of that no more, and that's why I want to get some of the young generation to literally just invest in them, to where when they're the lawyers and they're in the government, they can actually do the right thing and represent us as a people. Us as a people meaning a Pan-African world. Black people, regardless of wherever you're from, not just, oh, I'm from this country and I'm gonna just take advantage of people to where, you know, my country's gonna, you know, lose. Because all the money that they're shaking down people from, it's not like they turn around and build factories, not saying that it's right, but at least if you're gonna shake us down, use that money to create opportunities for your children. Like in Jahadzi, there's not one playground for the children. There's not one movement. So my vice president created a youth movement. And, you know, and so we have created opportunities for the children. We're educating them on Pan-Africanism and also working to where, you know, we're trying to do as best as we can, but we have to secure what we need to secure. And if we didn't have all this drama dealing with our people there, then we'll be able to do a lot more for the children. So I'm telling people, we have to think about our children. Right now, when you think about the children in South Korea, Japan, China, India, 4 of the most incredible nations. I can't say Japan was ever impressed. Japan was like Japan, but the other 3 nations, you know, literally went through oppression to where, you know, even Akon was even talking about that a little while ago. But their children are serious about the future, and their children are going to dominate the world because, you know what, their parents build their economies across the world and created the opportunities to where they have employment, they have generational business, they have generational investments and things like that in place to secure their future. So I'm telling people, family, don't let people take advantage of us in Africa, because what we're doing is we're looking, because I want to see our children on a global scale compete. And where do we have the majority of Black children? In Africa? So when people ask me, why aren't you somewhere else doing this? I want to do something in the foundation to where, my family members from Jamaica, from New York, from England, come over to Ghana and strengthen the energy, and we all work together. And that's why I was so, I was disappointed about the brother that came on. It's like, brother, you don't see the big picture. You keep on defending Taiwan.
You know what he reminds me of, right? He reminds me of those that get enamored of white people. He's the type of person that would come to America and say, "Oh, there's no racism. This white man, because this white man gave him." I had a Liberian tell me one time. When I was in the refugee camp, white people used to bring us milk and everything. So when I come to America, they a lot of them came out on refugee visa with Catholic. The white people would say, "Yeah, of course." And my boy Fajita, right? He told me this, right? He said, "Yo, when you come to America, right?" He said, "Look, man, I'm gonna have to tell you. That's my boy I met in Liberia, right? He said he's with the TMC. He's somebody we gotta get on the show too." And he came down from. He knew I was coming to Liberia, so he met me at Kala. We had a ball, man. I gave him a cigar. We're sitting there buying rounds of drinks. So when I got it on video, we had a ball, man. We had a fucking ball. That was my first night out. He came down. He's like, "Kala, what's going on?" Me and him, it was a battle on Facebook all the time. Now we're like, I know he was gonna punch me or what, man. But we were chilling, man. We were chilling. We had a good time. But he was just telling me over the years, he told me, he said, "Kyle, you understand something, man? We came to America. Him and his brother twins, He said, me and Hassan came over there and came to America, right? White people put us up in foster care. They put us up in this. They got me education, like that." He said, "I really had no connection with Black America, but I understand what you're going through, right? But you understand how most of us are refugees, And it's white people that handle that and stuff like that. So they made it clear that we were their friends. They were our friends and stuff like that, And that's how a lot of Liberians, came as refugees see it. They don't see Black people as their brothers and sisters and everything. Now it's different now because of the internet, because of the people like the Kala Genesis, They're like, "Man, Kala, man, thank you. You're the first African American that reached out to Liberia and learned about Liberia." And they said, "Man, we accept you as one of us now," And so I did that for years. I learned about what my ancestors did. I said, "I'm not gonna let this go. I'm not gonna let this go." I said, "Look," and I tried to tell them, I said, "We're your brothers and sisters, not the white people, not white America." And now when you see most Liberians going to HBCUs, they're in our colleges and everything like that. And so they basically participate in Black culture. You can't tell a Black Liberian from an African American, now, because we're like one people now, But that took years, man. That took years. It wasn't like that before, And I came on the scene and, and I'm involved in Liberian history and politics and everything. And more Black people in America are going to Liberia, going to the school, finding out about Liberia and say, "Oh yeah, I learned about the history." And it's a beautiful thing, it's a beautiful thing, But things can change, There
you go, family. And that's why Liberia is going to be our Pan-African capital future.
Liberia's how we're gonna
we
reach
have all of the momentum, family. This is the only country that we have all of the momentum to do. We just gotta, and I'm telling people, I understand people are talking, people like to throw civil war at us, but almost all the countries in Africa have been through civil war. So don't just sit there and just like beat down on Liberia. Look at Rwanda. You know what I mean? They was able to overcome their situations. Same thing as Ghana and other countries. So I'm telling people, like, hey, that's not something that I'm going to sit here and talk back and forth with you about any civil war and things like that. Because if I'm not going to talk about it in Ghana and Rwanda and other countries, I'm not going to talk about it in Liberia. What we need to do is focus on the future. Because after civil war and the struggles you go through, then you do nation building. You know what I mean? And it's the same situation that happened to many countries. So, family, let's go back to Akon. I'm going to play back some of what we just played back, but I just wanted you to chime in for that quick little session because Akon is he's there and he got some good brothers with him. And instead of him being real with them and things like that, he's selling them a dream that does not exist. And it's shitting on him. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, if you want to impress anybody, Akon, build your Akon city. As a matter of fact, I feel like that project is too big for you. Yeah. So he's going to be talking about, I got the solar project, I got this project, and I guess in 15 countries and all that kind of stuff. Man, but anyway, let's play this so we can analyze this, family. So we're just gonna let it run for a few minutes, and then we're just gonna dissect this thing and just check out what anybody else have to say, and then work on closing.
What about that?
No,
y'all ain't gotta complain about over there.
They shooting niggas over there. We should be ashamed of ourselves.
And y'all still here struggling, complaining about America not treating y'all right and shit. Y'all can be over there being treated like kings. Everything y'all complain about here, y'all ain't gotta complain about over there.
They shooting niggas over there though.
Where?
Africa.
Nigga, they shoot more niggas in America. They shoot more.
You got money.
I ain't really understand that argument, buddy.
No, you got money.
Like niggas here dying every minute, and then celebrities are dying every week.
Getting killed by everybody.
Celebrities, nigga, like celebrities are dying every week. That shit that happens nowhere in the world.
That's
I tell my kid, I'm tired of reporting about that.
No,
word.
Every
ridiculous.
episode, we got to come in here and report. Rest in peace, somebody.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
that sounds nice.
Niggas ain't got no value for life here. It's ridiculous.
And that is not so much the case over there.
Like, it's ridiculous. It's not the case at all over there. That's why we overpopulated. Like we got that's the beauty. We got the population to our disposal. Like that's our advantage. You selling to almost 2 billion people.
So if you got a product,
right? Nigga, you overnight you're a millionaire. I made more money there in the first 2 years than I made my whole music career.
Wow.
And I'm going on 10 years over there now.
He's lying.
And they made a lot of money.
That man got a lot. That man some pow.
No, because they might not hear what he's saying.
That nigga word.
Okay, I'm not running around.
That's crazy. No, that's dope. What? You had a crypto?
You mean got?
Still have?
Yeah, we still got it. It's developing. I mean, right now, obviously,
the market's
Bitcoin is down.
Yeah, it's down.
But in Africa, it don't affect much. Like we gotta own everything over there. It's like the economy in the rest of the world don't affect Africa because Africa is what builds everybody else's economy.
Everybody else's economy is predicated on
right.
Africa.
So you ain't got to worry about like once we have a stable currency there, it will never fall because we got all the resources in the world to back it up.
You think they're gonna allow it?
It's not their choice. That's what I'm trying to tell you, nigga. We own that.
Yeah.
We're the majority.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, but the powers that be for the last couple hundred years have seen to it that y'all never got to a place where that community.
But it's our fault. It ain't
true. No, I'm not.
Like,
I agree.
We're to blame.
I stand by that.
Like it's us.
Yeah,
like nigga, think about it. Even in America, we still in the same position.
It's still our fault too.
It don't matter where we go in the world. Niggas is in the same position. You go to Europe, they still in the projects.
True. Yeah.
You go to America, they still in the projects.
True.
You go to Asia, them niggas is in the projects. I don't know what it is about the projects, but we just fucking love.
We just gravitate.
We just love the bottom, like nigga. And everybody proud to say nigga I'm from the bottom. Like we just love the bottom. We just by default, we just bottom ass niggas.
Unfortunately,
when we gonna climb to the top?
I'm with you, fam. I'm trying to buy some ladders. I'm coming to Africa.
But that's the one thing we haven't figured out. The Jewish are the most least populated motherfuckers on the planet, but yet they control it because they come together. They stick together.
We don't do that. Well, why not?
And we're the most populated in the globe, and yet we're the weakest because we are separated.
Well, how do we come together?
We just got to do it. We just got it's that simple. Like the thing is, we can't let the greed control our decision because everybody want to be bigger or make more than the next person.
I was about to say, you think it's the greed, or
It's
do you
all,
think, or do you
greed.
think it's the
It's
ego?
a lot of greed.
It's all
a lot
greed.
of greed.
Greed is what creates ego. It starts with the greed.
Greed
And you can blame history for a minute because history's because of history we struggle so much, and because of being in struggle so much, you greed comes natural because you're struggling, so you want it. You want, and once you feel that lack of not struggling, you don't want that to kind of leave. So anything that can interrupt that comfort, you kind of push away, right? So naturally, once niggas get money, if they see niggas coming towards it, you be like, hold on, I don't know what your intentions are, bro. Like, step back, 6 feet, 50 feet, whatever, But that's just because of reputation of just not having, but not realizing when you don't have and you share, you actually get more.
Why aren't you the landlord? Yes, you. Why aren't you the landlord?
Because God gonna bless anybody.
From what I hear, people say, "Yo, the more you give,
Yeah.
literally, the more that they receive."
You go, and it's a living
nigga,
proof.
go give.
It's proof.
I get it.
This guy's great. Yo, I heard that.
I don't got enough to really give in abundance.
Yo, I heard they be getting back. You can give. Why can't he give? Yeah, that was great.
This guy is so ignorant, yo.
Yo, but when you speak like this, I almost feel silly asking you about music, yo.
Nah, but music was the vehicle. Music is a vehicle to get to the
stone.
money. Yeah, that's all it is. It's the influence. You know what I'm saying? It's the key to the door to be open. It creates the opportunity for us.
So do you think without music, you would have been accepted in the rooms?
Absolutely not. 1000%.
Gotcha.
Music brought me indoors. Niggas would never walk in.
Outside.
Period. Music is powerful, bro.
The notoriety.
The concept of what it does for people. Like, it's hard to get people to think on the same level. It's hard to make people agree. It's hard to grab people from different cultures to even think about adopting another culture. Music just makes you do it. I don't know.
It's a language.
Organically.
Yeah, it's a language.
We gotta come together over a bop.
No, music and sports. Sports will bring people together too.
Because that's the one thing everybody can relate to without even hearing the lyrics on it. Like you don't have to speak the same language to feel the energy.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And that Afrobeats craze is proving that too.
No doubt.
Right.
And Latin
That Akon,
music.
Akon is largely responsible for
Afrobeats.
Regard, yo. You were.
Right.
Do you think that's as a result of your diversity? Like a bunch of my friends that are born in other countries,
right?
They really be more open-minded to new shit.
Fast shit, we call it run music.
Yeah. Everything is facial recognition. Is that infrastructure? What is the music scene in, not the music, but the business of music like in Africa? Dude,
that's the one thing that's still challenging. There ain't no business.
Really?
It's a crash grab. And that's why I was just talking to Troy about it. Like, out of all the artists that we birthed in Africa, I never did contracts with any of them.
Really?
Because you can't enforce it. So it makes no sense. You can go to court, you can win, but if the nigga don't pay, it's just like you got to wait till you catch him. Yeah, like, but no, here you can enforce it because you can start, you can literally go get a motion from the judge, put liens on their property, put a stop to their bank accounts and all that. Like, you can levy stuff. Here you can enforce, not over there.
Not to cut you off, I wanted to take this time to shout out Tasha K, who moved to Africa over that $3 million judgment that she got to pay.
Oh, she just did.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
What?
I mean,
you want me to read the post?
I saw it.
The need was. It didn't even make sense. Like, we couldn't even raise enough money to do it. And I was like, man, this needs to be a real business. So that's when we started going off of government contracts for actual electricity contracts. Yeah, and then
yeah, so he said one true thing. He said, see, in Africa, you can't enforce. That's a problem, you can't get your money, whatever, like that. We don't do business like that, we don't do business like that, and stuff like that. So it's, you can get rich. How? How? You got to go all through the supply chain. You know, we have a system. When you supply, you got finance and everything, books, bookkeeping, logistics, and stuff like that. Things work. You know, instead of saying, "Yeah, we're going to build Africa until we have a prototype country where things work, where you can make money." He said, "Just go to Africa." He didn't say what particular country in Africa, right? You go in and get rich overnight. So you got people now taking his word. Well, I'm selling my house. I heard Akon say it, man. I'm selling my house for kids, you know, and I'm going to Africa tomorrow, you know, and, you know, no plan, no nothing, no this organization, this network right here, no pinpoint exit. This investment group right here is doing this and everything. This community right here is this. We're like that, nothing. Just go to Africa. Just go to Africa, you know, selling Africa. Like I said, exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. He's enthusiastic about Africa. But what I'm saying is this, so if he really like that, then Akon, please, why don't you basically get the 20 million Nigerians living abroad to come back home and get rich every day if you really, why us? You know, the people that should be guiding us to Africa are our own people. People of Pan-Africans are looking out for their own people, and we could build. You know, these people like Akon and want us to go over there and for his dream. You know, I guess, let me guess, Akon, your city is a perfect place to a thing. I guess you're going to start selling land and real estate development on your property that you're doing, you know? It's all foolishness, you know? It's just foolishness. You know, people are like, oh, Africa. Why don't we basically hear story? The story tonight we should have heard from Diallo and the other brother was that, yes, things are perfect, man. We invested $1 million. Now we got tenfold back, you know. Now, but what we hear, we just want to be left alone. That sound like things are going good and everything. We got a group that put an investment together. We have people that lost money. No one talks about that. Why don't we do the things and make the continent the way it can attract people like other races do, like other civilized, intelligent people do? Let's create the what we want Africa to be. I don't buy the idea, oh, that's just the laws of the country. We'll change them. And that's why when you told us that we're just going to go to Liberia one night, Ghana will miss out. Well, you got yes, right. Ghana's not the only country in the game. You know, there's other countries reaching out to us and everything. We got to start looking outside the box. You know, we can't be led to Africa because a Nigerian's going to lead you to Nigeria. A Ghanaian's going to lead you to Ghana, you know? All these countries are looking out for themselves and everything. You got people from Guinea-Bissau trying to get into the phrase. We need y'all. One guy cursing me out 1 minute, right? The next minute said, "Kala, you should do a show on Guinea-Bissau, and you know you should come to Guinea-Bissau and whatnot." You know, like what for? You know, what for? You know, because people want to put their little country on the map. You know, everybody wants to put their country on the map, but nobody really wants to do the work that warrants, you know, us coming and building. You know, we in Africa, we're trying to secure an interest, and secure an interest means that if we have a stake in the continent, we want that stake protected. I don't want to go, oh, we just lost our investment, we just walk away. Oh, no, don't work like that. There's people that got investments in countries and whatnot, and you know, there's people that lost investments in China. For 100 years, they were trying to sue the Chinese to get their land back in Shanghai and stuff like that. The Chinese like, well, we're taking it over. There's people in South Florida who lost factories and everything with the Cuban Revolution in 1959 and 1960, whatever it was. They still want Castro's out so they can get their properties back. How is it that people can be like Fiancra, get driven out and whatnot, and we just sit there, let these people have what's going on with Fiancra's land, right? People building nice homes and everything up there, right? Out of woods, you know, land that wasn't even occupied by nobody. Now you got people, derelicts and fools, living on land that we went there and built. It's not good. No more. No more. No more. So I wish Africans on the continent had the same proud African first mentality like we do. You know? You know some true facts regarding different ways of living Africa, but you have to tread carefully dealing with moving. Yeah, you do. you got to tread carefully. It's not the, you can't just go, oh, I'm going to Africa. There's a lot to it.
Go through these comments. These folks have. What I was trying to do is find Woody Maya, the video about Woody Maya channel being hacked or lost or whatever it is. I was just curious based on a few posts earlier.
Let me see if I can find it.
I found a few videos, but not saying much of anything.
It says Woody Maya accused of selling his YouTube channel.
Yeah, so those are some of the videos you see.
Woody Maya hack. Old owner. Woody Maya's lying. If somebody said, "Oh, Woody Maya's lying about her YouTube channel being hacked," it said, "This is why." Wow, everybody's on this. This is why Woody Maya's 1 million subscriber YouTube channel was hacked. But Trudy opened up. About Woody Maya hack channel. The secret: how to grow your YouTube channel.
Let me try one right here. Hopefully this works right here. This is one, but yeah, I'm just curious about what is really going on, and that's why we have to build our business enterprise, because these foolishness on YouTube is just unbelievable.
Again to my channel, this is Irene, and I'm here with an update about Woody Maya's channel. You guys, it is no news that Woody Maya's channel was hacked in the early hour of yesterday, and the person even colonized the channel, deleted all of Woody Maya's videos, and
he had backup
post, and then started making his own live stream. In the live stream, you could see about 2,000.
What do you say, Kala?
I said he didn't have backup. He said, but he didn't download all his videos or the files, something like that. Are these guys really serious? If you got all that content, shouldn't you have it stored someplace?
Well, you have the original videos. Like I have thousands of videos here, like at least 4,000 or 5,000 videos here. They're all on hard drives and everything. But it's yeah, it's a little. Usually, I mean, it's strange because if they see that somebody hack your channel and delete your videos, I mean, they'll see certain. I mean, they have people working on YouTube. I mean, it's not like it's just some automatic system. And so that's what's got my attention. Like, okay, somebody hacked your channel, they did this, but YouTube still have control of your videos and everything. It just unbelievable. Let me just see what else this person's saying.
In the live stream, you could see about 2,700 people in the live stream that were in the live stream, and some of them were even donating money, I don't know, or super chatting their account. And at some point I was even wondering, is it that these people doesn't know that this account has been hacked? Is it that what is really going on? And you guys, it was later brought to the notice, our notice that when the Maya's account was really hacked, because at first I thought it was a prank or something, maybe a joke, until it was confirmed that it was really.
What I'm trying to find, Kala, is where his video, whether it's on Trudy channel or somebody's channel, saying, "Hey, this happened to me." You know what I mean?
No, you're not gonna find that. Let's see. Hold up.
I mean, wouldn't that be the first thing you do? Like, hey family, this happened to me.
Channel says, I got one that says, my husband's channel's gone, but Trudy cries out. You want to play that one?
Let me see if I can find that one real quick.
I got one. I'll send it to you.
I just had a search up a little while ago. All right, so let me, because I did see it a little while ago when I did the search. What was the title you have?
I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
All right, perfect. All right, yeah, this is a different one. All right, let me just. Everybody just be trying to get, this views and likes and all that stuff. I mean, we need to just be serious about things. And that's what I don't. That's what I like about YouTube, man. It's just all kind of playing around and playing games.
Like I said, I don't take anybody on YouTube seriously.
There you go, and that's a good way to put it. All right, so what am I doing? All right, I got too many videos up here. So that is it right there.
Welcome back to the channel. Still updates on Wodemaya and his wife and the channel and the drama going on so far. Yes, guys, I've done 1 or 2 videos, so you can check it out to understand what is actually happened. But I'll break it out for those that don't really understand. Yesterday, Wodemaya's channel was hacked, and we noticed that a company or a bunch of people called MicroStrategy or something, they were doing live stream back to back on the channel, right? And definitely those are hackers, and some people have been having some misconception saying that it's the hackers that are actually doing the live stream. No, when these hackers do what they do, sometimes they sell the channel, or I don't know how they go about it, but the people who hacked that channel are behind the scenes. They're not the ones you guys were seeing their face on that channel. That is one thing I want to tell you. And also, a lot of people have said, why are they not coming out to say anything if the channel was actually hacked? Because Wodemaya has not posted anything on any of his, social media platforms. But Wodemaya's wife has cried out. She posted 2 posts I will put it for you guys to see. She posted a quote, and the other one, she said, "The devil is a liar," meaning that nothing is going to happen. And when I saw that post, it was 5 hours ago. As I speak to you guys right now, that channel is no longer on YouTube. Yes, Wodemaya's channel of 1.2 million is no longer on YouTube, and a lot of people are having different theories saying it's because they violated the guidelines, because lots of live stream came on, like they were doing like 4 live stream at a time, and it makes me wonder how. But that is the job of the hackers. They know codes and whatever, so they know how they can do things. And if YouTube feel like the channel is violating the guidelines, on YouTube, definitely they might just take down the channel. So at this point, we don't know if it is YouTube that deleted Wodemaya's channel or is the hackers that deleted the channel. But we know that if you search for Wodemaya, you are not going to see anything. Formerly, that MicroStrategy, their live stream will come up, but right now you would not see anything, meaning that the live stream has been totally deleted and the channel is gone. This is heartbreaking, and it makes lots of us that are upcoming YouTubers or growing YouTubers gets scared and wonder if they can hack a very big YouTuber like this. What happened? Initially, I was thinking this is something that they would recover easily, but it seems that these people who plotted or planned this whole thing, they've been planning it for a while. And the fact that Wodemaya is not speaking out, it makes everyone wonder. More people are saying, "Oh, Wodemaya has not said his channel is hacked." So what makes you feel his channel is hacked? Some are even saying that Wodemaya is the one that sold the channel to those people to do something. Are you guys kidding me? Who sells their hard work? How do you work for years and you sell it for how much? Okay, or maybe you guys feel like Wodemaya is very grown, and if he opens a new channel, it can just start over.
Yeah, brother, I'm tired of the foolishness, man. All right. So somebody did it to your channel and you don't say nothing, you don't post nothing, you don't say nothing, and then you just leave people install.
Like I said,
I don't get it.
This is what happens when your movement is led by YouTubers, I said I have a social network. How people understand how everything I think is right there on the social network. Everybody I'm connected with, everything I believe in is right in one social network. You can link and do your own thing. People can come in the social network that we have and link with other people, post and connect and everything. We own it, We own it. You own yours, I own mine. We all own it together, And like I said, how are you going to talk about bringing somebody to Africa if you can't bring them on your own social, on your platform? Wouldn't that be the first thing? Wouldn't that be the first thing? We were all communicating, all of us from StreamYard on our own social media platform that we own and everything like that, if we're only reaching our own audience? What if the Pan-African community said we're only going to stream on one platform? We don't care about super chats. We don't care about advertisements, stuff like that. We just want to reach our people. This shows you, like I said, just same thing with the Taiwo situation. The fact that they're talking about money and not actually doing business and building and stuff like this, right? Same thing people get on YouTube, right? You get on YouTube, okay, where's your foundation? Where's your audience? Where's your infrastructure? You know, and you just make YouTube videos all day and put it out there and everything. And this is what happens. You know, instead of building infrastructure, building institutions, and building really with your people, you know, we go on YouTube all day and it's like a shit show. You know, we get on there bragging about what we have, bragging about our accomplishments. Who's the bigger Pan-Africans? Who's doing more? And all this kind of stupid stuff. And the bottom line is you're making your money off freaking YouTube. A white-owned platform. Every time you make money on YouTube, they're making more money than you. You're still enriching the white man. I say it all the time. Why did the New Black Panther Party don't have a social network, right? Why does the Nation of Islam don't have their own social network? Why are they still complaining about Minister Farrakhan getting banned off Twitter? You know, why don't they have the Nation of Islam and all black nationalist groups have their own social network? I created one, the BAIO. Anybody black nationalists could join, and we can have our own platform. We're communicating with each other. You don't have to worry about your content being removed and all this kind of stupid stuff and everything. But still, we still want to be on the white man's platform because the white man's ISIS colon. We have all kinds of people starting like Quality TV, which I'm going to subscribe to, $5 a month. You got all this independent African and African-American content and everything like that we should subscribe to. But yet, what we do, we instead of having our own awards, we have your own channel. We have like millions of people watching our own channels and everything. We can have our own award shows and everything like that. That's what the movement should be going for. But nope, where are we at? We're in the Super Bowl, right? How come we're not building our own football league and everything? How if we can't build our own football leagues, our own basketball leagues and stuff like this? How are you going to talk about honestly look in the face and tell somebody we need to go to Africa? You ain't doing nothing here. If we had our own social media platforms and stuff like this, poor Wode Maya, poor white man still beating us over the head. Which was okay, Wode, but he just moved all his content to a black-owned platform, whatnot. Yeah, you can reach him here. I subscribe to him. But we don't do that. We're sitting there crying over so-called Pan-Africanists, hardcore Pan-Africanists are crying over Wode Maya. He lost his YouTube channel. That ain't funny. We're like freaking little children, you know? We take your candy away, you know? A grown adult, where you take his candy away, he'll go to the store and buy another one, you know? Or take it back from you. We can't take it back from you, go and get another one, you know? But what do? Oh, man, we're just going to sit here and cry about it, you know? Ridiculous. The only person that would do that is someone in the government trying to silence him. Who's trying to silence? Because he's getting radicals. I don't buy that stuff. I don't buy that. You know, the government trying to silence him. You know, he got hacked. It happens. You know, he got hacked or whatever it was, or he could have had a violation. They took his stuff down. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, the thing of it is, I understand all those things, but when you're a victim of something, you stand up for yourself. Just like Taiwo is a victim. You know, she's a victim of all the things that many people are saying about her, you know, so she's just a victim. I'm like, no, you know, speak out for yourself. So none of us really know what's going on with Homeboy. All I know is I don't trust these people and their little schemes and things that they're doing. But you know, it's one of those things where maybe having people making posts and telling your story, Woody Maya, tell your own story so you can educate us, so we can, you know, so you can save some people.
Or maybe he's just tired of the whole movement and just wanted to move on. You know, that's a possibility. He said, I'm tired of being Wode Maya. He just wants to go back to doing what he was doing before. Maybe he wants to go back to China.
Let me just, this one talks about this. Let me see. Let me play this one right here.
And community post, and then started making his own live stream. In the live stream, you could see about 2,700 people in the live stream that were in the live stream, and some of them were even donating money, I don't know, also by chatting their account. And at some point I was even wondering, is it that this people doesn't know that this account has been hacked? Is it that what is really going on? And you guys, it was later brought to the notice to our notice that when the Maya's account was really hacked, because at first I thought it was a prank or something, maybe a joke, until it was confirmed that it was really hacked. And then people are on Twitter, disturbing what's it called, YouTube, as to why they let this kind of thing happen and bring back with the Maya's account. And Twitter has announced that they are looking into it, and that normally when things like this happen, that the owner of the account should reach out to YouTube via their Twitter account, and then they will look into it. But that if Wodemaya has reached out to them for it, that they are definitely going to look into it. However, it's going to take some time. So while we were still waiting for them to look into it and maybe handle this whole thing, I quickly came back again online, and I noticed that this same account was still live streaming the micro whatever account that taking over with the Maya's account. And this time they were doing like 4 different live streams at a time, which made me wonder, like, is it possible to do 4 different live streams at a time on a YouTube channel? So because they were doing 4 different live streams at a time on that YouTube channel, so I became really worried. I said, now wow, so this is really possible. We were all being like, we are not happy about this whole situation, because Wodemaya is one of the biggest African YouTuber, and like somebody who showcases Africa. He's not a comedian, okay? Like, he's a serious YouTuber, somebody that showcases Africa, that throw more light to African way of living. You get me? So we don't want his account to be hacked. So everybody have just been talking about it. However, the most heartbreaking one is that Wodemaya's account has been deleted. You guys, Wodemaya's YouTube account has been deleted, and that's because probably the person that started running Wodemaya's account was posting so many live streams, and according to Wodemaya, according to report has it that the account has been deleted, and it was because they broke so many YouTube community guidelines. You get me? So the account has been permanently deleted. You guys, I went on YouTube and I searched for Wodemaya's account. I couldn't find it. All these videos you're seeing right now are videos of people who probably did collaboration with Wodemaya, or who talked about Wodemaya, or who used Wodemaya as a thumbnail, whatever, that tagged Wodemaya. But you will not see Wodemaya's account. Wodemaya's account has been removed, has been deleted. You can't find Wodemaya's account again. And the problem that I said that Wodemaya account has been deleted because it broke so many community guidelines strikes. I really don't know at this point now. So,
all right, who is this thing right here? MicroStrategy. Is this supposed to represent its subscribers? It shows the same amount of subscribers and no videos. Yeah, Kala, unmute yourself.
I said, this guy MicroStrategy probably said, probably sitting there like, something, I need 1 million subscribers, right? Wodemaya, it just got to be you, bro. I had to roll the dice, man. I rolled the dice, and you was it.
But where is his post on saying something?
They probably archive.
You tell me you can't put up a post on Facebook or Twitter?
Yeah, I mean, that's strange.
Or Instagram and say something?
That's strange.
All that stuff is...
We'll give him a couple of days. It's only been like 20, probably nighttime there. Probably give him another day.
Wow. Well, family, and
hope the brother's all right.
Yeah, serious. It's unfortunate, but I just never know what these YouTubers are up to. They're always up to something. So hopefully it's, hopefully, so hopefully it's not that situation with community guidelines where you're doing a bunch of videos and you violate like 10 violations and then you're gone, because usually it's like,
but they give you warning, don't they?
3 strikes and you go. Oh yeah, absolutely. So That's what it is, family.
And that's what when you got a million subscribers, well, he should have had like a committee, approval committee, a vetting to say, look, before we post this, let's check the video out, whatever like that. Well, you just posted everything, that incident at the Togo border, that could have got him in trouble,
No, that to be a bunch of things. Appreciate you, King Ja. That's what we've been doing. We've been building from over a period of time, and that's why when Taiwo and Lou Major did what they did, they don't know the level of damage they did, because some of us are out there really building this movement and really working together with other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this the part that's funny. Well, anti-white action. King Ja,
we don't mention white people at all unless necessary,
Yeah, King Ja, you are illiterate, you're uneducated. Appreciate the nice comment in the beginning, but what you're saying is stupid and irrelevant. I have videos, like I have a few videos called Dear White Devils, and the white folks love it actually, because we're talking about the wicked set of white folks who are doing all the dirt that they're doing, and we're adding analysis to it.
I want to talk about that.
For me, calling someone a white devil, what do you hear me call more people? Black devils and race traders.
Right. So we can't.
Those are not derogatory terms. A black devil is a wicked ass person, and a white devil is a wicked ass person, and a race trader is a damn sellout and somebody that's against your race. So I need some more educated people. King Ja, you may need to go back to school, brother, and just educate yourself before you make these stupid comments.
Let me give you an example, right? People I was watching this video, right? I don't know, it was a TikTok. I know you don't like playing TikTok, but it was a video made, right, about the steamships and how it helped the plantations in Louisiana. And it was like it was made in like the 1950s, right? And the comments there, those are the beautiful times. And there was about the Creole people, and they was about how they're from they're French, and the guy was telling the guy, he said, yeah, we're all going to be Americans one day, We're going to be Americans one day, whether we're French, we're Dutch, we're all going to be American. And we all love, the guys all love freedom. And next scene, they talk about we buy our slaves at the market, right? You have the black guys up there acting in Louisiana. It's always make the black guys run around, show how strong they were. Our slaves. So this was all normalized to them, right? They actually toasted freedom, and this is a land of freedom, while a whole race of people are in bondage as slaves and making them rich. It was so normalized. Now, you ask yourself this question. Louisiana, the slave system in Mississippi and Louisiana was the worst the world's ever seen. Worst slave system. Mississippi and Louisiana was the worst slavery in the New World, bar none. People from other plantations would come to Louisiana and was shocked at how black people were treated. Even slave owners, right? In Mississippi, Louisiana was the worst. Especially in the Delta region and stuff like that. It was blacks were degraded completely, like animals, right? Now, ask yourself this question: how did this happen? Do you know Louisiana was founded by when the French had it, right? They would basically give prisoners and people are insane people. They said you could be free. We'll give you land, and everything, if you go over to settle in this land because it's so bad there. There's the swamp and everything like that. You settle there. We'll give you money, everything, and also, but you have to bring one prostitute with you. So Europe emptied their insane asylums, their jails, and put people on boats and settled them in these areas. That's who basically came up with the idea of a white race should dominate over another race. These weren't good people, These weren't good people. They're the very worst people, but they created so much wealth, you had to recognize them, You had other white people that settled here, and like the Quakers and everything was appalled by the people who John Quincy Adams talked about it. He said these men are an abomination, the slaveholders and everything like that. They come from the very worst of what Europe had to offer. you know? And so you got black people out here like this. I'll never friggin' say, oh, I'm an American. I'm trying to, no. The white American is like the lowest out of all the white people on the freaking planet, you know? They created a race-based slavery system and justified it. Said the black man is permanently, they took our great race and made us a permanent race, and that is unforgivable. You know? That is unforgivable. So don't give me this crap about, oh, we're trying to be American. No, these people, the American, I am proud to be Black American, African American, whatever like that, but I can never be an American, period. Because of who founded America. So, miss me with that shit.
Brother, I'm telling you, man, what another classic. You know, I got somebody upset with me because he's telling me to grow up and stuff like that. You know, what I don't appreciate from people, and this is the quickest way to piss me the hell off, is accuse me of doing something I'm not doing. You know, I don't sit here and glorify white folks. You know, the hell with them. You know, these devils literally build everything they build off our backs. What we're trying to do here is trying to get our people organized and call out the people that are destroying our movement, so we can build what we need to build for ourselves, you know, and things like that. And I don't remember us being on here doing a bunch of white bashing, talking about different nations. Everything that we do is educational. We put in perspective. So if I say anything about these white devils or Asians or anybody or any others, it's in perspective. And you know, and that's why King John need to go back to school. That's what, brother. The school system is failing people. So I'm telling people, if you want to be educated, you got to go beyond the school system and go beyond just being around a bunch of white folks. He's pissed off because he probably has a white girlfriend, and you know, just like the Negropean. As soon as I start talking about certain people, they start getting sensitive. You know, like, yo, family, I am authorized to talk about any people that I want to talk about, because it's important that we educate our people about what's going on in the world that we live in. You know, and for the people who want to worship these white devils and want to marry these white devils, that, hey, if that's what you want to do, family, handle your business. Well, you're not family if you do that. You know, if you want, that's what you want to do, handle your business. You know, but don't come here trying to defend these people by saying I'm doing certain things. So
yeah, we're not asking them for nothing. You know, anything. We're not asking them. We're saying just stay the fuck away from us. You know, simple as that. You know.
Yeah. So this is Bobcat Traction, just, you know, because he know these people. You know, he know, you know, Bobcat is one of my good brothers. He knows these people, and you know, they try to make their little slick comment. They say a little nice thing at you about the beginning, just like Negropean, and then they go in on you in the end. And I'm like, yo, you're not gonna insult me and then try to make it seem like you're sending a nice comment to me. So if that was a mistaken text, King Ja, well, I can't call you King Ja, Boy Ja. Well, you didn't know Ja. I don't know what to call you. So people don't like, you know, so like I tell people, don't play yourself when you come on here. I don't have time to play games. You know, we keep it real. We're about that real life. We're about building for our people. And that's all we care about. That's what we talk about in Afrikstan. Mm-hmm. And that's what we talk about. The foolishness that goes on in Africa has to stop, because we want to build what we need to build with all of our people. And that's real. You know, because King Jai is probably upset because his white girlfriend can't join our Afrikstan and be around us. That's how Negropean originally got upset with me, because he liked what we're doing in our community. And when he started reading the laws, reading our overview, and it said that people like him are not included, oh man, they took it personal.
Yeah, but actually before he got on you, right?
Me I can't bring my white Becky devil to be a part of the community, so I can have a bunch of, you know, mixed, confused children.
Before he got on you, right? He did a show called "What Does the Pan-African Community Think About White People in Africa?" We don't want them there. You know, what I'm saying, that's a problem. He said that's a problem because a lot of people from Black America, go to Africa, and they want to turn Black people in Africa against white people. And that was his big thing why he got into the whole movement. You know, that's the reason why he got in the movement. That was like a year before he came at you.
Yeah. So Punk, KJ, or whoever you are, don't tell me what's hurting me is me saying anything about no white people, because, you know, I mean, where the stupid stuff come? We was on here for hours. What would you say about white folks? Even though white I didn't even say much about that white devil who claimed that he's gonna own North Sudan, and his little white devil, his little white devil is gonna be a princess. That's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
the bottom line is nobody said a damn thing about that. But we're gonna do an Afrikstan show, right? Then we're gonna do tomorrow night. What's your perfect? We're gonna do an Afrikstan show. Let's do an Afrikstan show tomorrow night. Say like, what would be the perfect black state? Perfect black civilization. How would modern super black civilization look like? All black people and everything like that. To like 99.9% black people or not. What would that world look like? With black people, are just one race like the white people did. White people forgot they were Frenchmen. They forgot they were Irish. They forgot they're Dutch, English, everything. They just became white people, white Americans. That's what America is, an amalgamation of all these white people. Now we wanted to do that in Liberia and whatnot. And they still to this day, try to separate different groups of people and everything because we allow them, because we don't see power and love in our blackness, and say, well, other people look, bottom line is the white man created this system. We have to join in this. We have to fight what we have. He started this thing about color and race. We didn't start this shit, We was in Africa. We didn't see people as race and everything. We accepted everybody, whatever like that. But since the transatlantic slave trade happened, right? You got a problem. You got the African American, right? Who's racialized. 40 years of being racialized. We carried that to Liberia. That's why the Constitution is what it is, And they've terrified that racialized mentality. Also, I want to talk about Julius Malema.
All right.
Julius Malema said if the EFF gets in power, he said, we're not going to pay back that money that you gave Cyril Ramaphosa, and we're going to open up our coal mines again. He said, you're going to come to Africa telling us to shut down our coal mine for your stupid-ass climate change crap. So the bottom line, I wish Malema would get in power. I didn't like him before. I thought it was, but now I see what he's talking about. Now, the fact that he sees now that these globalists and all that, and also the whites in South Africa are nothing but a problem. He said the whites should just leave, go to Europe, go to Australia, because they're a problem. They're the reason why there's tensions between different black groups and everything. They're not doing nothing for the economy, but just being in a way of them building a real black state in a unified black country in South Africa. You got the whites you got to contend with. Whites always basically refer to black people by their tribe because they don't want to recognize your blackness. See, you're only black when it suits them. You can be black in America because we don't have no power. As soon as we go to Africa, right, suddenly they want to keep emphasizing our Americanness and our differences and everything. We can't just be black in Africa and say, well, okay, we're all one black people. No, but you are American. He's a crew. You got a Khan. You got to learn the Khan language. You got to do this. You got to do this. They won't leave black people alone. Wherever there's black people are, they're always going to try to do it. That's what they did with Rwanda. They pitted the Tutsis against the Hutus. Before the Belgians and the French came there, Hutus and Tutsis married with each other. They got along with each other. They traded with each other. Everything. Europeans came there and divided them. And made them and highlight the differences. How people are able to do that? They do that because they're in a position of power. They hand out reward and punishment, So we have to take reward and punishment as our heritage. We have to be the distributors and arbitrators of what's good and bad and what's reward and what's punishment, If white people like this is Tyrone talking about bringing a white man in to mediate, that's a red flag right there,
Yes, brother, that's definitely a red flag. I mean, that shows you what these people are really about. These people literally just go on YouTube and go online and then, I see they see the movement going on and they just jump in. These people didn't come from organic backgrounds, study groups, black, nothing black. They literally just, just because of their color, their skin and things like that, they literally just trick people, So
where did Lou Major come? Lou Major came out of nowhere. I think it came out of nowhere. I have a year. I told him. I said you could Google. You can Google Kala Genesis. I got blogs that go back decades.
Yes, your stuff shows up.
Shows up all over the place.
Beyond me and Dynas have done with you. Your stuff shows up even beyond what all the videos you have done with me and Dynas.
Yes, I'm all over the place. I got a track record. You know what I think. You know, if I was faking this, it would have shown by now. You know, but you got somebody comes out of nowhere, you know, on or with his phone and takes over, hijacks a freaking movement. You know, no track record, no anything.
You go. So people have to start listening to what we're breaking down to them. You know, we're not here up here for hours just talking to be talking and playing games. You know, we have we work all day long and we have other things to do. And you know, as a matter of fact, you know, we're pushing this energy up because every time I look on the internet, as far as Pan-Africanism, it's a joke. Like I sent you that clip today, and it was just a bunch of 10 Negroes just arguing, and the only thing that they can talking about is, you know, their different stands on Pan-Africanism, this and that, but it's like there's nothing about what they're organizing, or they can't say what country they're working with. You always hear me and you talking about, you know, that, you know, we're both working with, you know, Liberia. Mm-hmm. And we were working with people and we're putting the energy together to build something tangible to where
they're the philosophical Pan-African, philosophical.
Yeah, they just talk a lot of science and talk a lot. I mean, and family, we're not gonna sit here and bore with all that stuff. That's why we get right to practicality, you know? And that's why we say that people are gonna represent Pan-Africanism, you better step your game up. So, you know, we have this one clown called Pan-Africanism Strike Back, and he's really Pan-Africanism Strike Out. Because if you have all videos on your channel talking about Tariq, that has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, nothing at all. And if you're talking about, you know, somebody crowdfunding money and you can't crowdfund money, that's not Pan-Africanism. And if you're just talking about a bunch of titles about Herschel Walker, Joe Biden, and a bunch of stuff in politics, Stacey Abrams, all the present, that has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism and nation building. So stop fronting and stop making it seem like you're down with our movement and you're about that. And that's what I'm telling our Pan-African people that's really down with the movement. Literally watch these people and make sure you have a track record that they've been down with something black for a long time. Make sure that, you know, all the you know, like, I'm not gonna be talking all of this and then next, you know, I got some Asian woman or some white woman everywhere. That's not happening. You know, so if you know, so if you're gonna be pushing our movement, you know, be about that. Other than that, we're gonna look at you as trying to hijack our operation. That's why me and Kala is on here defending our movement and pushing it. That's why you have this big, bold Pan-Africanism towards nationhood banner, you know, because we're about that life. So, and I know we have a lot of trolls. Like, I seem like I have a troll King Ja on here. You're probably one of those fake rosters with you know, got a bunch of white women in England. As a matter of fact, Bobcat, post one of your famous comments so I can blast this fool.
Yeah, my man, IC3. Talk about, white people are now Africans too, because that nigga lives in fucking UK, probably got a whole white woman and whatnot up there, you know? Talk about reparations, nigga, please.
Oh wow, I like this comment right here. Appreciate it. You need committed people to build a credible Pan-African. I recommend Bomani Station to a lot of people, but they all said the same thing. He is aggressive and full of hatred. Wow.
Hatred what? Bomani's the most
wow.
Bomani's the most
do you know how much people? Do you know how much people I put on to game? Do you know how much people I've helped? Like all the people you see doing Africa tours and involved in that, you can credit me for influencing them or credit me for working with them to build what they're building. And all I remember is I didn't get paid for it. I did it out of love. I did it out of brotherhood. And I did it out of nation building. You know what I mean? And when you look at my videos on YouTube, all the videos you see, like right now, if you look at the Tanzania video, where are we at? We at Tanzania National Museum. What kind of hatred am I saying there? Now, I may see one post and say white devil, but that's not hatred. And I don't think I said that. Then I got some more videos that I'm pushing out.
You know what gets me is Chinese people call white people devils. That's where we got it from, you know? They say the European devils. They used to call them European devils, right? We picked up them. We picked it up. But white people don't mind Chinese people calling them devils and whatnot. You know, oh, you foreign devils, whatever like that. But what is about black people when we say, after all the hell we've been through, that black people say white people devils, they get all triggered and shit, you know?
Yeah, just like this dude right here. Only trying to help until Bomani came up with aggressive deportment. Take it easy. Brother, you're literally telling me that what I say about white people or anybody is hurting me, and you have to explain how. So you have some of your fake ass black friends, your fake ass black rastas that literally got all these white women in England, and y'all don't like me talking about that situation. I'm trying to build our black nation, you know, and part of building our black nation is black men need to be with black women, period. You know, if you're gonna do what you need to do, that's fine. I have no problem with it. Go do what you need to do, but don't make it like it down with our movement. We don't do swirling in our movement, and in our community, we don't accept any of these devils. It's a straight black Pan-African community. So whether whether he's a black person from Sierra Leone, Jamaica, South Africa, America, that's who the community is for, nothing else. The things that we talk about is for our people. So I'm just looking at this Joker's comment. Bomani actually calls some tourists to get off a boat in Tanzania, names and posted it on public media. Mature people don't behave like that. Bomani actually calls some tourists get off a boat. Call some tourists to get off a boat. King Ja, you are a dumb effer. You know, when I was in Tanzania, brother, do you know what I did? I went to some of my brothers in Tanzania. I was like, brothers, I have a group of 13 and a group of 15 or a group of 13. For the last 3 years, that's been a group size. And I told them what I want is a private boat, and I'll pay the full boat so we can go out for 3 hours and we can play our music, we can do our thing, and we can have a good time amongst each other. I've never been to Tanzania and been out there disrespected anybody or say anything. You know what I mean? So it's like when people come up with these things and they make it seem like they're down with me, brother, you're not trying to help me. And those coons that you literally telling about my channel, you don't have to waste your time, brother. My channel is mainly videos highlighted about us in Africa, tourism video at the Holocaust dungeons, showing us on our land, showing us visiting black people who left from America and went to Ghana and they built business enterprise. That's what we do. We show love to our people. Use your head. You talk without thinking. Hey, King Ja, you are a coward piece of shit. How about you get on here and talk to me like a man, you wicked, you punk coward? Because you're accusing me of a lot of stupid stuff that's literally inaccurate. Literally inaccurate, you know? So I don't know what videos you saw in Tanzania, but I've been actually very nice in Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very nice.
If you're going out for 3 hours, why would you want to sit there with people we don't know or we're not connected with? You know, it's just like, yo, we're trying to vibe, you know? We'll vibe, you know? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get away from that. If I want to be around white people, I got to plan them here, you know? When we go to Tanzania, to sit around those people for, you know? Simple as that, you know? That's now, white people do that all the time, you know? They get rid of our charter boats so our black asses don't get on it. You know, but when we do it, oh wow, man, you're holy grail, you know, simple as that. They hate the fact that, you know, that's a power move. This is what we want, we pay for it, and that's it. We want to enjoy ourselves and everything, you know. But we always gotta invite everybody to the cookout. We gotta invite everybody. We gotta have some space and place for ourselves because we live in a world where we gotta deal with white people every day. You know, so when we go to Africa and whatnot, the last thing I want to do is try to apologize. I want to be able to say what I want to say and be around my own people, you know, simple as that, you know. No,
absolutely. So I don't know who this troll is and who you think he's coming for, but you got the wrong one, buddy. I don't know why you up this late at night wasting your time watching our videos because it's irrelevant for you. We're not on here to please, please fake rastas and fake brothers who all they want to do is get with white women and then tell us how to run our movement and try to integrate us with the devil themselves. You are a sick person and you need help. You need help. You know, that's why people don't come on here and play games with me. I'm not to be played with. You know, I don't play games. I'm out here working out. I got customers. I got business to handle. I got a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure to handle things, you know, and I represent my people. So you making these little whack ass posts is stupidity. Saying I made a bunch of white people get off a boat. Are you serious? Do you think I got the power to go do that in Tanzania? And number one, why would I even waste my time? You know what I mean? I've seen boats, and this is what I tell people. You can get with this, which is a boat full of brothers and sisters where you can enjoy yourself. Or because when you go to a resort and you pay for anything, snorkeling, sunset cruise and everything, it's whoever put their name on the list. That's who literally is going to be out there with you. And so I tell people, hey, you can do that. or you can do with us. But what I do in Africa, I take big groups of people. So whatever we do, we have our own personal tour guide to take us around and do things with us. You know, so you get a personal experience being with your own brothers and sisters. This is not like on a plantation. Like when I was working at airlines, every time I have like 2 or 3 brothers and I'm talking to them, and you know what I was talking to them about, trying to get them to come to Africa with me and do things. Do you know a white person always come up and they literally intervene in our conversation? That's after eavesdropping for about 5 minutes and things like that. Absolutely. And that's what I said in the video, family. You can get with this, or you can get with that. So I tell people, if you want a Pan-African tour, that's what we do. Now, if a group of white folks say, hey, can you put something together for me? Absolutely. But I'm not going to be there clowning around with them and joking and laughing and just being all, that person, because I'm not. I'm real about our business. So these are the shows that come on. I mean, I was like, if you want to speak like a man, brother, not brother, because you're not a brother. Because when we say brother, every brother is not a brother. And this person is clearly not down with what we're down with. He literally just like, yo, we're talking about a whole bunch of stuff and you just throw white people in here.
Yeah. Everything is about white people.
Wow, see this punk. That's what you are, you fake little punk. You one of those little Nigerian trash. That's bro. Listen here, fool. Listen here, you idiot. I would never waste you. Nigeria would be, if Nigeria was the last country on this planet, I would never go. And why? It's for one simple reason. With all this stuff going on, as a matter of fact, what I hear, if you go to Nigeria as a tourist, you may get beat up and robbed and stuff like that. I've had Nigerians tell me, do not go to Nigeria. Stay yourself in Ghana. Ghana is ideal. As a matter of fact, they tell me
this most Nigerians think like, most Nigerians think like that. And that's who Brother Dias wants us to go to. We should go to Nigeria. Go to Nigeria. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Dias is irresponsible with telling people to do all these things.
Go to Niger. No, Niger. Get the fuck out of here. We want to go to black Pan-Africanist countries. When Nigeria is the most boot-looking country, white-ass-looking country in the world. They basically, the only people they only want to compete with other black. Oh, we're the giants of Africa. But yet their economy is less than a country like Singapore.
Yeah, I'm glad he posted about coming to Nigeria, because if he wasn't from Nigeria, he wouldn't have said this. So this is one of our Nigerian trolls. Family, Nigerians out there that are about your business. People like this are disgracing. Instead of spending your time wasting with me, how about you go work with your government and all the rich, successful Nigerians outside of Nigeria to build the greatest African country that we have ever seen, because the potential is there. But it seems that between him, Michael, and these other people, all they want to do is defend their little white trash friends. Okay? So if you have white friends, that's your business. You know what I mean? Like I said, anybody want to do what you need to do, do what you need to do.
But something.
Do it.
You know something, right? White people, right?
So this is what they do. Just wait to see. Mark my words. Coward.
Check this out.
Coward, you just got mouth. How about you come on here and show your face, you coward? Because all y'all do is just make these little coward posts and things like that. You know what I mean? The whole show. What were we talking about the whole show? Were we just talking about white folks and other people? We were talking about from Akon to these 2 wicked black devils, which one is a Nigerian. That's who we're talking about.
Hey, check this out. This is another thing.
So if you have an issue with me, brother, why are you wasting your time watching what we're doing? That's what I don't get. Why are you up for all these hours watching what we're doing? You're nothing but a spy. You can spy all you want, do all you want. And like I said, that's why we don't push countries like Nigeria, because everyone on here from Nigeria comes on here is always negative and nasty and always on some swirling stuff and some stuff to divide us. But then they don't focus on handling the business. Every time we turn around, it's always all kind of civil unrest going on. It's all kind of, you always hear about scammers. I mean, they've brought their scamming business to all over the world. And then the thing of it is, they scam more money than anybody else combined. So with all that scamming money, like I mentioned to you, King John, talk to your people. Nigeria should be the richest and most powerful black nation on this planet. Between the smart, intelligent business people and investors and people who got to go in for themselves, to all of the great mastermind scammers like Taiwo, Taiwo the millionaire. She's such a millionaire. She won't let these people have peace to do their things. So, all you people just doing is just giving Nigeria a bad rap. literally giving you a bad rap. You know, the most positive things I can say about Nigeria is that when I talk to my family, they said great things about the Nigerians that show up there, and they say they build business, do things for themselves, and things like that. So I've not heard my family in Jamaica say anything bad about them. So, you know, the good energy of Nigeria has to translate to success and to something tangible, to where we have something unique, you know. So, and that's not what's going on. We have more Nigerians on here hating and run their mouth and, you know, talking trash to us because we want to build something for ourselves. And last I remember, you and I don't have any Nigerian friends here because they keep to themselves and they won't get with us to do anything. Like try to have a Marcus Garvey celebration or do anything, you won't see any of them. You know what I mean? So nothing pushing down on Nigerian, but I'm saying if they're about their business, about what they're about, represent. Because all the ones that came on here challenging us, they were all Nigerians that were married to white women. And as soon as we say something about somebody white, they get in their feelings and emotions and saying we can't say that, you can't do this. You know, stop working.
Yes, but Mike, check this out. Now, white people are like this, right? They'll sit there, they'll go to lunch with, they'll be cool with you and everything like that, right? But they basically will go out with their white friends that'll say black jokes and say nigga this, nigga that, and they'll never correct them. You know, they'll never correct. They'll be like, okay, well, and then they'll go to you like, oh yeah, I know. I said, you know, we're cool and everything. Yeah, but you gotta understand, you know, he's a redneck and blah blah blah. I'm cool with him. And like, what do we give an example? Our friend Lou, a family friend Lou, right? He's Puerto Rican, but he's older than me and my brother. He's older than me by like 8, 9, 10 years, right? He's older dude, right? But his son and my nephew were friends, right? And in high school and everything like that. But you know, let me say this. He has a neighbor, right? My brother, when he first met, he said he didn't know, because my nephew, he knew my nephew was like half black, half Filipino, right? But he said, he was supposed to say, yeah, his father's black, right? And Lou's like, okay, I'm from New York. I know some black people. Check him out. So he met my brother, right? And my brother has a house, businessman, and everything. And him and his wife fell in love. He loved my brother, Corey. They're like, him and Lou are like best friends now. He's Puerto Rican. He's from Jersey, right? Anyway, Lou has a neighbor, this white guy, right? That he's like, well, you know, this and the other thing. And he said, the guy asked him, oh, I saw this black guy at your house, wherever. He said, oh, you don't know this guy. These guys, people, and that. And so we met this white guy when I said, well, these guys are, you know, you got to meet this family. They're unbelievable and everything. But the thing is, though, what I'm trying to say is, you know, people will have friends with racist white people and whatnot, you know. And I'll ask Lou, like, you know, who is this guy and everything? Well, you know, he's like that. But, you know, one time he came over and whatnot. We were sitting there just talking to the guy, whatever, like that, warming up. I'm like, I don't need this, who this guy is. We don't have nothing to prove to this fucking idiot. He's gonna try to tell me, oh, you gotta get to know him. Like, who the hell is he? You know? And so anyway, you know, Lou has a pool in his house. We used to go to his house in the pool, right? Now my brother has a pool in his backyard, you know. This summer is gonna be so great, man. We're gonna have the screen TV out there. We got the pool. I'm gonna be on my brother's house all the time this summer. We're still gonna do shows, but I'm gonna make sure I'll be back home in time to do shows and whatnot, you know. But my brother's house, but I'm saying my brother is a successful businessman. Him and his wife, they make $250,000 a year, you know. My niece, both my nieces are married, right? My nephew, he's 21, right? We got family and whatnot, and our family and everything like that. So I don't need to prove to nobody who I am. And like I said, a lot of people, Puerto Ricans and Nigerians and all these other people that worship white people or not, you know, they don't get it. We don't care. I grew up around them. We used to take white kids from our area because they used to think, oh, you must have. I said, that's not how my neighborhood was. Aren't you glad you live in this community now? No, I said I used to take them to the city and see where I used to live, my family and whatnot in Jamaica, Queens. Like, oh, they got nice houses. You know, your uncle. Oh, wow, these are people. No, I think you're not doing me a favor by me living next door to you. You know, I had to tell them that, you know. So, but the thing is about these people that defend white people don't give a friggin' damn about you, me, or whatever like that. You know, they don't care.
But why always the Nigerians defending white people? We don't have anybody else that come on here defending white people. It's just always a list of Nigerians. And I'm telling the folks out there from Nigeria, control your people and educate your people because they messing with the wrong person. We don't have time to play these little games.
In the real world, man, everybody is racist.
So like
Everybody's
Taiwo or maybe it's her or whoever, they just send these little trolls out here. So all we're doing is blocking them. Like the guy that we had from Ghana, he make one more comment, I'm just blocking him. I'm just blocking all of y'all because I don't have time to play games with y'all. Okay? So if y'all don't like what we're saying, don't come on here and listen to what we're saying, because what we're doing is connecting our people so we can operate smart. And I'm telling our people in America, do not waste your time and go to Nigeria. We know no black person that have left America and went to Nigeria and been successful. You have one person that you know, John, that's been here for 30 years and can't get nothing accomplished.
he's back in Chicago. He's in Chicago right now.
Go figure. That's probably where he needs to stay, because after 30 years of wasting your time, might as well die in peace in Chicago. Because it's very frustrating. So they need to understand that if they have this big population and everything, they need to do better. You know what I mean? They need to do better and stop
worrying about what we're doing.
Yeah, because that's usually like even in Tariq video, Bucci Bear. You know what I'm saying? Who the only African person that he has on there is a Nigerian.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. You're a nigga. You crazy nigga. He sound like Michael Blackson, to tell you the truth. Nigga. Yeah. So he had the Uber shirt on, man. He had to go there like that, man. On the Nigerians, he had the Tariq's cool.
Look at this one right here. That's us. All they know how to do is hurt their own people and just cause craziness to where they have so many successful people here in America and in Europe that they don't want to even go back.
Yeah.
And they could be the driving force to make Nigeria that superpower that you've been telling me when you read Ebony magazine. You was like, wow, Nigeria, because hey, we all thought that.
Yeah.
But then you have President Trump come out and talk about these countries.
All throughout the 90s, man. I was studying Nigeria. Oh man, Nigeria's doing liquefied natural gas. They have all this opportunity they squandered. And then Andrew Young introduced Babangida, former president of Nigeria. He said, "What's wrong with Nigeria?" He says, "See, you gotta understand the African mind, man. He said, you got all this potential here. Why aren't you a great country?" Well, we're just corrupt. We just can't get it together.
It's just nonstop excuses and reasons and excuses. Now people talking about the Nigerian election. How much people are gonna get killed over there during the election?
I don't know. I won't be going.
How much unrest is gonna happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a shame. It's a real shame. Maybe they need to split it into two different countries. I don't know. I don't have a solution, but I'm one person. I don't tell my people who call for consultation that we're going to Nigeria or recommend they do anything in Nigeria. And it's what it is. And that's 100% based on me talking to a whole bunch of Nigerians and ask them, certain things. One thing I could say about Ghana is when I talk to all the Ghanaians, they have nothing but positive things to say. And you see how the brother was from Ghana, very humble and respectful. That's not what we get from Nigeria. And family, like I mentioned, I'm not here in Nigeria bashing. These are the facts of what's going on. And for the good people who represent Nigeria, why don't some of y'all come on and talk with us?
Yeah, that was true. Nigeria.
Why is every time we have somebody from Nigeria, it's all some negative, nasty stuff?
They're very arrogant. They're arrogant. So arrogant. God damn.
Yeah. So like, arrogant. Who are you to tell me what I need to say to anybody? Why are you defending white people? So what if I went to Tanzania and I said something to some white folks? As a matter of fact, what I would say is that since I've been to Tanzania, the white folks be looking at me and my crew like, what the hell are y'all doing here? Like, those are the looks we get. I was on a plane. It was like maybe 20 to 30 of us and 200 and something white folks. And everywhere you walk in, they're looking at you like, why are you on this plane? What are you doing? You know me, I don't pay them no mind. We do our thing and like, whatever, man. Whatever.
You're in your ancestral homeland. They're like looking at you like, we said a white guy that made a video talking about Black African Americans shouldn't come to Tanzania. Did you see that video?
What? Repeat that video?
You use that video. Everybody roast this guy. This fat white guy said African Americans wouldn't like it over there. They shouldn't come to Tanzania. Did you see that video?
No, but one thing I would say about Tanzania,
I think I'm gonna give it to you. We gotta play this. We close out on this one. I promise you. Let me see. Let's see. White guy says Black people shouldn't come to Tanzania. White.
Yeah, because it's like they want to keep the place for themselves and to where, and it's a situation where how much people we know have gone over and then you know, it's like they're trying to live and do things. They have people literally live there and stay there, and then they left and they just say that it's not home. At least they'll say, you know, at least what they tell me is they feel at least home in Ghana, even though, you know, and you know, and that's what I'm saying to people. Not every country we have in Africa is a country where we can do what we need to do, you know, and so, you know, and that's what we tell them.
I would try to find a short one. You know, I'm trying to find a short one. It's like 8 minutes. Let's see if I can find a short one.
And that's what we're telling you, family. That's what we're building the energy in Liberia. So that could be the foundation, the headquarters, and then we can just.
Because I know here in Liberia, white people act, for some reason, out of all the countries I've been seeing, white people act really, really quiet in Liberia. They don't look you in the eye because they know the history of Liberia, you know?
And when I'm in Ghana, I can count the amount of white people I see on my hands. As a matter of fact, the white people that I see is usually at the airport or even on the plane. But when I'm moving around and going to, we don't see them like that. You know? So that's one thing, family.
Liberia.
You know, asking me about East Africa and West Africa. East Africa is run by Indians, and East Africa is dominated by white tourism. West Africa we have a whole coast right there. And I wish the Nigerians would step their game up and literally build those industries that we need so we can, you know, because they have the resources to make it happen. So when I keep on hearing about corruption, I'm like, is that going to be your reasons and excuses for the end of time?
I sent you the video.
Yeah. And this person said, Nigerians learned to scam from master scammers, the British facts. So they're not the only people that were colonized by the British. They're not the only people that's been, so, you know, let's not make any excuses for them. They basically have made it clear that this is what they want to be about. And the ones who are not about that is not out there in strong numbers to show us anything different. And that's the issue. So like I tell you, family, when you're listening to us, you may get your feelings hurt. So don't come here with any emotions because we're not here for that. We're here to save our people's lives, and we're here to make sure our people are successful. We get tired of seeing our people making these moves in Africa and nothing gets done or accomplished. You know, and we have Dynas who he wants to talk down about Ghana and then prop Nigeria up, say Nigeria is where we should be investing in Nigeria. And I've seen some of his show, you know what I mean? And how is that working out for you, brother? At least I can say in Ghana, I'm there, we're having a good time, we can make our moves and we can do certain things. But I don't think I can do what I've done and been able to accomplish in Ghana and Nigeria. I mean, what tour sites are we going to go to? Ghana has African Holocaust dungeons, our connection point. They have historical parts of the country. As a matter of fact, I could do tours all over Ghana, and we could do certain other things. Even the brother mentioned to you, what did he mention to you? That the farming project that they have in Nigeria, they were able to get certain things done. But in Ghana, but the one in Nigeria, he don't know about. So I'm not putting Nigeria against Ghana and things like that. But if you're gonna choose between both, if you want our recommendation between both countries, skip Nigeria. It's just save yourself the drama and go directly to Ghana, because a lot of Nigerians are in Ghana, and as a matter of fact, they have a whole bunch of Nigerian banks. They chose Ghana as a place to do their investment because it has some level of this organization to where you can do certain things. When they take vacations, they go to Ghana.
Dubai, they go to Dubai or Ghana.
Yeah. So and then last I remember, Echo Atlantic was supposed to be the Dubai of Africa. So once again, fam, we're not beating on Nigeria, but it seems like they have a whole lot of strength and energy to fight against us and what we're doing and defend white people, but then they don't defend what they need to be defending.
You get the video?
Yes, I got the video, brother. Bob Cosby. Yeah. I'm not saying you're making excuses, but the fact that that's where they got it from or whatever is maybe that's where they got it from, but that doesn't. I'm not gonna blame the British for whatever. Nigerians been running their country and they're supposed to have all these things going, so they have to figure that out. I mean, I can't figure it out. All I'm saying to you that I would never go there because of all of these things, and I'll never go there 100% because when I talk to people from Nigeria, they recommend I don't go there. They recommend I go to countries like Ghana and South Africa, and so your own people are saying these things. So family, it's real. Let me play this video, and then we're gonna get ready to close out. and then play some nice music from our website. So anybody's interested in anything we do, you have our website up with all of our documentation and what we do. All right. So here we go.
Y'all, come look at this real quick. I'm moving my family to Tanzania.
So crime is a serious problem in Tanzania. Street crime in Dar es Salaam is common and includes mugging, bag snatching, vehicle theft, smash and grab attacks on vehicles, armed robbery, burglary.
So white supremacy is a whole trip. It is a whole trip. I made this video just showing my enthusiasm for moving abroad to Tanzania, and we are here. Got to give y'all this little preview. It's just a little preview, It's paradise. But meanwhile, this random guy sees my video where I show enthusiasm for coming to Africa and show some of the differences about being here versus USA. And he can't help but just go on this rant, characterizing Africa and Tanzania as just this dangerous, violent, horrible place. What's interesting is there are no sources given, and what's more is that the comments are turned off. So there's not even a chance to respond or reply or engage with the content. So I just block the person. General tip, be very careful who you listen to when it comes to people of color or Black people or nations or whatever the case is, and pay attention to who the source is of this information. I was here for 5 weeks before, and I've met many Americans who are here and have been here for months and years, and they're having a wonderful, amazing time. It's an interesting tactic of white supremacy to use fear or characterizing as if crime only happens here, as if none of the things listed happen in the USA as well, as a means of, I don't know, I guess telling me that I shouldn't be here, that it's not beautiful and amazing as a Black descendant of slaves to be back in the motherland. I don't know what this person's intention was, but I just want to encourage y'all to always be mindful of the source. Black people, please, please travel if you're able to. Please come to Africa if you're able to. It is beautiful. It is amazing, y'all. We're having a great time so far.
This video, you know how whenever we're having conversations, we hear our African American brothers and sisters talk about how before social media, before the internet, they never heard anything positive about Africa. They only hear about how it's a war zone and how there is poverty and everybody's dying, and they get those terrible ads with the flies on the children, and that's the only image they have about Africa. This video is giving real-time visual representation of what they were saying. So them continuously hearing those negative things about the continent gave them a certain perception about how life is here. So they did not even want to come visit. And as a matter of fact, they were scared of the continent. I mean, who wouldn't be when you keep hearing all those negative things back to back like that? Eventually you would think, yeah, if they are saying this about this place over and over again, it definitely must be true. Why would they lie? And it's crazy because we on the continent did not even know that this kind of narrative existed, and that this is what they were continuously telling African Americans that the continent was like. Like, this is the only image they have sold them, the image of war, the image of poverty, the image of, backwardness and, sickness, all those terrible things. Like, we did not even know that this kind of narrative was being perpetuated to the African American people or to, the Black people in the diaspora. So it has all been propaganda on top propaganda to keep our brothers and sisters in the diaspora in a position where they would not want to come down to the continent for any reason whatsoever to check it out for themselves. And they have been very deliberate about making sure that this happens. And what makes the situation even more devilish, I would say, is that these folks have been coming to the continent since forever and having a good time here. Here on the continent, you see these folks around. Some of them come visiting, some of them live here, they work here, and you know, they have a nice time here, and that's why they keep coming, right? But somehow when they finally go back to their respective countries, they don't have anything positive to say about the continent, because for reasons that benefit only them and their agenda, they must continue to perpetuate this negative stereotype about Africa, because if they dare say anything positive, who knows, all hell just might break loose. Because I don't know, maybe if they say something positive about the continent, the sun just might forever disappear from the sky and we would now forever have to live in darkness. And it's crazy because the way he was listing all of these crimes is as if these crimes don't exist in America, or as if these crimes don't exist in literally every country on the face of this earth. So you can see that there is this obvious push to make sure that the stereotype that they have placed on Africa remains the way it is. And you can also see the push to discourage African Americans or Black people in the diaspora from coming down to the continent.
It's very much giving, go back to Africa. Wait, no, not like that.
Yeah, this video, and as a matter of fact, this whole propaganda we have been discussing for a good minute now is giving very much that, because, you know, in one breath, you're talking about go back to where you came from. In another breath, now you are going there like, don't go. But we know they don't want African Americans to leave America, though, because they know that America would literally crumble without African Americans. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's keep it 100. They know they need African Americans for the American economy to thrive and continue to prosper. And yeah, that's the reason why they made sure they came up with this whole propaganda and they perpetrated it for so long so African Americans don't leave.
So this man is an African American man who was showing his excitement on moving his family to Tanzania. And as usual, a white man came out and said all the nasty things you can think of. I mean, we are thieves, we are dirty, we are slums, we are all that bullshit. But all those things, I think, happen to every other country in the world. It's not just our countries. But still, I find it kind of insulting to me as an African, seeing these people who I've been seeing since I was a child. I was seeing white missionaries, white charity organizations, white schools, white everything, like all of the things that we mostly have in Africa is white stuff. And for him to come out and say all these horrible things about the country he's living in, which is not even his country, and he's not allowing African American people to come and enjoy the place because he's giving out a negative image. How come when it comes to them coming, it's very positive, it's very amazing, they can even buy land and intermarry with Africans and have all these pleasures or good things? When it comes to African Americans or Black people coming to Africa, then there's a problem. I mean, where do they even get the audacity? It's like these people were groomed from childhood to be seen as saviors, to be seen as heroes, to be seen as the ones that know it all, to be seen as the ones who give the proper information. I am here to tell you African Americans, to tell you Black people in the diaspora, if you want to come to Africa, please come intermarry with Africans. I don't care if it's men or women, but we need to start intermarrying with each other, because I feel like these people keep coming to our homes in Africa and they intermarry with us, they buy land and get stuff, but they are like, yeah, it shouldn't happen to other people or people of my skin. And that is disturbing to me. So I couldn't, like, I don't know what is wrong with these guys. I don't know what's wrong with these guys. I mean, I have friends who are these guys and I love them deeply because, yeah, they've been like really supportive, but I do not accept what their fellows are actually doing. And that is really disturbing. Please come to Mother Africa. Please come see your home. Don't be discouraged by these people because they know when you come, we'll be the ones in control, guys. So yeah, come to the motherland.
Crime is a serious problem in Tanzania.
My kind of video. Please go look at that stitch so that you can get some context on what I'm about to say. First of all, United States of America cannot be talking as a capital central of mass shootings. Okay, you have more shootings than you do days in the year. Okay, there are foods banned in other countries, but you feed it to Americans. Okay, no real food, no real water, no real air. Not only not no real air, we're gonna spray you with stuff so that you could get sick. And that's, man, don't get me started. Y'all need to stop listening to Western media about the motherland. You know what? And they need to show you all that bad stuff that, you know, they may pick some things and they'll never show you anything real positive, right? Because imagine if Black folks decided to be like, yo, Africa is paradise, and y'all all left, or the majority. You know what system would crumble? Do you know? Please stop talking about the motherland if you haven't been here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is paradise, peaceful. And I've been here for 8 years. I choose no other continent but this one as being the best badass freaking continent to be at. And it looks expensive when you on that other side. It looks like it's an expensive situation. Yo, let me tell you, I'm here to tell you, it is not expensive at all. Definitely the US still has a slave mentality. You just still think you're, you know what I mean? Not in the slave system no more. Please look up the word slave. Stop playing. Motherland is Africa. Y'all just need to come check it out. Don't be listening to ignorance like that stitch that you just saw there. Ignorance, white supremacist. Yo, motherland is the shit. Peaceful, real food, real water. Like I said, I mean, this is the best decision I ever made, just like that gentleman moving to Tanzania. My homegirl from Jamaica moving here to Uganda. Best decision. Africa has everything, full of opportunities as well. And crime, come on now. Stealing purses, come on now. America killing people. So, like, measure the scale, please. Measure the scale. I choose here. Y'all got questions? Let me know. I got answers.
And this is one of the reasons why I love social media. I love the advent of the internet, because it's not easy for them to lie to us anymore. We don't have to rely on their source of information and rely on their media. Now we can come online and have conversations amongst ourselves and, you know, get different perspectives. And now we can all see the BS together and in real time to identify it and call it out like never before. We are connected now. It's so beautiful. Even though we are across the pond, we can communicate with one another when and if we want to. It's amazing. So my brothers and sisters out there, if you want to come to the continent, feel free. It is your home. You can come at any time. You don't have to be scared. Come visit the motherland, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Let's continue this conversation down below in the comment section. Thank God it's Friday. I wish you a blessed, fun-filled weekend ahead.
Yes, brother, that was awesome and well said and well presented. And yes, family, like I mentioned, family, I've been to Tanzania. It's beautiful. But the white folks there are literally a trip. You know what I mean? Literally a trip. And like my tour operators say to me, they was like, yeah, the white folks come in, they love it, they want to keep it to themselves. And when they start seeing more of us come, they start feeling a certain way, you know. But it's what it is, family. You know, and like the sister says, she has people moving, and we have lots of people moving all over Africa. The only thing that we're saying, honestly, with that is let's move more in a unit, because you know it's just what we need to do. And some people may feel like they don't need to do that, which is fine, because some people are able to maneuver and do what they need to do, and it works out good.
You know, women, it's mostly women that think like that because they know they got every man bowing down to them, trying to talk to them. It's easy for a woman, but man, you gotta come with resources, you know. As simple as that, you know. That's why we think strategically and tactically like that, you know. Women, like, I'm just gonna go there and whatnot. Of course, yeah, you got, you know, women. That's why we gotta think of this like men. You know, as a man, I'm coming there. Like what you call it? If you say I'm going to New York, live with some relatives. If you're a woman, oh, somebody's gonna give you a house. Somebody's gonna put you up and everything. You know, boy, we're gonna say, oh, you gotta get a job. You gotta get out there and work. You know. Same thing when you go overseas, man. Everybody got to take care of you. You got to provide for yourself, you know. Women are different. They're always going to be provided for, no matter where they go, you know. They're going to be provided for. So it's not different. They're not under pressure, you know. She's a good-looking woman. She's under pressure. You're a man. You can't be dusty no place. A woman, you know, what is a dusty woman? She's good-looking, man. She's not dusty. She can have a dime to her name, whatnot, but she'll be fine, you know.
But I mean, that's with some very positive energy from both sisters.
Yeah.
And really appreciate them just saying that and using. And the brother who came there, he's excited and everything.
Right.
So I just wish people the best, and wish us to make sure that when you make your move to these countries, don't say that you're staying away from you don't want to be around no African Americans. You just want to be around this set of people, that set of people. You have to have that connect. You have to have that support of your people from where you are. And the more of us can operate together, literally look out for each other, the better experience we're gonna have in Africa, literally. And that's how that's how I've made it through a decade and a half in a country like Ghana, because I have good people from America there, and I have Ghanaians that I can do business with and do things with. The issue that we have is just the rig system that needs to be adjusted so we can be protected, and it can encourage more Black investors to put their money together and make these moves. So the country that we talk about, family, like it's not every country you can go to and just enjoy paradise. Like you're not going to be able to go to Nigeria and enjoy Nigeria and feel safe. You're talking about one of the most dangerous African countries that you can live in. If even people warned me. They was like, Bomani, try to do what you do in Ghana and see if your bus don't get hijacked by gangsters. I mean, if you're from that country and I'm coming to your country and you're warning me, not only you, but 10, 20 other people, I have to be smart about it. And like I tell people, when I ask Ghanaians about coming to Ghana, nothing but love. I mean, they would even hide the negative stuff.
Liberia.
That's how much respect and love they have for their country, to where they don't want to be talking about a bunch of negative stuff. They want to let you know that, hey, even if a few things happen, you're still going to love it. And I've went there 22 times. I've had great times. The only thing is just I wish that some of the systems in place and the crookedness that goes on would just stop so we can progress more, because you want to do more in the country. I have people there that genuinely just love what we do, and they want our support. So family, this is what we talk about, family. I know we've been on for a while and we have to close soon. But yeah, Kala, that was a great video and a great energy for people, because we do want people to go to African content and do wonderful things. But we also want them to understand that countries like Tanzania, they don't have enough in place for you to really just live there and do what you want to do. And I'm sure things may change a little bit over a period of time, but the ones of us that's in that country specifically, you have to lobby the government, lobby certain things, do what you need to do. But family, just for everyone that's out there in all these different countries, because we've been adding more countries as time has gone along. So as we build more relationships, we go into more places, and after a while, we're gonna have 10 solid African countries where we say, hey, we can live, we can do business, we have our own people there that have our backs, and then we have some good people in that country also that we can work with, and that's what we're looking to do. So for those who have been listening for the whole program and some of the program, I want you to just listen and be clear about what we're saying, and don't just pick and choose the one or two things that we say. Because we're clear about our position, and we're clear about what we're looking to do and what we're building, and we're clear about the research we have, and we're clear about the people who we have, and we know that's gotten themselves into drama and situations. So at the same time too, yes, Africa is paradise, and it can be even a better paradise once you're properly connected. But our people on the continent and their government have to do more for us. And I seriously mean that. We need to have special privilege as Black folks in the African diaspora, because we were stolen from our continent, and us returning back is too much of a headache to do the things that we need to do. Like, people have been filling out, the Ghana application, and I get my time tied up so much because I help everyone with their Ghana visa. I've helped over 500 people and many more beyond that. Because I have a nice little setup, and you don't just send people an email. You have things set up and you help them be clear about certain things. But when people have to upload, like to go to Liberia, I'm sure you don't have to upload a COVID-19 vaccination card. I gotta upload that, host passports, and a bunch of other stuff. I gotta scan this, scan that, and upload it. So it has to be, things have to be a little smooth. And then when we come to invest in everything can't be about that. We have to get with this partner and that partner. I understand we're trying to get business done for people in the country. But at the same time, too, when those things go on, the next thing you know, the people that we're partnering with is taking our business. You know what I mean? So I don't ever want to just be here saying a bunch of negative things, but I have to also say the things that really goes on, you know, and the things that has to change. So if you are a Ghanaian attorney or somebody, member of parliament, and, you know, like, hey, help us to work things out so we can bring more of our own brothers and sisters dear to the continent so we can connect together and compete with everybody else. Because at this present rate and how things are constructed, the continent of Africa will be taken over by the Indians, the Chinese, the Lebanese, and other people. And they have their strongholds. They're working their way. Like East Africa is just dominated by Indians. Yep. And you have South Africa or Southern Africa, Indians, white folks. And you go to North Africa, a combination of Arabs and other people, you know? And so when we talk about the most successful people in Africa, it's not Black African people. It's not the African diaspora. It's everybody else. So we have a lot of work to do, family.
Yep.
So all my Nigerians, please work it out with your folks here and the people in the government there and prove us wrong by putting things in place together. And maybe, you know, people like myself would encourage some of our people to come there. But I have to make sure, I have to be responsible and stop being reckless. Like something like Dennis is my good brother, but he's reckless with the stuff that he does. You know, telling people they shouldn't do, y'all shouldn't be all going to Ghana. You know, hey, what is it to you that people go there? You know, they were welcomed there by Kwame Nkrumah. I never heard a Nigerian president welcoming us. I never heard a year of return or anything, you know. And I'm not saying what Ghana is doing is end all be all, because it is a situation that's set up to where, you know, it's grow the economy, but also we end up spending a lot of what we have, but we don't get enough. So if Nigeria step his game up, or whoever step his game up, then we can, you know, make moves in those other countries. But other than that, family, we only have a few countries we can really do things in, you know. And then some of those countries are very questionable because you're limited on what you can do. And that's why we're looking to make our community in Ghana and other people who are building communities that we know represent a foundation of us having a good representation in Africa. And then Liberia could be our Pan-African headquarters because it has the laws on the books and the history on the side, and our people from, you know, right here in Black America, the African diaspora from the Caribbean built our beautiful Liberia, and we should take advantage of that by building relationship and going and making things work. You know, so family, that's all we got for you, family. Seriously, if you want to say anything last, Kala, before, you know, and I could just play.
No, I'm saying we'll tomorrow night and whatnot. I want to get some rest tonight. We've been on for 5 hours and everything. Oh yeah, one last thing. Wakanda Forever only did 400 million at the box office, despite the fact that people, oh, great movie, everything like that. 400 million. Black Panther, the original Black Panther. Man. What?
That movie, there's nothing great about that movie.
Yeah, the original Black Panther had everybody amped up. A lot of them had right now because of that Black Panther movie. So, you know, that just came at the right time. You know, as it came at the right time. $1.2 billion gross at the box office, right? And this Wakanda Forever, they messed it up, and now it only did $400-something million. But it was a freaking disaster.
Yeah, you do not change, you know, change Black Panther into and make him into a woman. You don't castrate Black Panther the man and making him into a woman and make this about
get rid of all the male characters, make M'Baku, right? A buffoon, a clown, or whatever like that, you know, and then have a 90-pound woman being Black Panther, like a skeleton. That was a disgrace, you know. All in the name of the queendom, you know. Wakanda was a kingdom, you know. So, like I said, man, so it's like that. Y'all got the woke people. Gotta take that L, bro. You know, we gotta take that L.
Tell them, Kala, take that L.
Take that L, bro. Take that L.
Take that L.
So anyway, brother Bomani, I know you're gonna play some music, but I'll talk to you in the morning, brother.
Perfect, brother. That will work. So there we go, family. Appreciate everybody joining us and everybody connecting with us. Family, Black Pan-African family. Let's work together to build our beautiful connection from the African diaspora to the African continent. And we're going to close out with some wonderful music from our website, africafortheafricans.org, where you can find all of our tour information for all these wonderful countries that we have tours to between this year and next year, which is Liberia, Egypt, Rwanda, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Ghana. So that is our 8 wonderful countries where we have connections, experience, links to make sure that we provide you the best connection in Africa as far as tourism, investments, and any kind of network, any kind of opportunities. And what you're gonna see when you on a slideshow is just our brothers and sisters from from the African diaspora there on African continent enjoying themselves. And some of the people you see, you can't tell where they come from. Some of them are my Ghanaian brothers and sisters. They're in these pictures with us, and we're enjoying ourselves, connecting, getting along, building and growing the economy and creating opportunities for our people on the continent, and just having the best time ever. And the next level that we want to really do is to do more investments and doing it at a level to where we're not being railroaded by by clowns who literally is destroying the future of our people and the opportunities for the people in their own country. So yes, so we're gonna play a nice little tune for my brother Ija Noah, one of my local brothers here, my Jamaican brother that lives here in Georgia. The technician himself, Ija Noah, who's always from Ija Noah, Wake Up. And now we're gonna link with the great Ghana Silk, one of our best Jamaican singers ever. And family, if you don't know about Ghana Silk, you just gotta go look him up on YouTube and check out his music. This man is a classic and one of the greatest singers ever in all music.